Dedication and Preface of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Dedication and Preface. The first words of this work were written in New York, July, 1897, and consisted of its dedication, "To Ellen Dana Conway. In response to your desire, my wife, I undertake to record the more salient recollections of my life. It is a life you have made happy, and never unhappy save by the failure of your health. Its experiences during 40 years have been yours also, and on the counsel and judgment which have never been wanting at my side, I can happily still rely in living over again, in our joint memory, the events deemed worthy of record. Let me obey my own heart, and secure the favor of many hearts that have known your friendship and witnessed your life, in America and Europe, by writing your name on a work as yet unwritten, to which, because it is an enterprise near your heart, I now dedicate myself." This dedication is now to a memory. My wife died on Christmas Day, 1897. But the joint memory on which I had depended has not been altogether wanting. Among her papers I found a sort of journal, and in this and her letters to relatives she has continued to help me. Many valued friends in America and Europe, and even several journals, have also called for my reminiscences, and I have felt it a fair demand on the closing years of a surviving witness to developments and events which have made momentous chapters of history. The wisdom or unwisdom of a new generation must largely depend on its knowledge and interpretation of the facts and forces that operated in the generations preceding, from which are bequeathed influences that become increasingly potent when shaped in accepted history. The eventualities of life brought me into close connection with some large movements of my time, and also with incidents little noticed when they occurred, which time has proved of more far-reaching effect than the immediately imposing events. I have been brought into personal relations with leading minds and characters which already are becoming quasi-classic figures to the youth around me, and already show the usual tendency of such figures to invest themselves with mythology. But, as the psalmist asks, who can understand his own errors? Perhaps none of us completely. But when, as life draws to a close, a man reviews closely the road he has traveled, he can understand many of his errors; and if they were not due to any bias of official position, or of any ambition for such, his impressions of events and of men, however erroneous, become part of his testimony, if given with the same independence and sincerity. I might, perhaps, have sufficiently met the general interest in a narrative of this kind by writing a history of my own times, instead of an autobiography. This would have saved me from the distress of using the personal pronoun I so much, and the implication of quorum magna pars fui. But a public teacher who understands his errors must try and correct them as far as he can. In my ministry of a half-century I have placed myself, or been placed, on record in advocacy of contrarious beliefs and ideas. A pilgrimage from pro-slavery to anti-slavery enthusiasm, from Methodism to free thought, implies a career of contradictions. One who starts out at 20 to think for himself and pursue truth is likely to discover at 70 that 1/3 of his life was given to error, another third to exchanging it for other error, and the last third to efforts to unsay the errors and undo the mistakes of the other 2/3. One's opinions may indeed be of interest or importance to only a small circle, but out of this circle may arise one or another whose influence may become large. If one has published works that may be quoted on opposite sides of serious issues, he is under obligation to point out the steps by which he was led from one to the other, even though he may know of none that his silence would mislead. I know well that my work is unsatisfactory. It could not possibly be either chronological or complete. To master thoroughly and report rightly the memories distributed in thousands of papers accumulated in 2 eventful generations by a participant in their storm and stress would require another lifetime. Among innumerable statements some inaccuracies can hardly be escaped, especially when most of those whose scrutiny was needed are in their graves. Nevertheless, I have through nearly 4 years assiduously sat at my desk, sparing no pains to be exact and just, and I now send forth my work with the solemn feeling natural to an old author uttering his last word to mankind. End of dedication and preface.
Chapter 1 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The lonely corner of the world where I was born, 17 March 1832, is in Stafford County, Virginia, about 15 miles from Falmouth. My parents were Walker Peyton Conway and Margaret Eleanor Daniel, married in 1829. He being then 24, she 22. I was their second child. The name of my birth house, long gone to decay, was Middleton, chosen no doubt by my mother, whose great-grandfather, Dr. Gustavus Brown, so named his American residence in Maryland, after the family homestead near Dalkeith, Scotland. This physician, Laird of Mainside, settled in Charles County, Maryland, in 1708, and by his second wife, the widow Margaret Boyd, née Fowke, of Staffordshire, had 2 children, Dr. Gustavus Brown of Rosehill, and Margaret, who married the Honorable Thomas Stone of Maryland, signer of the Declaration of Independence. Thomas and Margaret Stone resided near Port Tobacco in a mansion called Havre de Venture, and had 2 daughters, one of whom, Mildred, married Travers Daniel, Jr., of the Virginia legislature, the other, Margaret, his brother, Dr. John Moncure Daniel, U.S.A., my mother's father. The father of these brothers, Travers Daniel of Crow's Nest, had married Frances Moncure, daughter of Reverend John Moncure, whose wife was Frances Brown, daughter of Dr. Gustavus Brown of Rosehill. The Moncures were of French origin, the family, according to tradition, having been swept into Great Britain by the troubles following the Reformation, with which they sympathized. My great-great-grandfather, John Moncure, went to Virginia, 1733, from County Kincardine, Scotland. The name in Scotland is Moncure, and supposed to be from Moncure, the coat of arms being 3 hearts. I suspect the name of having been bestowed symbolically by some assembly of French Protestants on their warm-hearted pastor. One of John's daughters, Anne, married my great-grandfather, Walker Conway, whose first name was borne by my father. I am thus descended from 2 of the old rector's daughters, and whenever I enter France, feel the heraldic hearts bounding in me. The Daniel family, connected by Haydon with the Daniels of Wigan, County Lancaster, England, first appear in Virginia in 1634. They had large grants of land, were generally professional men, and active in the affairs of the colony. My great-great-grandfather, Peter Daniel, when presiding justice of Stafford County, announced to the governor of Virginia that he would resign his office rather than administer the Stamp Act, a step rendered unnecessary by its repeal. His wife was daughter of Raylaw Travers, by his wife Hannah Ball, half-sister of Washington's mother. The founder of our Conway race in Virginia was Edwin, who with his wife, née Martha Eltonhead, came from England in 1640 and settled in Lancaster County. He was a kinsman of Viscount Edward Conway of Conway Castle and Killeltah, and used the arms sable on a band argent cotised ermine, a rose gules between two annulets of the last, crest, a Moor's head side-faced proper, banded round the temples argent and azure, motto Fide et Amore. The Virginia race is extensive, and has intermarried with most of the historic families of Virginia. Virginia democracy forbade us to derive from our ancestors any dignity. But now and then a few fruits fell from the forbidden family tree in the shape of anecdotes or traditions, which I picked up. Several of these related to the precious stones of Maryland, as my mother fondly called them. The first of that family in America, William Stone, had come to Virginia, and was induced by Lord Baltimore to become the governor of Maryland, where he arrived in 1649. This selection was made because the Catholic Proprietary desired a Protestant governor free from prejudice against Catholics. Governor Stone's task was to open the doors of Maryland to all religions. The Puritans flocked to Maryland, but Cromwell's commissioners, sent to Virginia, claimed Maryland, and in trying to defend the charter of the Proprietary, 1655, Governor Stone was wounded and thrown into prison, and would have been executed, but "was after saved by the enemy's own soldiers." Such is the account of his wife, Verlinda Stone, whose narrative of these events in Maryland, addressed to Lord Baltimore in England, is not only a document of historical importance, but written with notable literary ability. The error of the governor and council was that they went to parley with the invaders, accompanied by a small party of soldiers. The messengers they sent were held. The Protector's commission ought simply to have been asked for their authority by the governor himself, unarmed. His descendants became leading men in Maryland. Thomas Stone, signer of the Declaration of Independence, was Maryland's darling statesman. In his home at Port Tobacco, Havre de Venture, still in the family, 1903, he drafted a Republican Constitution for Maryland. Thomas Stone was elected to the Constitutional Convention of 1787, but never took his seat. Just then his fair sky was fatally overcast. His young wife died from the sequels of inoculation. He sank into melancholy, and his physician persuaded him to visit Europe. For that purpose he engaged passage on a packet at Alexandria, but on the eve of sailing died of a broken heart. Trumbull, in painting the signing of the Declaration of Independence, has engraved on the American mind a scene that never occurred, the Congress never having signed in a body, but in a straggling way through 7 or 8 months. Trumbull has also included the portrait of a Livingston, who did not sign, and omitted that of Thomas Stone, who did sign. The artist excused this by saying that he could not find Stone's portrait, but he could have found it by inquiring for the signer's heirs. The portraits of Thomas Stone and his wife were carried by their daughter, Margaret, to Virginia, when she married my grandfather, and by my mother's gift they now belong to my sister Mildred, the wife of Dr. F. A. March of Lafayette College, Easton, Pennsylvania. My grandfather, Dr. John Moncure Daniel, while studying medicine and surgery in Edinburgh, made the acquaintance there of a boarding-school girl, Miss Niven, daughter of an English naval officer. The youth called on her several times in the free Virginian fashion, but discovered that this young lady's name had been compromised by his visits. Thereon he promptly proposed to marry her, and as she was already enamored, and her lover's social credentials were excellent, no difficulty arose in Edinburgh. but Crow's Nest, Virginia, was in distress. Travers Daniel, shocked that his son should marry before entering on his profession, or even reaching his majority, insisted on a postponement. The son gave a score of reasons why that could not be. The father became stern, and wrote that the lady would wed a penniless man. The young man answered that where honor was involved, money weighed nothing. So the young surgeon came to Virginia with his bride, and when his father saw the beautiful little lady, his heart went out to her. He set his son well up with house and office at Dumfries, Virginia. But the lady died within a year, and her name only remained in our family, being that of her husband's eldest daughter by his second wife, Margaret Stone. The last time I ever saw this beloved aunt, Jean Niven Crane, we sat together reading the letters that passed between father and son in that affair at Edinburgh. The second Dr. Gustavus Brown in Maryland, brother of Mrs. Thomas Stone, resided at Rose Hill, near by, and established there a medical school. He was a devoted friend of General Washington, and there is a tradition that the general occasionally escaped from the throng at Mount Vernon by going down the river to Rose Hill. My mother told me of her granduncle's night ride, when a messenger from Mount Vernon summoned him to attend Washington in his last illness. 2 horses were broken down in that gallop to the landing opposite Mount Vernon, where he arrived 7 hours before Washington's death. The general, who had escaped guns and swords in a 7 years' war, succumbed to the lancet. So Dr. Gustavus Brown believed and wrote, January 2, 1800, to Dr. Craik, Washington's family physician, that he thought their bleeding the sufferer was a fatal mistake. Thenceforth he discarded the lancet altogether. My paternal great-grandparents, Dr. Valentine Peyton and Mary Butler Washington, his wife, resided at Tusculum, several miles from Stafford Courthouse, and their home was famous for its luxurious hospitalities and festivities. The history of the Peyton family, both in England and Virginia, is told in the work of Mr. Chester Waters, The Chesters of Chicheley. Dr. Peyton was a brilliant man intellectually, a man of the world, a fine flute player, and his wife distinguished for her wit and her elegance of dress and manners. She was the sister of Colonel William Washington, who, during the Revolution, declined the title of general, saying, quote, "There can be but one General Washington." Their father was Bailey Washington, son of Henry, who was son of John, the brother of General Washington's grandfather, Lawrence. George Washington's great-grandfather was thus Mrs. Peyton's great-great-grandfather. General Washington appointed Colonel William Washington commander of the entire South when war with France was expected. Sir Francis Galton's work on heredity put before me in a new form the catechetical question, "Who made you?" Only when I was beginning to turn gray was any curiosity awakened in me to know how it was that I should carry the names of 3 large families into association with religious and political heresies unknown to my contemporary Virginians, except as distant horrors. Who, then, made me? When my unorthodoxy began to be conscious, I reflected on an incident that occurred when I was about 12. I was at the house of John Wheatley of Wheatleyville, Culpeper County, Virginia, whose wife was Grandmother Conway's sister, when my grandparents came on a visit. To my grandfather, John Moncure Conway, everybody looked up. He was a scholar, graduate of William and Mary, 1800, and a serious man. While reading on the veranda, my ear caught these words spoken by grandfather to his brother-in-law. "I cannot believe that the Father of mankind would send any human being into this world knowing that he would be damned. I could hardly appreciate the remark, but it was marked in my memory, and also the silence of devout Uncle Wheatley. From this time I knew that in some way Grandfather Conway had a religion different from that of others. He and grandmother never talked to me about religion, nor about keeping the Sabbath and saying my prayers. Although a vestryman of Aquia Church, unused during his latter years, he attended no church, nor were he and grandmother ever confirmed. There was Methodist preaching in the courthouse every Sunday, but grandfather never attended, and generally passed the morning in his office. In 1751, Dennis Conway, deputy sheriff of Northumberland County, Virginia, was fined several £1,000s of tobacco for non-attendance at church. He gave no explanation for his abstention. Probably he was one of those broad churchmen who preferred getting their Sunday instruction from the free-thinking prelates Tillotson and Jeremy Taylor. Although Dean Swift was the only survivor into the 18th century of that grand race of clergymen in England, it found a nest in William and Mary College, Virginia. The rationalists were known as the Illuminati, and although after the Revolution their light was hid under the Democratic bushel even in my time, alas had I known it, there remained some representatives of the Illuminati, such as Grandfather Conway. I have found, too, that my maternal forebears, the Daniels, were not all orthodox. My mother's uncle, Walter Daniel, left a Bible in which there is in his writing a marginal note to Judges chapter 1, verse 19. "The Lord was with Judah, and he drave out the inhabitants of the hill country. For he could not drive out the inhabitants of the valley, because they had chariots of iron." Uncle Walter adds, "Not omnipotent after all." My great-great-grandfather, John Moncure, for 26 years rector of our parish, Overwharton, died in 1765, but left his legend, which lasted over 100 years. Descended, according to a tradition, from a Huguenot, whose conscience led him from joyous France to the bleak hills of Calvinism and Scotland, he migrated to Virginia in youth as a teacher, and though he was persuaded by an aged parson, Alexander Scott, to return to England for holy orders and help him in Overwharton parish, John could never make himself other than a merry fox-hunting gentleman, assiduous cultivator of literature, flowers, and of gay young people. He was a famous whist-player. One Saturday evening, when his game was interrupted by a deputation of farmers requesting that he would next day pray for rain, he promptly said, "Yes, I'll read the prayer, but it isn't going to rain till the moon changes." Can I not pick my skeptical soul out of these old people? I came also by my anti-slavery principles fairly. My great-grandfather, Travers Daniel of Crow's Nest, presiding justice of Stafford County, was an ardent emancipationist, and had not the laws of Virginia hampered the manumission of negroes in various ways, he would have liberated his slaves. He imported from England in his ship the Crow, whence Crow's Nest, name of his house, window curtains representing Granville Sharp striking chains from negroes, and displayed them around his house. Neighbors warned him that his slaves would be excited by the curtains and leave him, but he simply replied that it would be a relief. He died in 1824. My mother remembered the curtains. Travers Daniel and General Wood married daughters of Reverend John Moncure, who no doubt had the sympathy of their father-in-law in anti-slavery work. General Wood was an eminent governor of Virginia, and from 1798 president of the Virginia Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery and Protecting Those Illegally Held in Bondage. This society was affiliated with the original society formed in Philadelphia under the presidency of Franklin just after publication, March 8, 1775, of Thomas Paine's plea for immediate emancipation. Such was my prenatal constitution. I was born of people opposed to slavery, and when, in my 22nd year, my role seemed to many Virginians that of a prodigal son, it was the new pro-slavery Virginian who was the prodigal, while my part was that of the father at home mourning for the wanderer. Our patriarchal Peter Humstead, who had belonged to my mother's father, was never weary of telling me of the frightful blizzard on my birthnight, when between midnight and morning he rode the 15 miles to Falmouth and the same distance back with the doctor. My mother told me that it was for a time doubtful whether I would live. There was not one Catholic in the county to ascribe my preservation to birth on the day of St. Patrick. But probably no Catholic country witnessed, in the same year, 1832, a wilder outbreak of popular superstition than that which throughout our county responded to the memorable display of shooting stars. The ignorant people leaped with notable unanimity to the belief that Judgment Day was at hand, and crowded to the door of every discoverable preacher, imploring intercession and prayers. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure D. Conway, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. In my second year, my father purchased a large farm and homestead 2 miles out of Falmouth called Inglewood, and it is there that my remembrance begins. Through life it has remained with me as a lost bower, and the only house I ever built, Bedford Park, London, bore that name. Inglewood, Virginia, was a 2-storied frame house with a long veranda, opening on 2 acres of sward and flowers enclosed by an evergreen hedge. Beyond the hedge, on one side, was an orchard of white heath peaches, on the other many varieties of apples. In our fields grew melons, in the woods huckleberries, chinquapins, hickory nuts, and indeed I can think of no charm wanting to our little Avalon. My brother Peyton, 2 years my senior, and myself had the freedom of the adjacent farms, Sherborne, residence of a spinster cousin, Sarah Daniel, and Glencairn, home of a beloved uncle and aunt, Richard Moncure, whose wife was my father's sister, their many children being our constant playmates. But before all the playmates, I remember the comely coffee-colored face of my nurse, Maria Humstead, nearly always laughing as if I were a joke. Her affection was boundless, and her notions of discipline undeveloped. "Come, Mon, fess your faults," and an outbreak of laughter were all that met my infant mischief. My father and Uncle Richard Moncure united in providing a teacher for us, Miss Elizabeth Gaskins, a niece of Grandfather Conway. To this gracious lady, who instructed me 5 years, I owe much. Her school was held for a time in my father's office in our garden. The earliest incident in my memory is of my father and Uncle Richard visiting my school. I was lifted to a table and read sentences from a primer. The praise they gave me and our teacher's kiss planted a new fruit in our paradise. I was then probably in my 5th year. Then a log schoolhouse was built halfway between Inglewood and Glencairn. My next remembrance is seeing my newborn sister Mildred, who was born January 25, 1837. My more consecutive memories begin with a tragical day in 1838, when, from the schoolhouse window, we saw Inglewood wrapped in flames. My parents were at the house of a neighbor. The only member of our family in the house was my year-old sister, whom our nurse Maria deposited in a field remote from danger. The house was reduced to ashes. We then moved into Falmouth, where my father bought the residence afterwards known as Conway House. It is a brick house fronting the Rappahannock, the largest residence in Falmouth. It was built by a Mr. Voss, of Dutch family, and the wallpaper in the drawing-room was a continuous scene of Rotterdam, with a canal in which women were washing clothes, children playing beside it, and barges plying on it. This decoration lasted until the house was used as a war hospital, 1862 through 1865. At the back, the house opened through porches on a flower garden, embowered with aspens and fig trees, there being also a superb Judas tree. Beyond the outhouse, the vegetable garden, bordered with box and myrtle, extended to a succession of steep terraces, with midway an arbor of roses, morning-glories, and honeysuckle, the haunt of hummingbirds. These terraces were relics of fortifications built in 1675 against the aborigines, this being the origin of Falmouth. The military heritage of this little town was displayed 100 years after its foundation. It was the first place in Virginia to raise a company against Great Britain. 70 years later, the colonial belligerency survived only in parades of little boys in blue and white with wooden guns on the hill above our terraces. Alas, how many of them reached manhood only to be laid in the Confederate cemetery. A sister was born and named Catherine Washington. She lived only 10 days. My mother sent for me to come to her bedside and tried to explain the mysterious event. I remember vividly her pale face on the pillow, her tears, and her effort to make me comprehend. My father did not part with Inglewood Farm. We continued to go out there to school, walking the 2 miles each way daily. We were accompanied by a mulatto youth, Charles Humstead, handsome, brilliant, merry, with an inexhaustible store of stories and songs. This colored genius was the most romantic figure of our little world. Along the pathway through the woods his snares and hair-gums were set, and rarely failed of their prey. A meadow we had to cross was the haunt of moccasin snakes, and his skill in slaying these dragons guarding our tree of knowledge was wonderful. That, indeed, was his main function. Advancing ahead of us, stick in hand, treading warily with his bare feet, his eye could not be cheated by the deadly reptile's mimicry of clay, nor did he fail to strike the point on its back that left it helpless. Charles knew all serpent lore. The tail would not die until sunset, or until it thundered. If rain was needed, he hung the snake on a tree. In studying the myths of Indra, thunderer and rain-giver, and of the drought serpent Ahi, I have often remembered those bits of the Oriental fable rehearsed by our colored comrade in the woods of Virginia. But, alas, we had to part from Charles. He found our little town dull, and the devil tempted him in the form of a rusty fire engine which had remained in its dismantled shanty many years. It occurred to Charles, aged 17, that it would be fun to see the engine work, and he set fire to a dilapidated outhouse near by. Although this small house was not in use, nor near any other, It was claimed that sparks from it might have reached dwellings, and the alternatives for Charles were a severe, possibly capital punishment. Much to the sorrow of our household, Charles was carried away, this being the only instance of my father's selling a servant. After the war, I made inquiries for Charles without result, and believe he would have returned to Falmouth had he been living. Falmouth is a picturesque town, seated amid heights crowned with pretty homesteads, and contained then about 1,000 people. It may be a survival of local pride that prevents my calling it a village. About 20 families might have been described 50 years ago as belonging to the old gentry. Their houses, though not grand, were pretty, with tasteful interiors and beautiful gardens. Several families were wealthy, the Croesus being Basil Gordon, who came from Scotland a poor boy and became the richest man in Virginia. This Basil Gordon, who resided next door to us, was the most picturesque figure of that region. To the end of his life he wore the powdered wig and queue, ruffled shirt, flowing white cravat, dress coat, knee breeches, shoe buckles. He had in youth set up a small store for the sale of various articles, and earned enough money to purchase wheat brought in long bonneted wagons from the rich Piedmont region. He had made it into flour in the Falmouth mill, and shipped it on the Rappahannock for England. When a fortune was thus made, his family wished him to give up the tiny shop, but he kept it in order to give enjoyment to his many young relatives who had to be started in business. It was a practical joke among the wags to watch the hour when the old gentleman visited the store, and the clerks were off at his large warehouses, to go in and call for some trifle, such as a half-pound of sugar or coffee, which the venerable millionaire would weigh out with gravity and dignity. His only daughter, Anne, was a famous beauty, and married Dr. John Hanson Thomas of Baltimore. The greater part of Basil Gordon's fortune was inherited by his eldest son, Douglas, an intellectual man, who was friendly to me in my boyhood. Basil Gordon was well acquainted with Mary Washington, and I was told that he had been a pallbearer at her funeral. Also, that when her monument was to be erected at Fredericksburg, he identified the spot where she was buried. Recently, however, when the quaint and pretty monument of 1832, the most interesting in Virginia, was destroyed by sentimental vandals from other states to make way for an ugly obelisk, the grave was dug into and no trace of any burial or remains found, so that the exact grave of Washington's mother remains unknown. Falmouth had a rough corner, owing to a superabundance of whiskey. On Saturdays, when it was congested by country folk, we were not permitted to go into that part. Many of the country folk had to depend on the sobriety of their horses or mules to carry them home. My father, presiding justice of Stafford County, was a total abstainer and a prohibitionist long before the Maine law was heard of. He made an impressive appeal to his fellow magistrates in court to stop the sale of strong liquors, just after a drunken man, trying to draw water from a well, fell in and was drowned. But the era of paternal legislation had not arrived. Our region swarmed with these so-called poor whites, largely descended, I always believe, from the convict and contract laborers imported from Great Britain in colonial times. Gradually supplanted by slaves, left without occupation, they squatted where they could and lived as they could. They became expert in fishing and hunting, and their skill in shooting made them good soldiers in the Confederate War. As concerned their means, they were more benefited by defeat than they could have been by triumph, much more benefited than were the poor negroes. With the abolition of unpaid labor, their opportunity for employment returned. Moreover, many of the gentry became poor whites also, and that phrase is heard no more. It was always a phrase forbidden in genteel families, for these poor whites had votes, and I remember a campaign in which my father's candidate, Democratic, for the legislature was nearly defeated because he, my father, had said, "The masses will follow their leaders." Party spirit ran high in Stafford County, where the majority of well-to-do gentlemen were Whigs, the majority of voters Democrats. I remember exciting scenes in Falmouth during the presidential campaign of 1840, which resulted in defeat of the Democrats. The Democratic candidate was Martin Van Buren, an aristocratic Knickerbocker, while the Whigs had this time the advantage of a candidate, William Henry Harrison, who, though of the old Virginia gentry, had migrated in early life to the West, and there resided in a log cabin. That log cabin was the ace with which the Whigs trumped the Democracy in our county. The cabin was blazoned everywhere. When the grandson of that Whig president, the late Benjamin Harrison, was a candidate, nothing was said of his grandfather's cabin, but much of the Harrison pedigree. The party contests were accompanied by bonfires, mass meetings, and barbecues. The children were warm partisans of their parental preferences, and many a faggot did I add to the Polk and Dallas bonfire of 1844. James Knox Polk thus became president, though we Democratic boys of Falmouth frankly admitted that in securing this victory we received aid from adjacent parts of the nation. The defeated candidate was the famous Henry Clay. I remember soon afterwards observing on Grandfather Conway's wall a framed letter written to him by Henry Clay, whom he esteemed above all other statesmen. It was a momentous discovery that the two men I honored most, father and grandfather, were antagonistic in a great issue. However, they were both lukewarm in politics. My father had once been the party leader and represented Stafford in the Virginia legislature. But one such experience was enough. He declined a second candidature, and contented himself with insisting on the nomination of competent men. He was offered in youth a place at West Point, but declined it, and in later life declined an offer at high office in Washington. My father, a tall and handsome man, was universally esteemed, and singularly free from ambition. His integrity and prudence caused him to be burdened by the estates bequeathed to his administration and the families left to his guardianship. In youth he had been gay, much in demand at card parties and dances. He was particularly beloved by his Peyton grandparents, and mingled in the festivities of Tusculum. But there was among the pious negroes a story which indicated that his grandmother Peyton could not rest quiet in her grave because of the gaiety of P, as she called him, which she had encouraged. Once, so our oldest Negro told me, when he, Mars Peyton, was returning in the night from a frolic, and riding past the graveyard, his grandmother came out and walked beside him some distance, entreating him to become religious. The old lady herself was not confirmed until she was 60, and her children were never confirmed at all. Of course, I never mentioned this tale to my father, who scorned every superstition not found in the Bible. That a gay and handsome youth of high social position should all at once unite himself to the poor and ignorant Methodists, of course implied a miracle, but I have a notion that the ghost story had been gradually transferred and developed from an incident Grandfather Conway related to us of himself. While studying law with Judge James Henry of Fleets Bay, he was sent on a horseback journey to Stafford Courthouse. His journey was broken at an inn, where in the early morning, before he had risen, he saw a young lady pass through his room and vanish. At the courthouse he was invited by Dr. Peyton to meet the judge and lawyers at his house in the evening. When he entered, there stood the lady of his vision, daughter of his host. I knew at once that she was to be my wife, and there, he would add, pointing to grandmother, there she sits. Grandmother was apt to add some playful explanation. If any lady was influential in my father's conversion, she was not from a graveyard, but was Miss Margaret Eleanor Daniel, who became his wife. Her father died while serving as army surgeon in the War of 1812, leaving her to the care of her stepmother, an amiable lady whom I well remember, who placed her under the care of John Lewis of Llangollen, my mother's uncle by marriage, who trained young men for college. He supervised her education with care, but his wife, my mother's aunt, was a tyrannous Calvinist. My mother told me that she was kept in a sort of hothouse by Presbyterianism, and when her precocious soul revolted against the dogma of predestination, it was decided that she was ill and must be bled. Calvin was thus surviving in Virginia, and still demanded the blood of all gainsayers. It may readily be understood that she would not be suffered to wed a gay and worldly youth, and also that falling in love with a pious young lady would naturally sober such a youth. At the time of my parents' marriage, May 28, 1829, the Episcopal Church was nearly defunct in our Overwharton parish. Of its 3 churches, Potomac, Achaia, and Cedar Church in Falmouth, the former had fallen into ruin. Achaia was without regular services, and Cedar Church turned into a grain storehouse, ultimately swept away by a freshet. The Methodists occupied the county, and preachers were sent by the Baltimore Conference. At these camp meetings, eloquent preachers from the cities assisted, and under one of these orators my father was converted. His father was so shocked that a son should be carried away by what he regarded as vulgar fanaticism, that a stormy scene ensued, and my father, who had barely reached his majority, left the paternal house. Grandfather speedily repented of his anger, but this touch of martyrdom brought to my father's side 3 of his sisters and 2 of his brothers. Thus it was that our family became Methodist, the first of good social position in our region belonging to that sect. My mother gladly embraced the Arminian faith of the Methodists, and used to quote with merry approval the Negro hymn, "I never found no peace nor rest till I joined the Methodists." My grandfather, John Moncure Conway, was for 47 years clerk of Stafford County. He had in advanced years abandoned the queue, but always wore a blue dress coat with brass buttons, a ruffled shirt front, and an ample white cravat, with ends flowing through a large gold ring. His house, Airlessly, at Stafford Courthouse, had a carefully kept flower garden in front, and a mile beyond it was his large, well-stocked farm, where he liked to stroll before breakfast. On it was a wonderful dog that recognized any alien hog or sheep strayed into his herds, and drove it off. He was glad to take me with him on his early walks, and his talk was always instructive. In his office was framed a fine engraving of Conway Castle, Wales, an heirloom brought from England by his American ancestors. He was a perfect domestic character, and regarded with boundless affection by his children and grandchildren. My grandparents had 13 children, of whom 8 had families. My grandmother, née Catherine Stork Peyton, was to her numerous grandchildren the queen of the whole world. When any school holiday came, the joy of it was that they were to go to Erleslie, and how so many children were packed away at night is inexplicable. On one side of the house was a playground. We had our supper in summer under the apple trees, griddle cake and molasses, bonny clabber, preserves. Our aunts attended us, and nearby sat Grandma, tall, stately, eyes sparkling with humor, her head crowned with a snowy turban, clasped with a ruby and a rose. My grandfather's first love was for Agnes Conway Moncure, but these lovers were double first cousins, and their elders regarded the consanguinity as too close for marriage. Agnes married John Robinson, clerk of the Circuit Court of Richmond. Affectionate relations between the Robinsons and my Conway grandparents continued to their death, and I was told by a relative that whenever Mrs. Robinson visited her Moncure relatives in Stafford County, my grandmother used to find some pretext for sending her husband over to the place of her sojourn without accompanying him. He must stay away a day or two while she got the house ready for Mrs. Robinson's visit. The Honorable Henry Clay was in youth a deputy clerk under John Robinson. The school taught by cousin Betty Gaskins became large, various neighbors being permitted to send their children. I could not mingle quite freely with either boys or girls. My brother Peyton and I were the only Methodist children, and even in my 8th year I was precocious enough to feel that I had a soul. This poor little soul shrank from the careless frolic of my playmates, who no doubt regarded me as a milksop. But I had the compensation of the special friendship of my aunt, Harriet Eustace Conway, only 4 years my senior, to whom the whole school looked up. She died early, and is enshrined in my memory as a perfectly beautiful being. My parents, well read in Methodist theology, held strong views against fatalism. But there is a fatality also in the free will faith. It involves being constantly looked after. The Presbyterian children, whose conduct and destiny were already fixed, enjoyed more freedom than we who were every moment determining our eternal weal and woe. We were under a rigid regime, 2 sermons every Sunday besides Sunday school, and only strictly religious reading permitted on that day, even the 4th page of the Christian Advocate being prohibited because it was literary and scientific. Our small affairs, actions, words were ascribed everlasting importance, and we lived under the suspended sword of Judgment Day. The basement of my father's house in Falmouth was fitted up for evening prayer meetings, which were held there twice every week. They were usually conducted by the town tailor and local preacher, James Petty. I find the scene engraved in my memory, this fine intellectual father of mine, accustomed to preside over courts, and the refined, elegantly dressed lady beside him, surrounded by poor, dusty, patched people of whom some could hardly read. My father had no interests to subserve by this devotion to an humble faith, no clients to gain, no votes to seek. His office was not elective. His interests were all the other way, for the preachers were supported and the meeting-houses built mainly out of his purse. Some of those gathered in the basement he had picked up out of the ditch. They looked up to him with reverence, but in humility he surpassed them all. Somehow, I to this day think of my handsome father's appearance as noblest when seated among those dingy and illiterate people. My mother was musical and had a fine soprano voice. I too developed early a taste and some voice for singing. It was through the beautiful Methodist hymns that religious feeling reached me. As I sang in the basement second treble to my mother, I dreamed of the distant beauties of Palestine, though the cedars of Lebanon were thick on our Falmouth hills, and no rose of Sharon ever equaled those of our garden. The wondrous Judas tree at our door, and our fig trees, myrtles, fireflies, meadows, crystal streams, all the materials of a paradise were around me while I sang of things far off and never to be attained. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 3. The rod was spared in our home, as well for servants as for the white children. My parents regarded colored people as immortal souls, and we were trained to treat them with kindness. Every Sunday an hour was found for us, white and black children together, to be taught by my mother the catechism and listen to careful selections from the Bible. In some way this equal treatment of slaves got out, and some officious men came with a report that my mother was teaching Negroes to read, which was illegal. It was not true, but it was prudent to avoid even the suspicion of such an offense in the house of a magistrate, so the mixed teaching ceased. But the cause was kept from me, and about that time I taught one of our slaves, Peter Humstead, about 20, to read. Why he asked to have his lessons in the wood cellar, I did not understand. I might add that my lessons were not given gratuitously. Peter knew my weakness for fine clothes, and contracted to give me a splendid necktie, duly paid and by me displayed, the first mannish thing I ever wore. I have a dim remembrance that this finery brought some ridicule on me and was not enjoyed long, but Peter Humstead learned to read. My mother's prayers were earnest and even eloquent. In the prayer meetings in our basement she was always called on after my father to pray, and in his absence she conducted family prayers. Her voice was sympathetic, and her command of language wonderful. Had she been born a Quaker, she would probably have been a famous minister in that society. In the Methodist love feasts, where the experiences uttered were usually cant, my mother opened her heart with almost passionate fervor. A large room was set apart in our house as the preacher's room, and it was rarely unoccupied. The solemn black garb, white cravats, and broad brims of these guests impressed me. Two of the most pious were discovered to be impostors, but the majority were honest, hell-fearing men. Once there stopped with us for a day or two a preacher dressed in extremely coarse homespun and without any buttons, John Hersey by name. Some of us could not help laughing at his appearance, but he told my father that in early life he had run into debt, which he was endeavoring to pay. He was determined to limit himself to the barest necessities of life, both as to food and clothing, until he repaid every cent. In later years I heard him, still in homespun garb, preach an eloquent sermon in Georgetown. The Reverend Jesse White had the look and reputation of a saint. One day, when he was seated with my father in our front hall, a man rushed up the steps and said to Mr. White, "I am grievously tormented by the devil. I beseech you, cast him out of me." The meek minister said, "My friend, I have no such power." "Oh, yes, you have," said the possessed one. "You have only to order him. He will obey." The preacher, by an impulse, cried, "I charge you, come out of him." "Thank you," said the man, "the devil has quite left me," and with a bow went off smiling. Our Falmouth folklore was mostly of the familiar kind. One or two houses haunted, an occasional ghost reported, but the serpent lore impressed me because of my firm faith that the devil was a serpent. A horsehair left in a tub of rain-water would turn to a snake. A snake could charm a bird into his mouth. Any deficiency of milk in a cow was ascribed to the cow-sucker, or black snake. At Tappahannock, lower down on the river, an approaching defeat of the Democratic party at an election was heralded by a phantom scow floating on the river with negroes singing and dancing on it. Iron rings were worn to cure fits. George Washington mentions without comment the use of an iron ring at Mount Vernon to cure Patsy Custis. Various herbs were used to cure warts, the herb after application being always buried. Once the 17-year locusts swarmed in our woods, devouring the green tissue on every leaf. On each wing was the letter W, betokening war, and their united cry of "Pharaoh" prophesied the plagues of Egypt. The locusts came near enough to the Mexican War and to the deadly spotted-tongue plague that scourged our county to appear prophetic. But the greatest sensation was caused by the comet of 1843. There was a widespread panic, similar, it was said, to that caused by the meteors of 1832. Apprehending the approach of Judgment Day, crowds besieged the shop of Mr. Petty, our preaching tailor, invoking his prayers. Methodism reaped a harvest from the comet. The negroes, however, were not disturbed. They were, I believe, always hoping to hear Gabriel's trump. Footnote: My cousin Augusta Daniel told me of one woman who declared in meeting that she had heard Gabriel's trump. There were murmurs of incredulity, and she began to weep at having her word doubted. But the preacher said, "After all, brethren, perhaps Gabriel did give the poor sister a toot or two." End footnote. Belief in witchcraft prevailed among the poor whites and negroes, but I never heard of a colored witch or wizard. Our Falmouth witch was one Nancy Calamise, who lived alone in a small shanty just outside the town. I remember her as a small, thin woman of 60, her sharp features and a hunted look in her large gray eyes. She could hardly appear in the village without being shunned, and at length the suspicion that she had bewitched several persons caused her to be railed at and stoned on the street. Nancy had a sharp tongue for her pursuers. She drank pretty deeply, but she was never charged with any crime, and her means of subsistence were unknown. No one could tell whence she came, and there was about her a distinction of some kind, as compared with the poor whites, which seemed to the latter uncanny. The persecutions of this woman excited the sympathy of my mother, who now and then visited her, and told me that she found everything neat in Nancy's shanty, a pretty flower-bed behind it, and the woman herself fairly intelligent. Finally, however, life became intolerable for poor Nancy Calamese. One afternoon, on my return from school, I saw a crowd gazing out on the Rappahannock River, where Nancy was steadily wading on, and presently perished. Her history was never known.
My parents were impatient with contemporary superstitions. There was a large house, long uninhabited, on a hill across the river, where our servants said they had seen lights in the night. I mentioned this to my father, and he said, "Jack-o'-lantern, probably," and went on with his papers, leaving me to wonder who Jack was and what kind of lantern he had. That night I suffered the nightmare of being seized by a goblin, shut up in a lantern, and hurried through the air to the lonely house. It was too terrible to be forgotten, but I was ashamed to admit it. We were taught that belief in ghosts and witches was vulgar, and I sometimes wonder what my parents thought of biblical ghost lore and the Witch of Endor. An instance occurred of a young lady's belief that she had committed the unpardonable sin, and it was spoken of by my parents as insanity. A very pious Methodist sister was said to have attained entire sanctification, an experience recognized by Methodism. But my parents, much as they esteemed her, were silent, and I feel certain that they regarded it as morbid. Watch night was kept in the basement of our house. A minute before midnight of the departing year, we all knelt, the servants with us, and, kneeling until after midnight, sang the New Year's hymn, whose opening verses are, "Come let us anew our journey pursue, roll round with the year, and never stand still till the Master appear. His adorable will let us gladly fulfill, and our talents improve by the patience of hope and the labor of love." Some years later we kept watch night in the church, but the occasion and the hymn never affected me so much as when we knelt and sang in our basement. Although my father took his Methodism so seriously, he had a fine sense of humor, and many a hearty laugh did he give us by his descriptions of droll incidents at meetings. At one of the revivals he saw a man stagger a little as he went up to the mourner's bench to be prayed for. Beckoning Mr. Petty, my father said, "Take that man away, he's drunk." Petty replied, "Indeed, Brother Conway, if we don't get some of these people when they're drunk, we'll not get them at all." Another story related to a little place called White Oak, in which it was said not one sober man or woman could be found, and where all sins were considered customary. At length, however, the Methodist preachers, assisted perhaps by the comet, got up a revival at White Oak, after which a congregation was organized. But there was difficulty about appointing officers. Every convert proposed had been notorious as a drunkard, rogue, or wife-beater. After several had been set aside, a man arose and said, "Brethren, it 'pears to me that if the Lord wants a church at White Oak, he's got to take the materials to be found at White Oak." This suggestion prevailed, and White Oak began a reformation that ultimately improved it off the earth. But while my parents were amused by its grotesque side, it was, I am certain, mainly the work of Methodism among these humble and often laughable people that they valued. Methodism was a temperance organization, and the only one in our county. It was the only active society for charity and humanitarian effort. It had little or nothing to do with dogmas, but a great deal to do with morality.
and in Stafford County it mainly rested on my parents and my 3 Methodist aunts. None of these realized the way in which I was taking these things to heart, nor the extent to which I was burdened by the otherworldliness of our negroes. I was encouraged to take healthy recreations, swimming, fishing, skating, shooting, and restrained only from cards and dancing, but I was sadly serious. I clung to the preachers, to my elders, and sang hymns about the vileness of a world I had not entered, and about death. The world is all a fleeting show for man's delusion given. It smiles of joy, it tears of woe, deceitful shine, deceitful flow. There's nothing true but heaven. I'm a pilgrim, and I'm a stranger. I can tarry but a night. Our life is a dream. Our time as a stream glides swiftly away. Oh, tell me no more of this world's vain store. The time for such trifles with me now is o'er. Hark from the tomb a doleful sound, my ears attend the cry. Ye living men, come view the ground, where you must shortly lie. The great function of the year was the Methodist camp meeting. My father always had the largest tent in the selected forest, and for over a week there was a grand barbaric picnic. The tents were pitched around a large amphitheater, where there were benches for several thousand, under arches of small lamps stretched between the trees. Immediately in front of the platform, on which sat a score of preachers, there was a large enclosure for the mourners. There were 3 sermons daily, each followed by a prayer meeting. But the great scene was at night, when there occurred a pitched battle with Satan to rescue souls. The loud, excited singing of the throng was thrilling. The preachers walked about the platform crying, "Now is the accepted time. Call upon him while he is near," etc. Brethren went up the forest aisles, watching for any sign of emotion, any bowed head, and one after another, under conviction, was led up to the throne of grace to be welcomed by shouts of "Glory! Hallelujah!" Every now and again, amid the loud pleadings of prayer, there was a scream out of some terrified heart, some pale face falling back in swoon or trance. The crowd of curious gazers pressed forward to see. My own curiosity often led me to go behind the platform. There the negroes received such crumbs of grace as fell from the white penitent's table. Nevertheless, with these crumbs they had a paradise unknown to white Dives. They had few or no mourners, all of them being long ago converted, and all now in ecstasy. Their spiritual clock always struck noon. But Dives came to dislike these camp meetings. They involved the demoralization of farm service for the week, and religious people remarked another kind of demoralization among the whites. There was a large flow of whiskey on the outskirts, a good deal of horse trading, and the increase of piety was said to be purchased by an increase of immorality. I have my doubts about this, and on the whole have rather regretted the gradual extinction of the happy festival. It has always remained with me a pleasant reflection that the simple-hearted negroes escaped the dogmatic discords of our region. As we were remote from all heresies, Catholic or Protestant, the only burning issues were sprinkling versus immersion, and free will versus predestination. The Baptists were predestinarian. The Methodists represented free will. But the negroes were both Baptist and Methodist. They clung to immersion and clung to the Methodist hymns and ecstasy. Thus did each colored brother and sister
easily reconcile the irreconcilable. The immersion of the colored people was always a picturesque and affecting scene. Dressed in white cotton, fabric of which their chain was made, they moved under the Sunday morning sunshine across the sands opposite our house to the river, and there sang gently and sweetly. There was no noise or shouting. The rite was performed by a white minister. After immersion, each was embraced by his or her relatives. There was more singing, and the procession moved slowly away. White converts were immersed separately from the negroes, but they were few, and the performance was by no means so impressive. No cruelty to negroes occurred in the houses or on the farms of any families in which we were intimate. Servants were sometimes flogged, but with no more severity and with less frequency than white children. A certain man who dishonored the name of a reputable family by lashing his slave so severely that he soon after died, so shocked the county that the tradition of that manslaughter remains to this day. I remember well my father's efforts to bring the manslayer to justice, unavailing because only slaves witnessed the tragedy. Fury rarely overbore the slave owner's need to keep his property in good condition. The only instance of brutality that I personally witnessed was at Stafford Courthouse, where a coarse man had charged 4 female slaves with an attempt to poison him. There was no real evidence, and some believed that it was an effort to obtain for the elderly and unremarkable women the payment the county must make if they were executed. When the women were acquitted, their owner took them out to his cart, bound them by their wrists to the back of it, ordered the driver to go on, tore down the dresses from their backs, and lashed them with a rawhide until the cart disappeared on the road. A crowd witnessed this scene, and though there were mutterings, none could interfere. The horror made an ineffaceable impression on me, though I was too young to generalize on it. Deeply engraved also on my memory is a small prison-like building in the center of Falmouth, known as Captain Pickett's, where negroes were sent to be flogged. The captain was the town constable, and one of his functions was to whip negroes when their owners so ordered. Although warned by my parents against loitering about Captain Pickett's, this whetted my curiosity, and with other boys I heard the imploring tones of the sufferers. I remember the captain silently walking up and down in front of his grim house, with his iron-gray hair and beard, never smiling, never uttering a word from his compressed lips. When I had left Falmouth, and thought of him as the local figurehead of an evil system, I heard of his suicide. It was many years before I could do the poor captain justice. As a matter of fact, the old constable was simply presiding at the last relic of the whipping post. The long dilapidated stocks were still visible near the churchyard, where they had stood at the door of the Cedar Church. The whipping post had hid itself in the constable's office. But I now have reason to believe that in that very den many a stripe fell gently, and that Captain Pickett hung himself simply because the shame of being an official negro whipper became intolerable. The whipping post ended with Captain Pickett. The last tidings I had of his building was that it was used as a storehouse of federal bombs. Footnote: a man belonging to a wealthy citizen, Murray Forbes, had to be flogged on some complaint of a neighbor. Mr. Forbes intimated to Captain Pickett his hope that he would be merciful. Pickett said, "Mr. Forbes, there is not a more tender-hearted man in Falmouth than I am." The negro told his master, "Captain Pickett told me to holler, and I hollered, but the cowhide fell on the post." Although the slave dealers gathered their harvests in our region, it was in large part surreptitiously. It was socially disreputable for a man to sell slaves to them, or indeed to part the members of families on his estate further than by hiring them to neighbors. Hiring day in Falmouth was not often marked by unhappy scenes, as the increase of slaves in every homestead made it more comfortable for many of them to find new homes. The troubles arose when the death of some gentleman in debt necessitated the sale of his property. The word slave was not used. We spoke of free negroes and servants. Those were the happy days of inconsistency. Our 4th of July orators talked grandly of the enormity of taxation without representation, and the right of every man to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But the bondage of millions of dusky human beings was never thought of as a thing even to be explained in those days. For myself, I did not know our servants were slaves, and dare say I repeated in the kitchen my favorite school declamation ending, "Give me liberty or give me death." Also, I have a vague remembrance of envying the little blacks their greater freedom. Most of them had nothing to do but roam and play. My brother Peyton and I were on affectionate terms with the servants. They helped us in all our little projects, such as raising poultry and pigeons. Considerable patches of ground were given us on the Inglewood farm, where we competed as to which could raise the finest melons. We had varieties of watermelons and muskmelons, which we sold at high prices to our father, and at table showed our high appreciation of their excellence. The only particular pet I ever had was an ugly duckling. It was wounded by a rat and had to be killed, and I was so heartbroken that I never ventured to have another animal pet. My affections were lavished on my little sister Mildred, 5 years younger than myself, and our tender relation to each other remains unbroken by the eventualities of life. I won some distinction among Falmouth boys for skill in making willow whistles and playing on them, and for plumping marbles. I also had several other fair accomplishments, especially in making tiny mill wheels in imitation of that which turned my father's cotton factory. But I was not popular among my comrades. I was homely, was not spirited, and was a poor creature besides my handsome and dashing brother Peyton, always ready to wrestle or fight, things I hated. I worshipped rather precociously the beautiful ladies of Falmouth, and numerous aunts and cousins from the country, of whom some were always visiting us. I did their errands and attended on them with eagerness, and they were so gracious to me that I cared little for the boys. Moreover, I was beginning to form friendships with people met in storybooks. Much as I disliked playground squabbles, I found it pleasant to assist at the slaughter of dragons. It was an era in my childish life when I journeyed with Christian to the celestial city, past Apollyon and other foes not yet belonging to fairyland. By fairy tales in The Child's Own Book, by the Arabian Nights, by the Pilgrim's Progress, dreams were built on the stuff of me. I was surrounded with a sleep, a source of dreams, and my little life was rounded out thereby. If I could have found the Bible, as I did the Arabian Nights, among the old volumes, mainly medical, shelved in our bedroom, they had belonged to Grandfather Daniel's library, as an unknown book, perhaps I should have found equal delight in it. But the sanctity attached to it, the duty of getting it by heart,
The daily impressed belief that it concerned my salvation made it a sealed book. Joseph and his brethren, Moses and the bulrushes, Solomon and the Queen of Sheba were all pale beside Aladdin, Ali Baba, and the rest, amid whom fancy could roam with free wing. The Bible was associated with blue and red tickets convertible into other religious books. At Sunday school, a certain number of scripture verses recited from memory were rewarded with a blue ticket. A certain number of blue tickets secured a red one. A certain number of the red, if I recall the colors correctly, enabled the holder to acquire any volume he might select from prize shelves prettily supplied by the Methodist book concern. I began with Genesis and memorized straight on, omitting nothing, except perhaps long genealogies, and this was continued for years. I do not remember having been prevented by any teacher from reciting the obscene passages, and I was too Arcadian to discover anything indecent in the Bible. The Hindus say, "He that has no wound may touch poison." There was a little book in our house entitled Keeper in Search of His Master, the story of a lost dog's suffering from hunger and maltreatment, over which I shed burning tears. From it I gained some sense of the feelings of animals, and from the tales of Maria Edgeworth I learned more about the value of kindliness and generosity than I got from the Bible. I think the first thing that impressed me in the Bible was the snake in Eden. My horror of snakes was indiscriminate. The first duty of man on seeing that crawling devil was to kill it. Dr. Adam Clark, in his commentary, a favorite book with my father, suggested that before it sentenced to crawl, the serpent was a kind of ape. My father told the anecdote of a preacher who cried, "If you don't repent, Dr. Clark's ape will catch you." He was amused, but I was shocked by the theory and the laughter. Levity was out of place in such a grave matter. Traveling circuses sometimes visited Fredericksburg, and once only, I was permitted to go. What was my horror on seeing a young woman handle a huge serpent affectionately? Here were Eve and the devil. I knew what was meant by my father's dislike of sinful amusements. My consciousness took his side, and I never petitioned to go to another circus. Another time my father startled me. He was conversing with some preacher and said, "I do not think Solomon's song ought to be in the Bible at all." What my feeling was I cannot of course remember, but the incident stands in my memory after 60 years. Cousin Elizabeth Daniel, daughter of United States Justice Daniel, sometimes came to us from Richmond for a visit. She was distinguished for her intelligence and culture. No doubt she remarked the interest with which I listened to her conversations with my mother, which were chiefly on authors, Dickens, Scott, Byron, Southey, Moore, and others, and took notice of me. When I was about 10, this cousin, after one of her visits, requested me to write to her. So began a correspondence which continued several years. I developed some thoughts by the effort to express them, and exactness of statement by the extreme pains I took in writing to the accomplished lady who honored me with her attention. Above all, some faith in my homely and shy self was engendered in me by her extended letters. These were not condescending nor patronizing, but written as to a friend. Being herself an Episcopalian, she never wrote on doctrinal topics, but generally about books. Probably I was just a little secularized by this interchange of thoughts unconnected with religion. Also, I found the Methodist regime sufficiently elastic to admit not only the luxuries of our table, but beautiful moonlit evenings on the Rappahannock. The ladies carried their guitars, the gentlemen their flutes. There, silently crouched beside some affectionate aunt or cousin, I learned Moore's melodies by heart and old Scotch songs, never to be thought of thenceforth as mere poetry, but as my heart's honey-dew. Late in life, in printing something about Virginia, I spoke of the crystal Rappahannock. I learned that some aged people there regarded the river as normally muddy, and that indeed might be expected of a stream coming from the mountains, and at Falmouth dashing over falls. All I can say is that in early boyhood I used to see sweet faces and pure skies in its waters, and feel certain that it was then the crystal Rappahannock. The great and sensational events of our boyhood, Brother Peyton and myself, were 2 visits to Richmond. What splendor! On the first visit we stayed at the house of Justice Daniel, who was at home, and he and his wife (she was a daughter of Edmund Randolph, first Attorney General of the United States), and their daughters, Elizabeth and Anne, and their brother Peter, were gracious and charming to us. Our cousin John Moncure Daniel, then studying law in Richmond, took us about to show us the Capitol and other notable things. Richmond was thenceforth the city called Beautiful, and it remained so after a subsequent visit to our young cousins in the home of Uncle Travers and Aunt Susan Daniel. There was a soupçon of worldliness there, too, refreshing to our little Methodist souls, for they taught us a card game, 7-up. We had never seen a pack of cards before, and it was many a year before I saw another. Public amusements were unknown to Falmouth. Once, when a band of buy-a-broom girls in picturesque costumes went from door to door with their little white brooms, it was as exciting as an opera. I can see them now with their strange faces, their graceful gestures, and hear their song, "Buy a broom, buy a broom, buy a broom, buy a broom, oh buy of the wandering Bavarian a broom." They carried off our pocket money and left a lot of worthless sticks terminating with shavings, but also left a melody that I can sing today. Once we had in Fredericksburg astronomic lectures with magic lantern from Dr. Lardner. Another course was from Dr. Goldby of London on zoology. In one of these he made a statement about rats that I never forgot. He said the rat had human-like tastes. If 2 jars of preserves, one sweetened with loaf sugar, the other with brown, were left near rats, they would consume the loaf-sugar preserves before touching the brown-sugar jar. My idea of the rat was revolutionized. I should not myself be so particular. Now and then a famous singer stopped for 1 or 2 evenings and sang in Fredericksburg Town Hall. Henry Bishop was long remembered, and I almost shudder now in recalling his dramatic rendering of "The Maniac," and 1 or 2 other thrilling compositions of his. The tournament was still an institution in our neighborhood. It took place annually in a long lane on the Spotsylvania side of the river. The young men from various counties, mounted on their decorated steeds, tilted at the suspended ring, and the victor received his wreath, kneeling, from the Queen of Love and Beauty, surrounded by her maids of honor on a splendid platform. These were the beautiful and refined ladies of northern Virginia. It was an important social event, and the chief relic of the ancient fair and horse race for which our region was once famous, but on which the kill-joy preachers had frowned. The puritanical spirit steadily blighting the gaieties of old Virginia did not long spare the tournament and the annual ball. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 4. In my 10th year, I was sent to the Fredericksburg Classical and Mathematical Academy, the principal educational institution in Northern Virginia. The academy grew out of the school founded by the admirable clergyman of French descent, James Marle, to which George Washington went just 100 years before. Our principal, Thomas Hanson, taught Greek and Latin in the central building, other studies being in the wings under 2 assistants. The scholars were of many counties, and most of the historic families of Virginia were represented, though probably few of the youths knew or cared about their ancestors. I believe I was the youngest pupil, the ages ranging mostly between 12 and 17. The academy was under the auspices of St. George's Church, whose venerable rector, Dr. Edward C. McGuire, occasionally visited us. The Falmouth contingent was large, and there was some chafing between them and the Fredericksburg scholars. These called our village Hogtown, alleging that hogs were seen in the streets, and we retorted with Sheeptown, with what connotation I cannot remember. But this exchange of epithets caused no fights, albeit among us, about 200, there was a normal proportion of bullies, and fisticuffs were not uncommon in the acre lot behind the school. Our recess games were chiefly chermany and bandy, or hockey. An accidental blow from a bandy stick on my right eye laid me up in darkness with leeches. Though there was no visible sequel at the time, the eye became dim in after years, and finally became near-sighted. Most of us were preparing for some college, and the keys to every college were Latin and Greek. To these our time was mainly given, our readings being in Greca Majora and in school editions of Latin classics. I liked these studies, but hated mathematics. I found delight in The Scholar's Companion, from which we learned the Greek and Latin origin of many English words. My distinction was in penmanship. It was agreed that no rival could equal my pen-printing of German and other ornamental lettering. Once Grandfather Conway asked me to show him some of my penmanship. I prepared with pains imitations of the signatures of himself, of my father and uncles. "Wonderful indeed," he said. Then patting me on the head, he added, with a smile, "Yes, it is perfect, and I hope you'll never do it again." I wondered, but his word was law, and my facsimiles ended. Mr. Hanson, old Tommy, was an excellent teacher. He kept a switch beside him, but rarely used it, and his assistants were not permitted to inflict corporal punishment. He often made occasion to stimulate our sense of humor and instruct us in conduct and kindness. There was no religious teaching beyond the daily opening with Scripture and a scarce audible prayer. Equality prevailed among us. No one had any advantage in belonging to any wealthy or historic family. The ancestral cult which arose with the national centenaries was unknown. Never did I hear George Washington, or any other American celebrity held up as an exemplar. And this was the case not only in our school, but in the community, with the exception that Mary, the mother of Washington, was held up as a model of piety, and a place pointed out near her monument where she was said to have retired for prayer. I got high marks in Latin and Greek, but had no enjoyment in the books read. Later I found among the old books of Grandfather Daniel English translations of Virgil's Aeneid and Ovid's Metamorphoses, and read them with delight, though I had gone through both in the original without much interest save in the mark I was to get. Mr. Hanson, who had enthusiasm for classical literature, fancied, I think, that he had in me a 10-year-old appreciator of the same. Sometimes on returning to the school after recess, he might have observed me at my desk, and supposed that the playground was left for the charms of Caesar or Horace. But it was for pastimes with Oliver Twist, Little Nell, or other creations of my Prospero, whose mask filled our prosaic streets. Charles Dickens came like one of our Rappahannock freshets, which once or twice rose high enough to float logs in our wood cellar. Methodist prejudices against novel reading were in this case floated, and I remember my parents laughing and weeping over the books of Boz, while I was only old enough to build infant romances out of Cruikshank's illustrations. Dickens supplied our homes with new fables, phrases, types. Our neighbor, Douglas Gordon, broke a small blood vessel laughing over Pickwick, and we pitied him not for the lesion, but because his doctor forbade him to read Dickens. My baby brother Richard acquired by his infant excitability the sobriquet Tim Lincolnwater. In 1842 news came that Charles Dickens had arrived in America, and presently it was announced that on a certain day he was to pass through Fredericksburg on his way to Richmond. He was to come by steamboat from Washington to Aquia Landing, thence by stage to Fredericksburg, alighting only for lunch at Farmer's Hotel. The prospect of setting eyes on the greatest man in the world filled me with such emotion that my parents agreed that I might, in their name, ask Mr. Hanson for the necessary permission to leave school a little before the midday recess. The usage when we wished to leave the schoolroom temporarily was to stand silently before the master. This I did, but he happened to be irritated by someone in the class he was hearing, and motioned me off. On my endeavoring to say I had permission of my parents, he ordered me to my seat. Thither I returned, jumped out of an open window 7 or 8 feet from the ground, and reached the inn just as the author was alighting. On my return to school just after recess, there was a dead silence. My leap had been observed by many, and none knew the reason for it. Mr. Hanson stood pale and agitated, for I had been hitherto obedient. My brother Peyton was absent, and I was too much dazed by the situation to arrest by any plea the impending switch. It was the only flogging I ever received in school, and feeling that it was unmerited, I bore it without a word or a tear. But tu comprendre, c'est tu pardonner. The dear old master, when he learned the whole story, was more troubled than I was, for I had got a good look of Dickens. During my remaining 5 years in the school, he treated me with a sort of affection, and when I left and entered college, in my 16th year, he announced the fact in school and uttered a eulogy on my conduct and diligence. My most lasting education in all those years was in the law courts, and in listening to discussions of cases in our house. My opportunities were of the best. 2 of my father's brothers were prominent lawyers, John Moncure and Eustace, and the latter became an eminent judge. My grandfather Conway, clerk of the county, had been educated for the bar. His eldest daughter married Richard Moncure, afterwards the Chief Justice of Virginia. On my mother's side, her uncle, Peter Daniel, was a justice of the United States Supreme Court, and her brother, Travers Daniel, long Attorney General of Virginia, had a wide reputation for learning and eloquence. My father's position as presiding magistrate of the county brought many lawyers to our house for consultation. When some great case was to be argued in Fredericksburg, especially when one of my uncles was to speak, I was permitted to go to the courthouse at cost of a brief absence from school. My vacations were mostly passed at Airlessly, and in the courthouse I found my theatre, and witnessed many a comedy and tragedy. I can still hear the ringing laughter attending the efforts of lawyers to trip each other or the witnesses. Face after face of the prisoners rise before me. Opposite the courthouse was the jail, a whited sepulchre to my eyes, from whose small grated apertures looked murderous phantoms. I see them brought out, handcuffed, and follow them to the courtroom, and feel the awe of a fellow man dragged prematurely before the bar of God, where the balances are produced, and all the deeds of his life cast into their scale. It was, of course, the murder cases that made the deepest impression. The juries consisted of men whom I was accustomed to see in their commonplace work, but after I had seen them in court, with faces intent for hours in trying to get at the fact and the truth, these neighbors were never common again. In murder cases, it was necessary that Uncle Richard Moncure, the prosecuting attorney, should be confronted with a powerful advocate, and when one had to be appointed by the court, the defense was often entrusted to the elder John L. Marya of Fredericksburg. He was, in appearance, as French as his great-grandfather James Marya, who came from Europe to preach to the Huguenots in Virginia, and founded St. George's Church in Fredericksburg and the first school there. From Marya's interestingly homely countenance there was unsheathed in pleading a spirit which often filled me with wonder. When he appeared in the Stafford courtroom, everybody knew that some prisoner's case was hard to defend. It was said that before entering on his final speech in defense, Marya slipped over to the inn and drank 2 cups of a tear-producing tea. The pathos and the tears invariably came. I remember a speech by Marya in which a question of interpreting a person's compromising utterance was raised. The advocate warned the jury against taking words at foot of the letter, and claimed that the prosecutor, Uncle Richard, good churchman that he was, would not venture to take literally the words of Jesus, "If a man smite thee on one cheek, turn to him the other." He added, "And if a thief were to steal my honored friend's cloak, would he give the rogue his coat also?" Uncle Richard made no special reply to these words, and they sank deep into my mind. While at the bar, Uncle Richard steadily refused to advocate any case, whatever the fee offered, in which he detected any injustice. This was so well known that when he did undertake any case, it was generally equivalent to a judicial decision. The lawyers were said to be much relieved when he was transferred to the bench. Again and again, as prosecuting attorney, did he take some criminal, unable to procure competent counsel, under his protection and see that in the face of public prejudice justice did not swerve. I remember vividly a scene of this kind. A very brutal rogue, notorious for his violence, had killed a man, and there was general satisfaction that the county was now to get rid of him by the gallows. He was a criminal of very repulsive appearance, and his defiant glare around the courtroom excited horror and wrath. The crowd already saw the noose round his bull-like neck. Uncle Richard arose and calmly said, "May it please your honor, I mean to prosecute this man for murder in the 2nd degree." Murmurs of surprise and anger were heard. During this manifestation the prosecutor said not a word, but seemed to be absorbed in arranging his papers. When he began his speech, it was with sublime sentences concerning justice. Then he proceeded to show that it was a case of homicide which, albeit guilty, was committed without any deadly weapon, and that there was no evidence of deliberation. In my novel Pine and Palm, I have disguised in Judge Stirling traits of this beloved uncle, whose greatness of mind and character raised above me a standard to which I have always paid homage. There was such intimacy between him and my father and their families that this uncle's house, Glencairn, was another home to me. No word of unkindness, thoughtlessness, or of depreciation ever came from him. Affectionate, simple, full of sympathy and humor, we could always approach him, and occasionally, when on his way to his office in a separate building, he would pause a few moments to join in our outdoor sport. There was a wide impression in the county that Chief Justice Moncure was a child outside his profession, and among the illustrations of this it was told that on seeing his negroes removing a cider press, he undertook to help them by supporting a crossbeam with his shoulder, in order that it might not be broken by a fall. In this effort he struggled until his face was red, and at last cried, "I can support it no longer. It must fall. Get out of the way." His shoulder was withdrawn, but the beam remained fixed in the air, and it took the workmen some time to get it down. On one occasion a deputation of jurists journeyed from Richmond to Glencairn to consult him on some important matter, and found him in his front garden, green bag in hand, playing puss in the corner with the children, among these being a little negro boy who was just calling out, "Now run, Mars Dick." Among the many legends concerning the later life of this Chief Justice, one tells that when he was very ill at Staunton, where the court was sitting, and felt his end near, he reminded his wife that their pecuniary circumstances had been much reduced since the war, and begged her not to carry his body to Glencairn for burial. The state, he said, would defray the expenses of his burial wherever he died, and the cost of the removal of his body to Stafford would be heavy. His wife, overwhelmed with grief, said that she must refuse what might be his last request. In vain he entreated, and at length exclaimed, "Then I'll not die here at all." And sure enough he arose and lived several years after. He died in 1882, and was buried in the family graveyard at Glencairn. Uncle Richard perceived my fondness for reading, and sometimes took me to his office and sat me in a corner with a book. One afternoon I was absorbed in an old law book on medical jurisprudence, which contained examples of mental and moral delusion. Optical and other spectres were raised and laid, ghosts legally analyzed, and the problems of responsibility dealt with in a lucid way, which enabled me to take some steps in real thinking. Sometimes Uncle Richard talked to me about our academy, my favorite studies, my schoolmates, of whose parents or ancestors he related pleasant anecdotes. Of religion he never spoke to me.
He was the most eminent layman of the Episcopal Church in Northern Virginia, and represented St. George's Parish in the great church conventions, but he rarely conversed about doctrines. He hated all intolerance. When someone spoke sharply of a clergyman's leaning towards Mariolatry, Uncle Richard said, "If we reverence Jesus, we would naturally reverence his mother." When I first met him after becoming a Unitarian, he treated me with the wonted affection, and made no allusion to my change of faith. One judicial action of Chief Justice Moncure is of historical interest in connection with slavery. Our neighbor, Mrs. Coulter, bequeathed freedom to her numerous slaves. But after the clause of liberation, the will said that if her negroes preferred to remain in slavery, they might select their masters. The husband of the heir contended that the clause giving the slaves this choice, not legal in Virginia, invalidated the liberating clause. The case reached the Court of Appeals, and a majority of the court sustained the heir's contention. The negroes, to whom Mrs. Coulter, as was proved, had long promised freedom, remained in slavery until liberated by the war. Chief Justice Moncure vehemently pronounced the decision contrary to both law and equity. His minority opinion is now supported by every jurist in Virginia. The case was decided not long before the secession, when the Southern people were infuriated, and to this feeling the injustice is generally ascribed. The outrageous wrong was reported in the Northern papers, and it is the more important that I should record here this protest of the Chief Justice. The only church in Falmouth was, and is, a Union house. Catholics and Unitarians were unknown in our region, and I remember no Episcopalian service in Falmouth, but between Methodists, Baptists, and Presbyterians, the village had 2 and sometimes 3 sermons every Sunday. Now and then some peripatetic propagandist appeared. I remember the impression made on me by a female preacher, the only one I ever heard in Virginia. A good-looking man sat beside her in the pulpit, but uttered no word. The lady, middle-aged, refined, comely, arose without hymn or prayer, laid aside her gray poke-bonnet, and gave her sermon, of which I remember the sweet voice and engaging simplicity. I also remember that a hypercritical uncle, Dr. J. H. Daniel, praised the sermon. The walls in the vestibule of Falmouth Church were thickly covered with caricatures of various preachers and leading citizens, penciled by irreverent youth while waiting to escort the ladies home. Probably the contrarious dogmas set forth from a Union pulpit may have had a tendency to keep clever youths from taking any of them seriously. Among our elders there was a keen interest in the controversies, for which I think must have usually characterized the sermons, for I do not recall one that contained anything for a child. The discussions in our house about Calvinism piqued my curiosity. My parents were once much amused by a narrative given them by learned John Minor on one of his calls, of which I managed to get in after years an exact version. A Presbyterian preacher visited him, John Minor, to remonstrate against his abstention from church, alleging the unhappy influence of his indifference to religion. "But how am I to acquire interest in religion?" said I. "Through the influence of the Holy Ghost," said he. "How am I to obtain that influence?" "By prayer." "What? Can my lips move the Holy Ghost?" "The Holy Ghost moves you to pray."
It appears that I cannot get religion till I pray for it, and I cannot pray for it till I've got it. The congregations in Falmouth included the elite, but it was different in the Methodist conventicle in Fredericksburg. I do not suppose that anyone attending the present neat Methodist church there remembers the room where their predecessors assembled. It was a low-roofed shanty built of planks by John Cobbler. Father Cobbler had been a carpenter and a local preacher to the town in 1789, but having married a widow possessing slaves, it was decided that he must not preach. He manumitted the slaves, but did not resume preaching. I remember his benign look, serene face, and bald head. I recall but one preacher, a square-jawed man with grating voice. With the exception of our family and Uncle Eustace Conway and John Cobbler, the congregation were mostly poor and ignorant. The women generally wore drab gowns and Quakerized bonnets. There was no choir and no organ. The hymns, led by a good man with a cracked voice and a tuning fork, were crooned in unison. It was pleasant to drive over in our big round coach and back, but I saw my cousins and playmates on their way to the fine churches, and in my 10th year going to the meeting-house began to be a half-conscious martyrdom. I have a vague remembrance of humiliation by some boys' jesting references to Methodists. Several times I had been taken by relatives to the Episcopal Church, and it was a family joke that I declared myself an organ Christian. I was painfully precocious, and old enough to be troubled by the contrast between our Methodist and our social environment. I was not happy in this double life. I envied my playmates, their sparkling worldliness, and their indifference about their souls. In fair weather I walked over to the meeting and past the doors of the two handsome churches, St. George's and the Presbyterian, to the poor quarter called Liberty Town, to kneel amid ugliness and dream of beauty. However, towards the close of 1841, the Methodists completed their new church, and Cobbler's was turned over to the negroes. But still there was no organ. Happily, there was no Christmas service in the Methodist church, and on that day I went to St. George's. The ancient church, which had stood for 100 years, and which the Washingtons and other historic families had attended, possessed an antique dignity not discoverable in the present edifice. I remember vividly my first Christmas in St. George's, perhaps my 11th year. How beautiful it all was! I sat in the cushioned pew with beloved relatives, near the rector's wife, granddaughter of Betty Lewis, Washington's sister, and surrounded by elegant people. The church was festooned with evergreen, which seemed to find voice in the Gloria, with its soft and tender duet, "Thou that takest away the sins of the world." My heart was at peace, and I was prepared to listen to the gospel of peace as it came from the lips of the childlike old rector. Dr. McGuire, with his noble countenance, with charming simplicity, without heat or gesture, read a poetic discourse, picturing a world at peace, when a new star was kindled in the sky. Then from the choir broke forth the Christmas hymn, "While shepherds watched their flocks by night." That carol came to me as if from the very angels on the first Christmas day. Just above the red screen was visible the lovely face of the chief singer, whose tender voice carried the song into the depths of my heart. Often had I read the story in the New Testament. I could repeat every word of it from memory, but then and there
the glad tidings first reached me. I had never before seen the young singer who led the choir. I afterwards learned that her name was Ella Rothrock, and am told that she married and is living in Philadelphia as of 1903. She is not likely ever to know that her voice first raised for a boy she never saw the star of a love for all mankind. Shepherds, angels, star, long ago turned to a fairy tale. The happy tears unsealed by glad tidings of joy for mankind have changed to tears of grief at tidings of war and woe for mankind. Yet, when past 70 I listen to the melodies that then moved me, above them all comes the voice of the singer of St. George's Church, repeating with new meaning the burden of the carol. "Fear not," the angel cried, for dread had seized their troubled mind. "Glad tidings of great joy I bring to you and all mankind." To this song my heart responded in boyhood, my reason responds today. Religion, whose end and aim is not human happiness on earth, is a cruel superstition. After this memorable Christmas experience, I observed that the Methodist meeting ended sooner than at St. George's, and that by enterprise I could reach the gallery there and hear the last hymn. My parents were too wise to object to my device. I was indeed allowed now and then to attend the whole service, and was trained by that choir, above all by Ella Rothrock's singing, to a passionate love of sacred music. To our great delight, my sister Mildred developed musical taste and a sweet voice. There was a good music teacher in Fredericksburg, and my father bought a fine piano. So fast as sister learned her notes, I also learned enough to play hymn tunes. I got the St. George tune book, and found the tunes that charmed me, first of all the Gloria in Excelsis and Nativity, then old Hotham, Olympia, Bethlehem, Mornington, Dundee, one that had delighted me being actually named Conway. I learned to play them all. I set my mother, sister, aunts to singing them, joining in myself with a fervent second. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 5. I was sent to college too soon. My elder brother had gone to Dickinson College at Carlisle, and so desired to have me with him that I was taken from the academy. I had barely turned 15 when I became a sophomore, and 4 months later was advanced to the junior class. I was the youngest in these classes. The college faculty was not surpassed in ability by any in America. One chair, indeed, was inadequately filled, that of mathematics. Its professor, Sudler, was learned, but had not the art of teaching. Although it was a Methodist college, best teachers had been secured without regard to doctrinal views, 2 of them, I believe, not being members of any church. One of these was William Allen, professor of chemistry, afterwards president of Girard College. Footnote: While president of Girard College, Allen married a Unitarian lady of Boston. This was after I had become a Unitarian minister, and before the marriage I was consulted by the lady's pastor concerning my old professor's character. Happily, I was able to give the man, of whom I once stood in awe, a good recommendation,
and especially felt sure that he had not enough orthodoxy to trouble a Unitarian wife. Spencer F. Baird, afterwards chief of the Smithsonian Institution, Washington, was never a Methodist, and his wife was a Unitarian. He was our professor of zoology. The classical department was represented by Dr. John McClintock and Dr. George R. Crooks, afterwards of Drew Seminary, who were Broad Church Methodists and original thinkers. The professor of mental and moral philosophy and of English composition and rhetoric was Caldwell, who might have been a great man had he not died early. At the head of these brilliant men was Robert Emory, who to every student was an ideal college president. In personal presence, in his manners, at once gracious and dignified, in his simplicity and the sweetness of his voice, he had every quality that could excite young enthusiasm. Robert Emory's biography of his father, Bishop Emory, is a scholarly work, but it can convey no idea of the engaging personality of our president. When he called on my brother and myself, I cannot remember what he said, but after we left, we were ready to die for him. Professor Caldwell used to impress on us the importance of weighed words, exact statement, and tones sympathetic with the sense. His criticism of our compositions or of our accentuation in reading was uttered with such sweetness that the effect was always encouragement. We last met Professor Caldwell on February 28, 1848. He told us there would be no more Monday recitations, as he was going away. Soon after we heard of his death. So ended the work to which many congregations have been indebted that never heard his name. It was fortunate for us that there was in the faculty a man of such versatility as Allen, who, in addition to his own chair, chemistry and physics, undertook the principal part of the subjects Caldwell had to give up. Memorable were Allen's instructions in rhetoric and logic. The textbook was Whately's, but Allen was an abler man than Whately, and often took us on excursions away from the books. His fundamental principle was that the object of all eloquence is to carry one's point. The finest writing or speaking that doesn't help to carry one's point is no eloquence at all, but the reverse of it, distracting attention from the one purpose. I remember also an admirable talk he gave us on imaginative literature, especially fiction. He knew the kind of fiction that told the truth. "And, gentlemen, whatever people may say against novels, such a work is always worth reading." We called Professor Allen vulgarly Bully Allen, classically Corpus, on account of his rotund dimensions, and his large ruddy countenance, suggestive of the typical John Bull. His faults as a professor were that he occasionally experimented on students, and did not always keep his temper. In a recitation on rhetoric, he once asked me a question about debating societies. Though it was apparently from the Whately open before him, I had found there nothing on the subject, and shook my head. He then propounded the question to another of the class, who answered fluently. Allen then dryly said, "The subject is not alluded to in the edition used by the class." And the poor student's erroneous reply revealed that he had not studied the lesson assigned. Allen tried a galvanic trick on one of our class, Auchmuty, inviting him to take hold of the handles of a battery. The shock caused Auchmuty to yell and jerk, the battery being smashed, causing fun to the class and visible anger in the professor. I wrote a description of this scene
in magniloquent Homeric measure, which amused some fellow students, and I suspect was heard of by Allen, who seemed cross with me for a week. Baird, the youngest of the faculty, was the beloved professor and the ideal student. He was beautiful and also manly. All that was finest in the forms he explained to us seemed to be represented in the man. He possessed the art of getting knowledge into the dullest pupil. So fine was his spirit that his explanations of all the organs and functions of the various species were an instruction also in refinement of mind. Nothing unclean could approach him. One main charm of spring's approach was that then would begin our weekly rambles in field, meadow, wood, where Baird introduced us to his intimates. About some of these, especially snakes, most of us had indiscriminate superstitions. Occasionally he would capture some pretty and harmless snakes, and show us with pencilings their difference from the poisonous ones. He even persuaded the bolder among us to handle them. He kept a small barrel of these pretty reptiles in his house, and his little daughter used to play with them, till once some lady entering the room gave a scream. After that, so ran the story, the child had the usual horror of snakes. After Professor Baird went to reside in Washington, I had opportunities of seeing him and his family often. Mrs. Baird was a lady of fine culture and much wit. Baird was very lovable in his home, and to the end of life he remained a man in whom I never discovered a fault of mind or heart. He awakened in me a love of science, to which I had previously given little thought. Dr. McClintock made Greek studies interesting, and Professor Crooks had much skill in teaching Latin. We studied in manuals compiled by them jointly, and it used to be said that to enter the kingdom of heaven one must study his Bible carefully and his McClintock and Crooks prayerfully. Among the assistant teachers was Otis Henry Tiffany, afterwards widely known as an attractive pulpit speaker in Baltimore and New York. Another, Devinay, had a reserved manner, and the students thought him icy, but his young wife died, and Devinay sank into melancholy and did not long survive her. It was rumored that he took his own life. Professor McClintock was a much occupied man. His scholarship and literary accomplishments brought his pen into much demand for the Methodist Quarterly, of which he became editor later, and other publications. He kept abreast of theological and philosophical inquiries in Europe and America. We were all proud of his reputation and careful not to encroach on his time. He was the last man one might expect to see mixed up in any disturbance, and there was wild excitement when, on a bright June afternoon, 1847, rumors spread of a fatal riot led by this same professor. One Kennedy of Maryland had discovered his 3 fugitive slaves in Carlisle, and in an attempt to rescue them when led out of the courtroom he was mortally wounded. My friend Emory McClintock, F.R.S., son of the professor, possesses the documents in this once famous case. On June 2nd, Professor McClintock, casually passing the courthouse, was told of the trial of the fugitives and entered. Finding by speaking to the judge that he, that is, the judge, was not acquainted with a law just passed, McClintock went home and brought a copy of it. On his way out of the courtroom he saw a white man raise his stick over the head of a negro, to whom he said, "If you are struck, apply to me, and I will see justice done you." When McClintock returned with the new law, the case was already decided, and the fugitives were being led out to a carriage. Then occurred the riot.
McClintock kept entirely out of it, and started homewards, stopping a moment to ask the doctor if Kennedy was badly hurt, and to express regret, and another moment to protect a woman. Near the courthouse corner, he states, I saw 2 men holding and apparently abusing an old negro woman. I asked if they had authority. The woman jumped towards me and threw her left arm round me. I released myself and then told the officer that if he arrested the woman wrongfully, he did it on his own responsibility, and I should see justice done to her. The woman said that she had done nothing wrong, but only attempted to get her old man out of the melee, for fear he should be hurt. The officer said he saw her strike. I then asked, "Did you see her strike?" He said hesitatingly, "At least I saw her raise her hand to her head." And then I think he let her go. In a short time after I returned home. There was probably not an abolitionist among the students, and most of us, perhaps, were from slave states. My brother and I, like others, packed our trunks to leave college. A meeting of all the students was held in the evening in the college chapel, at which President Emory spoke a few reassuring words, but we Southerners, wildly excited, appointed a meeting for next morning. At this meeting, June 3rd, we were all stormy under the door opened and the face of McClintock was seen, serene as if about to take his usual seat in his recitation room. There was a sudden hush. Without excitement or gesture, without any accent of apology or appeal, he related the simple facts, then descended from the pulpit and moved quickly along the aisle and out of the door. When McClintock had disappeared, there were consultations between those sitting side by side, and 2 or 3 seniors drew up resolutions of entire confidence in the professor, which were signed by everyone present, 90, and sent to leading papers for publication. Being then little over 15, I could not appreciate all the reasons why thenceforth McClintock was to me the most interesting figure in Carlisle. The calm moral force of that address in the chapel, the perfect repose of the man resting on simple truth, I appreciated. To this day, whenever I think of him, there arises that scene in the chapel. It was to be some years yet before I could recognize the picturesqueness of the scene, and see shining above his head the testimony in court of his enemy, Edward Hutt. McClintock was the only white man by the negroes. One white gentleman, at least, in the Carlisle of 1847, was capable of concern about the negroes. It would not have been easy at that date to find a professor in any American college willing to shield negro slaves. It was fortunate that the celebrated trial of Dr. McClintock took place during vacation. When we returned after summer, it was to find our professor triumphant over a conspiracy of politicians, all pro-slavery, to get him into prison or drive him out of town. Witness after witness, perjurer after perjurer, came forward to testify that McClintock was with those who struck down Kennedy, had said to the fallen man that he was served right, etc. Those acquainted with McClintock knew this testimony to be false, but how could it be disproved? A well-known citizen, Jacob Ream, testified that he was told by a man that he had overheard 2 men say they were resolved to drive McClintock out of Carlisle. The overheard conversation indicated a conspiracy, but Ream could not remember the name or locality of his informant. McClintock's lawyer, Hon. William Meredith, tried in vain to get some clue, but when all seemed hopeless, Ream sprang forward and pointed to a man just entering the courtroom, and cried, "There's the man." The stranger, called to the stand, fully corroborated Rheem. This new witness lived miles out of Carlisle, and his entrance at that moment, without knowing that his testimony was wanted, extended that testimony to Providence also. The countryman's exposure of the conspiracy against McClintock greatly impressed the students and the community, but was not needed to clear him. Several lawyers not anti-slavery testified that at the time when he was alleged to be in the riot, he was some distance off talking with themselves. The trial only bequeathed a heavy case against slavery. It was the doom of that institution that every step it took outside its habitat left a track of blood. One slaveholder, seizing negroes seeking liberty, outweighed the benevolence of 10,000 kind masters whose servants clung fondly to them. We had a college infidel, a junior named Willard. I do not remember any spirit of propagandism against him, but he was regarded as a curiosity, and students sometimes grouped themselves around him and plied him with questions. I was several times a silent listener, but cannot recall any of the questions or answers. I remember the grave look and calm voice of Willard, and also a certain wondering respect manifested by the questioners and listeners. I was as yet without any inner ear to appreciate such discussions. But I find in a little skit of mine, Dura Studentis, autumn of 1847, read in the Bouquet, a college periodical read in the chapel but not printed, sentences which probably referred to him. Quote, "The Mahometan system of forcing into the mortal corpuses of bored students the principles of natural and revealed religion, virtue and all, is got in vogue. Though he, that is the junior, be an infidel here, he is forced to give utterance to the clearest and most conclusive arguments in favor of Christianity, and, though unwilling, is forced to become either a convert or a hypocrite." Close quote. When those words were written, I was a new junior, in my 16th year, and not consciously skeptical. I can account for the sentences only by supposing that some incident had occurred in connection with Willard's recitations in Paley's Evidences and Butler's Analogy. I would naturally have been attracted by his independence. A few months later I was myself a convert, and joined the church January 16, 1848, and I find in my diary, February 16, 1848, quote, "took a walk with Willard." Close quote. This is my only mention of his name. I do not believe that religion was ever discussed between us, for I find myself without knowledge of this type of unbelief. The aim of our professors was not to make us preachers, but to make us leaders of men, whatever our avocation. We were trained to write and speak with care, and to avoid anything like the heat and rant which so easily beset the preacher. When Dr. McClintock or Dr. Crooks preached in our chapel, it was the impact of mind upon mind, and of heart upon heart, not different in this respect from the manner of Emerson and Martineau. A former president of the college, Rev. John P. Durbin, was the most eminent orator known in the history of Methodism. He continued to preach occasionally at Carlisle, and no one who had ever been under the charm of his eloquence could ever repair to the rhetorical tricks of the popular pulpiteer. Durbin left his stamp on the mind of the college. many of the students were preparing for the ministry. They were trained to the ideal of Durban, to conceive their theme perfectly, study it, and bring it to bear on the listener's reason, to make it realistic with life and beauty, or even with intellectual passion. But there must be no thumping or loudness. The sermon that made the deepest impression on me at college was one by Professor Crooks on charity. His text was the whole of 1 Corinthians chapter 13, after reading which he exclaimed, "What a coronet of brilliance around the brow of charity!" He then proceeded to explain that the word translated charity is agape, love, and proceeded to give love a beautiful coronet of his own. Whether then or before or afterward, a great love for Crooks sprang in my breast. I presently had him for my patron, and I never knew a better man. Our friendship continued through life, and his death bereaved me of one from whose affection no doctrinal differences could ever alienate me. There was a keen competition between the Belles Lettres and the Union Philosophical Societies for newcomers. The place of bribery was an ice-cream saloon. If there is still such Elysian ice-cream in Carlisle, the most virtuous of our successors will not judge us severely for long hesitation before selecting our society. The Union Philosophical, which I joined 6 weeks after entering college, was charming, and I shall never forget my elation when— but the societies are secret. There were too many sprees among the students, but I remember none supposed to be habitual tippers. There were advantages on the side of sobriety and gentlemanly conduct, notably the prospect of reception at the soirees of Miss Payne's seminary for young ladies. They were of course all beautiful, and perhaps even of sharing their occasional rambles. And indeed the society of Carlisle generally was very attractive and accessible to gentlemanly students. The few sports we had were such as would be regarded as puerile in these days of college athletics. We even played hopscotch. The prizes of a college career in those days were not only scholastic but also intellectual, and many types of individual mind and character were developed. These were chiefly displayed at the Saturday declamation, when the chapel was crowded with ladies. To me it was indeed a revelation to find so many great men and refined ladies belonging to a sect which in Fredericksburg was in dismal contrast with the Episcopalian and Presbyterian churches. To hear such learned and polite people talking about conversion led me to think seriously about it. I knew that my parents were anxious that I should be converted, and that nothing could cause greater joy in our household than the tidings that I had experienced religion. So I went to the mourner's bench under no fear or excitement, having determined on the step in my own room. After my graduation, 1849, I wrote some notes about Carlisle, among them the following. Quote, "About the first of the year, 1848, they were holding prayer meetings down at Mr. Nadall's church, and after a few nights had one mourner. As soon as I heard that there was some prospect of a revival, I got my lessons well early in the afternoon, and went down there with the full determination to go up to the altar to be prayed for. As soon as the invitation was given, I went forward. My going up shocked a great many people, and soon that night there were many other students, among them my brother Peyton. I myself had very little feeling or conviction of anything, but I was resolved never to stop from that moment until I enjoyed religion in my heart, if there was such enjoyment to be had. My feelings were aroused full soon enough, and I had little cause to complain of apathy. In my own room, in the afternoon of the 9th day of January, I first felt peaceful, and professed religion 2 Sundays after by joining the Methodist Episcopal Church." The immediate fruits were that I took a class in the Sunday school, sang in the choir, and became active in the College Temperance Society. Then my health broke down, and my 16th birthday found me in bed with chill and fever. My father came on and took me home. On our way he was visited in Baltimore by Rev. Dr. Bond, for whose son he had sent for medical advice. The elder Bond was then famous as the leading writer in the Christian Advocate and Journal, the great organ of Methodism. Beside my father, the doctor appeared small, but his stature seemed to grow as his clear voice sounded and his dark eyes flashed fine lightnings. It was worth an illness to see this intellectual leader of the Church and listen to the conversations between him and my father. Their talk was on church politics, which were then assuming a very serious character. Slavery had already divided the Methodist Church. The great Baltimore Conference extended through northern Virginia, and was making Herculean efforts to maintain its hold there in the face of the rising pro-slavery agitation. Everything, as Bond well knew, depended on my father, and by that long conversation I learned the whole situation, and by what efforts he was holding the churches in our region loyal after the secession of the Methodist Church South. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of the Autobiography of Moncure D. Conway, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Politics in Virginia, Rev. S. S. Roselle, Rev. Norval Wilson, John Moncure Daniel, editor of the Examiner, my first appearance in print. Although after reaching home I recovered from illness, it was decided that I should not return to college until after summer vacation. Thus I had early in my 17th year 5 months in which to study things not taught in academy or college. Good opportunities came. My father's partner in the cotton factory, Warren Slaughter, a very intelligent gentleman, invited me to go with him in his buggy on a tour through several counties, Fauquier, Culpeper, Loudoun. We visited villages and homesteads, in all of which Mr. Slaughter had relatives or friends, and I made many pleasant acquaintances. Another tour was with my uncle Eustace Conway, afterwards judge, in his buggy, to attend courts in Stafford, Prince William, Brentsville, and Fairfax. The presidential contest between Lewis Cass, Democrat, and General Zachary Taylor, Whig, was in full blast, and at Brentsville I heard speeches from several political orators of Virginia. After its morning session the court adjourned till next day. At 2 a bell was rung, and a crowd assembled in the grove, where arrangements had been made to give a hearing to Congressman Pendleton. But the Democrats would not let their opponents have it all their own way, and had secured the attendance of Hon. John S. Barber, Sr., the most famous orator in Virginia. The debate was opened by 2 able Warrenton lawyers, Payne, Democrat, and Chilton, Whig. Chilton was the Virginia nobleman who volunteered to act 11 years later as counsel for John Brown after the raid at Harper's Ferry. My father had been a delegate in the National Convention that nominated Lewis Cass. My uncle Eustace was an ardent Democrat. So was I, of course, but a note in my diary shows that bias did not quite blind me. Mr. Pendleton is certainly one of the finest political speakers I have ever heard. He possesses great fluency, much ingenuity, and ready wit. His speech was delivered beautifully, declamation unexceptionable, but his arguments specious." Of course. He was followed by Mr. J. S. Barber in decidedly the ablest speech I ever heard. Barber is a perfect orator. He has vast stores of information, and cannot be beaten at argument. His reply was the most scathing thing I ever heard. I regret, though, that he was so personally severe on Mr. Pendleton. Next day Uncle Eustace took me to call on Barber at his inn. We found him in a dressing gown, his gouty foot swathed on a chair. His talk, well, the shining sword of yesterday had gone back into its scabbard. When the new Methodist church was being erected in Fredericksburg, the desire of some to make it elegant frightened several old-fashioned members, one of whom said of a proposed ornament, "That will shock the old ladies." "But," said Landon Huffman, "the old ladies will be dead by the time we get into the church." The prediction was nearly fulfilled. I cannot remember seeing an old Methodist bonnet in the new edifice. The congregation became larger and more intelligent, the conference sent abler preachers, and persons belonging to society were attracted. One preacher, Samuel Stephen Roszel, was very brilliant, and the church was crowded every Sunday. He was the younger brother of Stephen Asbury Roszel, the preacher most celebrated for eloquence in the Baltimore Conference, whom, however, he nowise resembled. Asbury Roszel was a dreamer who painted his vision and was then caught in a rapture with it which enraptured his listeners. Samuel Roszel, though at times poetic, was mainly notable for vigorous thinking, for humor, sometimes satirical, and epigrammatic expression. He was a native of Loudoun County, Virginia, where Methodism was genteel. He had the look of an aristocrat, was the handsomest minister in Fredericksburg, and unmarried. But for his bushy hair and strong brow, his beardless beauty might have been thought feminine, and it was wonderful how such arrows could issue from that delicate mouth. "You ought to get more religion if only to have more brains. You believe this in the abstract, but of what importance is the abstract? Hell in the abstract is only a magnificent display of fireworks." There were suggestions that Roszel elicited more smiles than tears, but such was the man. For me it was a grand thing that an accomplished, cultured, and eccentric thinker could find fields in the Methodist Church. *The fact that the brothers Roszel were both named Stephen gave rise to a legend. It was said that their father, and a famous preacher, was warned in a dream to give that name to every son born to him. In one case only he disregarded his dream, and it was said the boy became idiotic. The whirligig of itinerancy brought to our pulpit in 1848 a minister very different from any previous preacher, Norval Wilson. He was a well-bred man of 50 years. Although intellectual power looked out of his light gray eyes, it was from a somewhat caricaturish body. Small-headed, thin-visaged, beardless, with beak-like nose and receding chin, tall, lank, his movements awkward yet withal refined, Norval Wilson was a figure to excite curiosity. But never did preacher speak to my inmost soul like this man. He was almost inaudible when beginning his sermon, and his voice never rose to a high pitch, but as he proceeded his eyes kindled with a strange fire, his tremulous tones came as if from Aeolian chords in his breast, and my heart lay like a charmed bird in his hand. There was no rhetorical trick, no sensational phrase, none of the stock stories of the pulpit, but convictions personally and profoundly thought out and uttered with few gestures and self-forgetting simplicity. His mission was to the individual heart. His word came from the depth of his heart, and deep answered unto deep. Our eyes at times filled with happy tears. When the enchantment ceased, I longed to clasp his knees. Footnote: Dr. Alpheus Wilson, son of Norval, is now (1903) an eminent bishop of the Methodist Church South, and is said to be a very able preacher. I had the pleasure of seeing him in the South Place Chapel when he attended an Ecumenical Methodist Congress in London, and of renewing my acquaintance with him. Unfortunately I could not hear him preach, but good judges who remember his father assure me that the bishop, while quite different in style, possesses the like simplicity and impressiveness. End of footnote. But during my 5 months of vacation in Virginia, 1848, I came under another influence not favorable to my religious emotions, that of my cousin John Moncure Daniel. His father of the same name, my mother's eldest brother, a physician in Stafford, was a classical scholar. His mother, née Mitchell, whose marvelous beauty I remember, had some Spanish blood. Dr. Daniel had recognized the genius of his eldest son and personally attended to his education. But both parents died prematurely, and their children found homes with their relatives. John had already found welcome in the Richmond home of Justice Daniel, his father's uncle, with whom he studied law. But he had such a capacity for study that, without in the least neglecting legal studies, he mastered Uncle Peter's excellent library, which included the best Old English literature, also many French classics. In this cultured home John gained his rare equipment for a literary career. Had he been born in Old or New England, he would no doubt have become eminent as a man of letters. He had a fine imagination, a critical appreciation of music, and a style of writing equal to that of the best French writers, simple, lucid, artistic. My cousin gave up the law because of his passion for literature, and was appointed librarian in one of the Richmond libraries. He wrote articles on literary and political affairs, and was invited to assist in editing the Richmond Examiner, Democratic. It was not long before this journal was known as John M. Daniel's paper, and he became its owner and sole editor. It was the most famous journal ever published in the Southern States. It represented a new and formidable personality in politics. Slavery was harmonized by a theory that Africans were not strictly human beings, with the most radical democratic equality. Scientific essays were cited, and Carlyle's latter-day pamphlet, The Nigger Question, omitted from the American edition, appeared in the Examiner. The Examiner was always full of brilliant literature. It was the first Southern paper to review and applaud Emerson, Hawthorne, and other Northern writers, and now and then extracts were given from the anti-slavery writers, especially Theodore Parker. Daniel gave employment to Edgar A. Poe, some of whose poems first appeared in the Examiner. There was, however, a sinister side to the Examiner. It was as relentless as brilliant in its partisan attacks, and its frequent vivisection of politicians brought my cousin into many duels. I think he fought 9 pistol duels, although no hurt resulted to any antagonist. He had no skill with any weapon. It is my belief that he lost his prospect of domestic happiness by the reputation thus acquired. He was attached to a very lovely lady, Miss Eliza Barber, daughter of the orator already described. I knew her well and have always believed that his suit might have succeeded had not her brother, afterwards senator, been frightened by the personalities and duels. He never married. In the summer of 1848, the Richmond Examiner was filling our whole state with talk. Its press could hardly supply the demand. At every table, at every street corner, the subject was Daniel's last article. His wit, his brilliancy, admitted by friend and foe, fascinated me. I was 7 years his junior, not without causing uneasiness to my father, who recognized in his brilliant nephew a seductive cynicism. I had for some time been fond of writing, but had never ventured to offer anything to a journal. The first piece of mine ever printed was an obituary with some verses on the death of Eustace, age 4 years, son of my uncle Eustace Conway. It appeared in the Fredericksburg paper, the Democratic Recorder, April 21, 1848. The obituary was anonymous, but I was identified as the writer. I find in my diary that I felt ashamed of it, but the afflicted hearts were grateful. But presently I was tempted to try something in the John Daniel vein. Uncle Richard Moncure was induced to accept nomination for the legislature in order that he might act on a committee to revise the Virginia Code. He had no desire for legislative life, and to go even for a session must involve sacrifices in his profession. A good deal of indignation was therefore excited by the exceptional efforts of the Whigs to defeat him. His opponent was Charles Francis Suttle, 6 years later famous as the owner of the fugitive slave Anthony Burns. The chief precinct in Stafford County was Falmouth, and Uncle Richard requested me to act as clerk at the election, which occurred April 27, 1848. The $2 paid me for it was the first money I ever earned. Uncle Richard was elected, but the Whigs were sore, and I should have done better to let the matter rest. But the comedy of the election scene moved me to write a squib for the Fredericksburg paper in which Mr. Suttle's corpulence was alluded to, his name punned on, and one of his supporters, not named, made fun of. This supporter was a worthy neighbor, a bachelor, I believe, whose vote was challenged on the ground that he was not a householder. His claim to be a householder rested mainly on the circumstance that he kept a cat. The discussion of this cat, the demand for authorities, all went on in the most serious and even stormy way, for the contest was critical, and this gravity made the scene so comic that an impish desire to describe it got hold of me. My little piece, Richard is Himself Again, signed Stafford, appeared in the Fredericksburg paper, and the first echo I heard was that young Falmouth Whigs were going about horsewhip in hand to discover Stafford. Falmouth was seething about the skit, all the more because it was copied in the Richmond Examiner and pronounced lively. That did not compensate me for my father's ridicule of it, richly merited, and his discovery by my burning face that I was the culprit. This, my second venture in print, brought me chill and fever for my May Day. The Fredericksburg paper, the Democratic Recorder, was edited by our relative Samuel Greenhow Daniel, who had given up his profession, law, but I did not let him know the authorship of the skit just referred to, nor of others which I began to send in. My only confidant was my sister, in her 12th year, to whom every piece was read. She invariably approved, and I cautiously dropped my manuscript in the paper's door box. I wrote versifications signed Cleophas II, and tales signed Alfonso III. One of these, Scholarship, presents a senior invited by a freshman, a beau, to visit some pretty young ladies. The freshman, in conversation with the ladies, airs some bad Latin. The senior corrects him, but only to be himself put to confusion and apologized for before the ladies by the impudent freshman. I mention this because 20 years later I witnessed at Stockholm, Sweden, a play with the same motif. Another of my stories was Odalisky's Revenge, and opens with a tribute to the picturesque ruins of Potomac Church. Of this church not one stone is now left upon another, but I can remember 2 walls with fine arches and windows. In my tale, the merciless master builder, Hughes, has under him in building the church Odalisky and his son, last of the aborigines in Stafford, compelled by poverty to labor under some contract. Odalisky's son, forced while ill to do work heavier than he could, is struck by Hughes, falls and dies. Odalisque continues his work, but when he and Hughes are together on the finished tower, the red man hurls the white tyrant to the earth, then slays himself on his son's grave. The first solemnity in the Potomac Church was the funeral of Hughes, the second that of Odalisque. This was reprinted in the New York Herald as a veritable old legend, but it had no foundation at all. But now the presidential campaign, as we rightly call it, for it is a war-born quadrennial revolution, reached an acute stage. I became much enlisted in the contest, and wrote a number of pseudonymous articles in a satirical vein. Such partisanship was not favorable to the piety of a young convert, but this was not the worst of it. It was the main part of our Democratic case against the Whig nominee, Zachary Taylor, that he refused to pronounce himself adverse to the rising schemes in the North for restrictive legislation against slavery. For the sake of one party victory, which we did not obtain, we must needs fire the Southern heart, irritate it against the North, and sow tares like the devil. End of chapter 6, recording by Margaret Espaillat. Chapter 7, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Moncure D. Conway, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. College life, President Peck, a practical joke, reading, a winter adventure, editing the Collegian, first love, orations at graduation, my secretaryship of a Southern Rights Society, my public lecture in Fredericksburg, law student and deputy clerk in Fauquier, writing for the press, crisis wrought by Emerson, visiting Washington, listening to the great senators, my first pamphlet, Free Schools in Virginia, a camp meeting in Loudon, a banquet at Warrenton to our senators. In September 1848 I returned to Carlisle alone, my brother's health having failed. I was the youngest of the seniors. Our speeches at Saturday declamation were original compositions. I straightway made a partisan speech in the humorous vein, which was answered by Whig students. There was no ill temper among us, but to politics were due many recitation-room failures. We were a miniature of the whole country. Culture and presidential elections are not so harmonious. For myself, I had returned to college somewhat demoralized by the political campaign, and especially by an engendered anti-Northern feeling. John Daniel had asked me to write for the Richmond Examiner, and I went about Carlisle searching out something to ridicule or assail. The low condition of the free negroes made one letter, and tipsiness of students at Christmas another. I wrote only 2 of these crudities, I am glad to say, and there was truth in both, albeit exaggerated by my inflated Southernism. Unfortunately, the college was also demoralized that autumn. The institution, bereaved of President Emory, had gone on smoothly enough while the presidential functions were entrusted to our beloved McClintock, but on an evil day Rev. Dr. Jesse T. Peck was elected. Our immature minds could not appreciate his good qualities, while his large paunch, fat face, baby-like baldness, and pompous air impressed the college as a caricature. He had been a school teacher and called us boys, and we thought him inclined to discipline us like boys. Several incidents occurred, one involving my chum, Henry Smith, another myself, which stirred my dislike of Peck into wrath. I tried a practical joke on him which brought me remorse, and is mentioned here only because it has become a college tradition. Several erroneous versions of this incident have appeared, and others besides myself have been connected with it. I am, however, the only culprit. A Methodist conference was to gather at Staunton, Virginia, and President Peck was to read there a report on the college. Staunton was famous for its lunatic asylum, whose physician was Dr. Stribling. under an assumed name, I wrote to Dr. Stribling that a harmless lunatic had gone off to Staunton, who imagined himself president of Dickinson College, and fancied he had a report to make to the conference. Dr. Peck's appearance was described minutely, and Dr. Stribling was requested to detain him in comfort until his friends could attend. As Dr. Peck was travelling with other Methodist ministers, I could not suppose that the missive would have any result beyond raising a laugh on him, but Dr. Peck was met by Dr. Stribling in his carriage, and supposed that such was the arrangement of the conference for his entertainment. Of course the deception was soon discovered at the asylum. I perceived that Dr. Peck was convinced that I was the guilty one, and it must have been through him that my name became connected with the affair. This was my first and last attempt at a practical joke. More than 40 years later, when honored at Dickinson College with a literary degree, I entered our venerable Union Philosophical Society, and the proceedings were suspended in order that I might be asked to give an exact account of the Staunton Peck story. It was to me like being called up at Judgment Day, and after telling the story, I remarked that though my eschatology might be unorthodox with regard to eternal punishment, the perpetuity of that affair was enough to show that in the world there is a sort of endless punishment. I found out, somewhat to my dismay, that the legend was the thing by which I stood best in college traditions. For Dr. Peck appears to have gone on accumulating the students' ill will until at length he was removed, and later made a bishop. After the November election, 1848, I returned to literary studies, reading especially the old English novelists. The new school of writers, Goethe, Emerson, Channing, George Sand, Hawthorne, were not in our libraries. At Dickinson College, American literature consisted of Poe, Longfellow, Bryant, Irving, Paulding, Cooper, Prescott, R. H. Dana, Bancroft, Sparks, N. P. Willis, Mrs. Sigourney, Carolyn Lee Hentz, and a few others, chiefly women, whose verses were widely read. Byron had been forbidden me in my boyhood, for I was a precocious reader, and the phase of life when I might have enjoyed him passed. In later life my mother was distressed to find that I felt no interest in Byron. I was not much attracted by Walter Scott's novels or poetry, though I eagerly read his criticisms on other writers. John Daniel was an enthusiast about Shakespeare, but by the slowness of my appreciation of him, I can recognize how much of the child was in me along with precocity in one or two directions. I cannot remember that my religion had much to do with either theology or the Bible. Within 4 months after my conversion, I wrote a piece for the Fredericksburg paper entitled Curiosity, and find in it such levity as this: "You may talk about Eve's curiosity entailing death and misery on the human race, and such like, but don't tell me. Is not desire for knowledge praiseworthy? Was not Eve assured, on the authority of Monsieur le Devil, that if she would eat the apple she would be a more sensible woman than she was then? What else?" This was written when I was about 16, and I cannot discover in my notes anything leading to such a tone. I had never seen an unorthodox book. In childhood we were forbidden to go barefoot after September for fear of catching cold, but one year I went off to a lonely place and disported my bare feet in the snow. No ill effects resulted, and I had taken a step toward independence. But at college I had a serious encounter with nature. A classmate of ability, John Henry Waters, afterwards scientific professor in Missouri, invited me to go home with him, Hartford County, Maryland, for the Christmas holidays, 1848. We had to make the 2 days' journey in a half-covered buggy. Numb with cold, we stopped for the night at a country inn and were warmed by whiskey punch. This was my first taste of anything alcoholic, and after that I took my first cigar, without a qualm, moral or physical. I once published my belief that a true history of tobacco would be a history of constitutional freedom, and perhaps I might have added that in each American's first cigar there is a personal declaration of independence. By the blessing of tobacco we defied zero and passed a happy week in Maryland. But in returning we were overtaken by a fearful blizzard. The snow piled itself in great drifts, our wheels became clogged, and our horse began to give out. Half frozen as we were, it is probable that we were saved serious results by the necessity of pushing the buggy. At length the traces broke. We both mounted the one horse, and, leaving the buggy, struggled on about 2 miles before we saw a house. There we found shelter and help in afterwards recovering our buggy. We had an extremely hard time of it, says my diary, but I know it has done me good, made me more self-reliant. Early in 1849, I persuaded the students to start a monthly periodical. The Collegian lasted until vacation. I do not know whether there exists any file of the 5 numbers except that in my possession. I was the editor, but had a good staff. Several of the assistant professors contributed to it, and Professor Allen gave me a metrical translation of Cleanthes's Hymn to Jupiter. I have a personal reason to congratulate myself that the articles were anonymous, mine being mostly trash, for the task of critical selection from the contributions of others allowed little time for taking pains with my own. Also, I fell in love. I was just 17, and this love was the second of my births. Catherine, sister of President Emory, though born on the same day as myself, was more mature in mind. She consented to an occasional correspondence after my departure, but not to a betrothal. At the anniversary of our Union Philosophical Society, I was appointed to deliver the comic speech. My piece, The Philosophy of Language, was a tissue of bad puns, the puerility of which was perhaps less than the solemnity of my oration at the college commencement. This subject was old age, and the Carlisle Herald said it was a badly chosen subject, as the orator is a very young man. All his theory is so, and no more. He has not an atom of experience of the pleasures and pains of old age. Had I been old enough to take that criticism to heart, I should not now have to look back upon so many early years in which I impressed congregations with error, and was praised for eloquence, the eloquence of inexperience. My graduating oration was suggested by an anecdote told me by my friend Charles C. Tiffany, that Channing, when 60, was asked what he had found the happiest period of his life, and replied, 60. Tiffany, now an eminent clergyman in New York, was a junior when I was a senior, but to him I looked up, for in general literary culture he was the most accomplished student in college. Besides work on the Collegian, I wrote in the spring of 1849 5 articles for the Fredericksburg paper on old writers of fiction, those selected being Fielding, Smollett, Sterne, Anne Radcliffe, Horace Walpole. There is nothing original in these articles. I refer and defer a good deal to Scott, Ferrier, and Hazlitt. I do not know how I realized what I said incidentally in the last article, 1849, of Maria Edgeworth. She has done more in inculcating principles of morality, humanity, aye, of religion, though no direct mention of this latter is made in any of her works, than any authoress in the 19th century. The breaking up of college life was sorrowful. On my last night there I did not go to bed at all, but hovered around the home of my beloved. Living so long in London, I have been unable to follow the careers of most of my fellow students. An exciting competition for honors in the class of 1848 occurred between J. J. Cresswell of Maryland and J. W. Marshall of Virginia, by whom in the end the honors were shared. Marshall became a professor of Latin in the college, and later was consul at Sheffield, England. Cresswell filled several important positions, and was postmaster general under President Grant. George de Bonneville Keim, with whom my intimacy continued until his death, was an eminent railroad president in Pennsylvania. E. Barrett Prettyman, for a time my chum, used to be called a lazy genius at college. He became an eminent educator in Baltimore. Henry Bascom Ridgway became a distinguished pulpit orator and was afterward president of the Methodist College at Evanston. He wrote an interesting life of Rev. Alfred Cookman, the famous revivalist, who perished at sea. Daniel Bonbright succeeded Ridgway in the Evanston presidency. John Jeremiah Jacob was a governor of West Virginia, Harmon a professor at Carlisle, and John Wilson a college president at Staunton, Virginia. Nathaniel Lupton gained distinction as a professor in Vanderbilt University. But there were a good many brilliant youths at college of whom I expected to hear more in after life. Some rest in Confederate or Union graves. Others, I trust, enjoy the happiness of having no history. My selection of old age as the theme of my graduating oration strikes me now as pathetic. I graduated when about 3 months past my 17th birthday, or just at the time when I should have entered the college. I felt the burden of my youth. My only enthusiasm was for literature, but what channel was there in Virginia for that? None. Although my father was in good pecuniary circumstances, he had a right to expect that I would select some profession, and I troubled him by continuing to write small pieces for the Fredericksburg paper and the Richmond Examiner, and 1 or 2 tales published in the Southern Literary Messenger. John Daniel paid for what I wrote in the Examiner, more than the articles were worth, but there was no prospect of finding in the South any support from unpolitical and untheological literature. It was a time when a young Virginia was rising up to promulgate the philosophical, sociological, and ethnical excellence of slavery. In this direction able pamphlets were written by Beverly Welford of Fredericksburg, now an eminent judge in Richmond, and George Fitzhugh of Port Royal, while a religious propaganda was carried on by the Rev. Mr. Stringfellow of the Episcopal Church and the Rev. Dr. William Smith, president of Randolph-Macon College, Methodist. My father's moderation and his theoretically anti-slavery principles were rapidly becoming old-fashioned. He was troubled by the efforts of the younger generation to capture me, as I had by this time acquired some local reputation as a writer. My uncle Judge Eustace Conway was the personal friend of the South Carolina Senator John C. Calhoun, then the high priest of Southern rights, a statesman whose intellectual face, which I remember, and whose character comported little with the belligerent secessionism for which his constitutional principles were unconsciously preparing the way. John Daniel, extreme as he was, opposed Calhoun's demand for a constitutional amendment guaranteeing to the slave states an equilibrium with the free states, a demand which, he said, gives color to the charge of desiring disunion. 9 years later, this kind of radicalism receded into reactionism under the rage excited by John Brown's raid at Harper's Ferry. My father and his younger brother Eustace had taken up opposite positions in the Methodist dispute about slavery, and a Southern Methodist church was built in Fredericksburg, Uncle Eustace supplying the means. It stood on ground now occupied by the residence of my brother Peter. Personally, the brothers were never estranged, and if they could have agreed on church politics, the history of Methodism in Virginia might have been different, for Fredericksburg was the chief battlefield of the wings, and my father and his brother were the lay leaders. Uncle Eustace was a favorite speaker in the presidential campaign of 1848. I remember some politician saying to him, "I never carry my pew into politics, nor politics into the pew." "I carry both into both," replied my uncle. But I was not yet up to that. I stood by my father in pew politics, with my uncle in party politics. A few months after my graduation I was invited to attend a meeting in the law office of Thomas B. Barton, whose son William, afterwards judge, was the chief mover in the matter. The object of the gathering was the formation of a Southern Rights Association. Only about a dozen were present, but they were persons of large influence. Some asserted the right of secession, though no immediate action of the kind was advocated. I was flattered by being appointed secretary of the meeting, but cannot find my notes of the proceedings. Extreme pro-Southern resolutions were passed. My father heard of this meeting, and a few days later, when we were riding together to Stafford Court House, asked me about it. I told him all that had occurred. He went on in silence for some moments, then said quietly, "Don't be the fool of those people. Slavery is a doomed institution." How often have I remembered those words! Yet at the time they only mystified me. Slavery seemed to be a permanent a fact as the Rappahannock River. Neither my father nor any of the Methodists were proposing to abolish slavery, and I was inclining to the view that the opposition to it was merely traditional. In the September following I visited Carlisle again, and on my way called on Professor Baird at the Smithsonian Institution at Washington. He gave me a cordial welcome, and when I said I was about to revisit my alma mater, added, "And your alma somebody else." He showed me the plates and sheets of the German iconographic encyclopedia, a translation of which he was editing. I took careful notes, and wrote for the Fredericksburg paper an article about the work, which received acknowledgment from the professor. My pen assumed a new dignity. I had written something that Professor Baird regarded as serviceable to an important work. In the following year, 1850, Fredericksburg Society began to take notice of me. Certain writings were recognized as mine and were discussed. Meanwhile I was beginning to feel restless and eager to enter upon some kind of occupation. My parents did not understand this, and one day I disappeared from home, much to their consternation. I went to Richmond in order to see John Daniel and find whether he could employ me on the Examiner. When I entered the office, Edgar A. Poe was just leaving it. John Daniel said that if I had finally broken away from home and made up my mind to devote myself to journalism, he would give me work, but he would not seek to influence me in the matter. He would continue to pay me for what I might write. My uncle Eustace Conway was in the legislature. He and his family made my brief sojourn pleasant, but he persuaded me to return home. An incident in Richmond made a deep impression on me. On Sunday morning I accompanied Uncle Eustace's wife and her sister Fanny Tomlin to the old Episcopal Church on Shockoe Hill, and after the benediction my aunt stopped to speak to the clergyman and his family, with whom she was acquainted. We were in the vestry, and there the clergyman invited us to enjoy the remainder of the bread and wine he had just been using in the communion service. I was shocked by the swiftness with which the bread and wine had lost their sacredness. Immediately after leaving home, I had sent a note to my father saying where I had gone, and that I did not mention it to him beforehand because I was afraid he would prevent my going. I stayed away only a few days, and on my return found him angry. Nevertheless, he recognized that a crisis was reached. He had really been hoping that I would adopt the ministerial profession, but now suggested studying law. I agreed to that, and soon afterwards he heard that Colonel William Fowke Phillips, clerk of the Fauquier County and a learned lawyer, was in want of a deputy clerk. For my services Colonel Phillips offered me residence in his home and supervision of my law studies. While these arrangements were going on privately, I was honored by a number of gentlemen in Fredericksburg with a request to deliver a lecture in the town hall. This lecture was given in the evening of March 1, 1850. Alas, still under the burden of youth, I selected for my theme Pantheism. The large hall was crowded with the finest people of our region, among whom, however, only the clergymen know the meaning of Pantheism. Not even they saw danger in my respectful sentiments towards Pantheism, and Pope gained applause for his couplet, "All are but parts of one stupendous whole, whose body nature is, and God the soul." Orthodoxy was delighted with my illustration of the Trinity by the three primary colors blended in light. On the whole I appeared to get through fairly well, and received congratulations, but 2 days later W. H. Fitzhugh, a sagacious lawyer, said, "You will make yourself unpopular by speaking above the vulgar comprehension." Unpopular? I had no desire for popularity, no dreams of anything beyond writing what would please certain intellectual people in Virginia and Carlisle. On March 3rd I received from our Fredericksburg preacher, Norval Wilson, a certificate of church membership. In giving it to me he said, "St. Paul before he preached tarried 3 years in Arabia. Now Warrenton may be your Arabia." The next day I went to Alexandria, and from there traveled to Warrenton on a stagecoach. I find in my journal this entry: "Read in the coach, from the Richmond Examiner, The Great Stone Face." The writer of it, Nathaniel Hawthorne, is a striking writer, man of great reflection. I had previously read The Celestial Railroad, and supposed Nathaniel a nom de plume. On March 9th, James Duncan, a handsome young Methodist preacher, staying at the house of Colonel Phillips, read to us Daniel Webster's famous 7th of March speech. The reader's voice was musical, and the impression made upon me by the speech is thus recorded. Heavens, what a Titan is Webster! I should like to see his dust subjected to chemical analysis after he's dead. While I was writing this, the best Northern men were mourning for that same speech. Emerson was saying of his former idol, "Every drop of his blood has eyes that look downward." John Daniel printed in the Examiner Theodore Parker's scathing discourse upon Webster's speech, and pronounced Webster an elephantine coward. The home of Colonel Phillips was a pleasant, old-fashioned house in a pretty garden. The family consisted of his 2 daughters and widowed sister. The ladies were Methodists, but Colonel Phillips ignored all churches. No efforts were spared by these ladies to make my new home happy. The colonel was a superb old gentleman in appearance, and a radical Democrat. He was exact in his office, and my work there was an instruction in precision. The change of a word might involve much. I studied law with much interest, and closely followed the pleadings and trials in the courthouse. The lawyers were able: Robert Eden Scott, James Marshall, kinsman of the famous Chief Justice, Inman Horner, Samuel Chilton, William Payne, kept up the high traditions of the Virginia bar. The Hon. Robert E. Scott charmed me by his fine personality and manners, but he was the leading Whig, and Young Virginia being politically infallible, I listened to his public speeches mainly to describe their fallacies in the Examiner. Alas, what a poison is partisanship! My uncle Eustace, who was a lawyer first and a politician after, and my father, who was above all a magistrate, were able to honor such jurists as Judge Scott and his son Robert, but in my new zeal I resented the course of the latter in the Virginia legislature, 1848, on the slavery question. My uncle Eustace had introduced into the legislature resolutions hostile to the Wilmot Proviso, then before Congress. These resolutions affirmed that any such restriction on the equality of Southern institutions would justify secession of the slave States from the Union. Robert Eden Scott led the opposition to these Conway resolutions, as they were called, but the gallant statesman was defeated. Though he and Uncle Eustace remained good friends, Scott was vehemently attacked by the Southern fire-eaters, and defeated at the election that followed. In 1850 he was again a candidate, and on March 25th addressed the people in the courthouse at Warrenton. I have in my scrapbook of crudities my report of this address in the Richmond Examiner, interlarded with flings at the speaker, to whose great and brave thought I was blind. He began by a noble depreciation of party spirit, which he declared a more potent influence than that of religion or morality, and warned the people that any attempt to erect a Southern Confederacy would end in their ruin. Here, then, in Robert E. Scott was a real nobleman, representative of the best traditions of Virginia, and I knew it not. His tall, dignified figure, his fine, blond head and face, his charming candor and simplicity are visible to me across the more than half-century elapsed since I last saw him. This admirable man went on suffering political defeat and humiliation for his independence and fidelity to his principles, and was one of the many honorable Virginians who carried their state against secession after the election of Lincoln, but were forced to succumb by the President's calling on Virginia for troops to fight South Carolina. Robert E. Scott did not take up arms in the Civil War, but was killed by a company of Northern soldiers because he remonstrated with them for exploiting his homestead. At Warrenton there was a small Episcopalian church with a good preacher, Mr. Norton, and the Methodist church there being hostile to our Baltimore conference, I often attended Mr. Norton's and taught a class in his Sunday school. On Sunday afternoon it was my chief happiness on that day to sit in the gallery playing on the little organ, alone except for the old negro sexton who blew the bellows for me and found delight in the music. I read the law books rapidly and copied carefully, but there were sometimes 2 or 3 days in the week when there was nothing for me to do. Now and then I rode over to the Fauquier Springs to see Miss Rebecca Green, afterwards Mrs. Shackelford, who played finely on the piano and introduced me to Beethoven, Mozart, and Weber. One piece, Musero de Nina, wild, dreamy, pathetic, inspired me to write a romance. I called it Confessions of a Composer. Oh, my poor dead self! Aimless, morbid, passionately longing for it knew not what, pass to thy tardy cremation! For I cannot recognize myself in this spirit's blank misgivings as it moves about in worlds unreal. End of Chapter 7, Section 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure D. Conway, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An illness in April was followed by a return to Falmouth for a few weeks, and there I entered upon a spiritual crisis of whose import I was long unconscious. One bright morning I took up my old flintlock gun and wandered down the left bank of the Rappahannock. In earlier years I had been fond of shooting, but had not touched a gun for nearly 2 years, and perhaps took it on this occasion to try and revive in myself some of the boyish spirit that had left me. For I was listless and unhappy. I had begun to feel a repugnance to the idea of being a county lawyer, and was interested only in literature. With my flintlock I took along an old volume of Blackwood's Magazine. At the top of the first hill below Falmouth, and about halfway to the old mansion called Chatham, there is near the road a pretty spring from which I drank, with a folded leaf for my cup, and sat down to look at the scenery. The road was little used, and I was rather startled by some rustling in the bushes. 2 mulatto children had come to get water in their cans, a boy and a girl of 7 or 8 years, and as befitted the warm day and their Arcadian age, both entirely naked. Adam and Eve could not have been more unconscious than these pretty statuettes of yellow bronze. I talked with them a little, found them rather bright, and when they had disappeared meditated more deeply than ever before on the condition of their race in America. I then turned to my Blackwood. In the number for December 1847, the first article was entitled Emerson, a name previously unknown to me. The very first extract, it was from Emerson's essay on history, fixed itself in me like an arrow. It is remarkable that involuntarily we always read as superior beings. Universal history, the poets, the romancers, do not in their stateliest pictures, in the sacerdotal, the imperial palaces, in the triumphs of will or of genius, anywhere lose our ear, anywhere make us feel that we intrude, that this is for better men. But rather it is true that in their grandest strokes we feel most at home. all that Shakespeare says of the king, yonder slip of a boy that reads in the corner feels to be true of himself." Precisely what there was in these words to influence my life I cannot say. I have a vague remembrance of sitting there beside the spring a long time meditating on Emerson's use of the phrase "true of himself." What self was this? Clearly not the same as soul with which I was so familiar. Whatever may have been the questionings, some revelation there was. A spiritual crisis, as I have said, though it concerned only myself. Through a little rift I caught a glimpse of a vault beyond the familiar sky, from which flowed a spirit that was subtly inbreeding discontent in me, bereaving me of faith in myself, rendering me a mere source of anxiety to those around me. And what was I doing out there with a gun, trying to kill happy little creatures of earth and sky? Was it for this I was born? There is a legend that old Governor Spotswood, wishing to introduce the English skylark into Virginia, brought over a shipload of them and set them free in our meadows. I had heard it talked of in my childhood, and one day felt sure that I heard the notes of a marvelous bird and saw it ascending toward the sky. My story raised a smile when I told it at home, and I had to agree that no skylark survived from those brought over nearly 150 years before. But it was no fancy that now in my maturer life Emerson had set free in my heart a winged thought that sang a new song and soared whither? I went home and laid aside my gun, never again to be touched. I thought again and again of those naked little mulattoes at the spring, whose minds were no doubt as pretty as their bodies, but without a stitch of knowledge. I remembered how my mother had been warned not to teach colored folk to read. I recognized on the streets debased faces of white people, their poverty of mind and body. They appeared worse off than the colored people. Above them all my inner skylark sang, "Glad tidings of joy I bring to you and all mankind." But who more powerless than I to bring glad tidings to anybody? Straightway I went to Chester White's bookstore, Fredericksburg. Emerson's arithmetic was in stock, but Emerson's essays unknown. However, the bookseller procured a copy of the first series, and I was deep in it when John Daniel passed a few days in Fredericksburg. I had remarked that since I had come upon the track of Emerson, Cousin John had been writing about him in the Richmond Examiner. What I never knew until lately was that John had made an effort to found a liberal church at Richmond, and had actually delivered a sermon to a small company in the long-closed Universalist church there. In our talk in Fredericksburg, he urged me to go into journalism. "Whatever you do," he said, "don't be a preacher. It is a wretched profession. Its dependence is on absurd dogmas. The Trinity is a theological invention, and hellfire simply ridiculous." He wrote for me a list of books that I ought to read, and among them were Emerson's works. I told him that I had got hold of Emerson. I find notes of that conversation, spring of 1850. We got to talking of Emerson. He asked me which of his writings I liked best. I said I had read few, but of those I had been most fascinated by the essay on love. He said he liked that better than any other. It should not, he said, be called an essay nor a treatise, nor anything of that sort. There is no name for so divine a thing, not even a poem. It is more like a fine, glorious strain of music. The heavens are opened in it, and you see everything. He asked me how I was agreeing with Poe. I said I had read him and was growing, I feared, in love with Eureka, but I was surprised that in an article in the Southern Literary Messenger he had called Eureka the Parthenon of reason. "So it is," he answered, "with the assumption of intuition he makes." We conversed on Poe's poetry. "The Raven," says John, "is as one of Beethoven's sublime overtures." I have noticed that in his comparisons John finds nothing that he thinks so high as comparing a thing to music. This shows his great soul. It reminds me of Plato calling all the grandeur of nature music. When this talk occurred I was just beyond my 18th year, and had not really entered on any theological inquiry. This, I suppose, may account for the fact that what my cousin said about the Trinity and other dogmas made no serious impression on me at the time. There was a cynicism in his contempt for the clerical profession with which I could not sympathize, while the problems that absorbed me were more fundamental than any creeds, or so it seemed to me. But I was filled with wonder by John's conversational power and his vast information. I was too young to realize the loneliness in Virginia of a young man — he was in his 25th year — of such genius and scholarship. I considered him, with his famous examiner, able to say what he thought and make himself heard, the most enviable man in Virginia. What I could not see until too late was that here was a heart full of love, a mind akin to Emerson, bound fast to the role of fighting politicians with pen and pistol. John Daniel's cynicism was largely the result of his spiritual loneliness. Before returning to Warrenton, I passed nearly a week in Washington. It was an exciting week in Congress, the so-called Omnibus Bill being before the Senate, a bill made up of compromises on all points relating to slavery. I heard speeches from Daniel Webster, Henry Clay, also Senators Foote, Soule, Berrien, Clemens, Yulee, and would have heard Cass if he had spoken loud enough. As it was, there was nothing to relieve my disappointment at finding only greatness of paunch in that man whom my father had nominated for the presidency, and for whom I had hurrahed myself hoarse. A year later I recognized a certain massiveness of head and strength of countenance in Senator Cass. It was on May 21, 1850, that I first heard Webster. It was in answer to the Southern Senator Yulee, who arraigned President Taylor for sending an armed cruiser to the coast of Cuba. The President, he declared, had no constitutional right to perform any warlike act without the consent of Congress. Webster came down on Yulee as softly and as crushingly as a trip-hammer. The ship was really sent to watch the filibusters preparing on the coast of Florida to seize Cuba. Webster did not pronounce the word filibuster at all. He declared that the United States was friendly with Spain, and so long as that country did not transfer Cuba to any other country, it was the duty of our government to see that no movements hostile to Spain were fitted out on our coasts. He spoke for about 20 minutes, sonorously but without heat, and the Senate listened breathlessly. He stood there like some time-darkened minster tower. He was an institution. I do not remember any reply. 2 days later, May 23rd, I witnessed the skirmish between Henry Clay and Senator Soule of Louisiana. Soule was the finest product of the old French elements in his state. He was handsome, free from mannerism, and his French accent rather agreeable. He spoke for more than an hour, and commanded the closest attention, justly, for his was almost the only speech against the omnibus that rested the case simply on argument. His arguments were sometimes original, and he was interrupted by Foote and Downs, Southerners who knew their section was getting the lion's share by the pretended compromise, but he was never confused. Henry Clay was visibly agitated, as he well might be, for his darling measure was brought into the presence of the new pro-slavery spirit of the young South, to which the Union was not an end but a means. When Soule had finished, Clay sprang to his feet and charged him with expressing disunion sentiments. Several voices cried "No," and Soule quietly and modestly said that it was perhaps due to his imperfect English that Clay had so misunderstood him. Clay had not misunderstood, but succeeded in what he aimed at, namely, to secure a repudiation of disunionism from the much applauded orator. He then apologized. Daniel Webster I remarked listening closely to Clay, and once he made a suggestion to him. Clay said that if Soule desired, he would agree to modify a clause so as to declare that a territorial legislature should pass no laws either to admit or exclude slavery. Webster interpolated, respecting the establishment or exclusion of slavery. "Certainly," cried Clay, deferentially repeating Webster's phrase. As the secretary of the first Southern Rights Association formed in Northern Virginia, I was delighted with Soule, and wrote a note about him to the Richmond Examiner. From my seat in the gallery I searched out the historic figures in the Senate, most of them victims on the altar of the great idol, the Union. Clay, Cass, Webster had offered their souls on that altar, and their bodies were fast following their perished hopes of presidency. Two of the ablest senators present were soon to lose their senatorial lives, Benton and Corwin. They had perceived that it was not the small band of abolitionists demanding peaceful disunion, but militant and aggressive slavery that was besieging the Union. The seat of Calhoun was conspicuously vacant. I had seen that aged senator when on his way from South Carolina, never to return. He was welcomed at our Fredericksburg station with an address of homage by my uncle Eustace Conway in behalf of the town. It no doubt consoled his last days that Benton had lost his election to the Senate, but there was this great man from Missouri still making his sparkling speeches. I thought him the grandest man in the body, speaking with a clearness, dignity, and simplicity that quite charmed me. Eubank's Patent Office Report, a volume of essays by Horace Greeley, and Horace Mann's Report on the Schools of Massachusetts were acquisitions made in Washington that week. On my way to Warrenton, I sat perched on the stage with these great companions, becoming aware at the existence of a great world where people were cultured, well-to-do, and engaged with manifold schemes for the improvement and happiness of mankind. Horace Greeley wrote in warm sympathy with socialism, and his Tribune made me acquainted with all the theories and enterprises of Robert Owen and Fanny Wright which were then filling the Northern air. I discussed these subjects with the young men of Warrenton, and with Richard Smith, a teacher and able editor of the town paper, The Flag of '98, and soon felt that I was an object of misgivings. I was studying Emerson too, and remember a long and heated discussion in Judge Tyler's house with his son Randolph and the others, on Berkeley's idealism, in which I maintained the non-existence of matter against all their ridicule. August 11, 1850, Sunday. A lovely day without, but quiet Sabbath thoughts are keen to me. Took a very long walk from town alone, and out toward the house of the late Judge Scott. Thought much, and took the idea of writing an allegory on the subject of a mind voyaging the unsafe boundless ocean of speculations. Came back and read Hawthorne's delightful Twice-Told Tales till church time. On the following day, having heard that my dear friends Professor Marshall and his wife from Carlisle had arrived at Paris, Virginia, I rode 20 miles to see them. Alas, they brought me tidings that my beloved at Carlisle was in decline from consumption, and that our marriage must no more be thought of. The only comment in my journal is, O God, what a cloud!" In my various rides through this part of Virginia, I had seen a beautiful country, fertile, healthy, abounding with game, also with birds of song and of brilliant plumage. But everywhere swarmed the indigent white people, displaced, reduced to idleness by the slaves who supplanted them in farm and household, their wretched cabins crowded with children growing up in ignorance, vice, and hopelessness. Many of these children — I sometimes stopped to talk with them — were comely, as if there lingered with them traits of well-bred ancestry. For many of them there was not even a Sunday school within reach, and they could not read. Horace Mann's Massachusetts report on free schools had given me eyes to see the deplorable condition of Virginia educationally, and the purpose arose in me to begin a propaganda for free schools in our State. I find a note of September 16, 1850. Was taken sick while writing a pamphlet on education. In 1850 a convention assembled in Virginia to revise the Constitution. I had been for some time enthusiastic on the subject of free schools and compulsory education. I was convinced that Virginia was falling behind the great States of which she was once a leader, and worried over some letters written from Virginia by Horace Greeley to his paper. I wrote a letter to the Tribune, which answered me editorially, and declared, September 7, 1850, "Never will Virginia's white children be generally schooled until her black ones shall cease to be sold. Our friend may be sure of this." I gave in my pamphlet a table of 11 counties in Virginia which had adopted school systems exempting the poor children from payment. These reported fair success, but the Tribune's paragraph was quoted to stimulate Virginia pride. The pamphlet bore the following inscription: "Free Schools for Poor Whites. To the State Convention of 1850. Gentlemen, trustful that you will hear me for my cause, which is that of our State and our humanity according to my earnest conviction, I dedicate these pages to you, with whom is all our hope." The writer, Warrenton, Virginia, October 1850. Although Uncle Greenhow Daniel, editor and owner of the Recorder, reduced the charges for printing my pamphlet to the lowest figure, $50, it was the heaviest expenditure I had ever made out of my own savings. About 500 copies were printed, and not one was put on sale. I sent them to every newspaper, public man, professor, preacher in Virginia whose address I could learn. The personal response to my pamphlet was gratifying enough, but the scheme was entirely ignored. Of course, those it was intended to benefit, the poor whites, could not read, and never heard of it. I had written in a painstaking way, and invested my subject with facts and items about our State of general interest, and in later life I have learned from one and another that the essay did produce some effect on influential men. But the social, physical, and financial conditions of Virginia at the time were little comprehended by me in my 19th year. There was little or no longing for education among the poor whites, probably more among the negroes. I was expecting echoes where there were no hills. But this I did not admit at once. I had used a medium which might be very good to teach the taught, but not to awaken and move the uninstructed and the indolent. The people could be reached only by the living voice. In the August of this year I had attended a very large Methodist camp meeting in Loudoun County, and passed several days there. Here I had been surrounded by Methodists who were the gentry of that region, wealthy, refined, educated, and saw what a tremendous force Methodism was in Virginia. I also witnessed the effect on large assemblies by sermons. I was deeply moved by all this. I felt that I had a message for those masses of people, and how could it be delivered unless from the pulpit? The Star and Stripe cult was not known in the mid-years of the 19th century. I felt some pride in Virginia as the mother of states and statesmen, but found it difficult to credit Webster, Everett, and other compromisers with any real sentiment about the Union. After the Omnibus Bill was passed, a banquet was given at Warrenton to our U.S. Senators, Mason and Hunter, to which I subscribed because they were our senators. I felt esteem for R. M. T. Hunter, a modest and learned gentleman, but Mason was a hard, arrogant man. He was the hero of the fire-eating Southerners because he had cracked the whip of King Cotton over the North, and brought them to their knees in uttermost abjectness. He had framed the fugitive slave law, and the Northerners had consented to become slave hounds, to hunt down men and women escaping from bondage. Not many recoveries of slaves were anticipated, but Mason was hailed as the victor. This was the tone of the banquet at Warrenton. Mason had brought with him to Warrenton the renegade Quaker, Elwood Fisher, who was going about speaking and writing in defense of slavery as the true foundation of society. Colonel Phillips brought those two to his house, where I had some conversation with them. I do not remember anything of the conversation except that I disgusted Mason by expressing sympathy with Senator Dodge's homestead law, by which it was proposed to give homesteads in the territories to families that would reside on and cultivate them, also by trying to interest him in free schools. He disclaimed interest in such schemes, and I, on my part, was not interested in the petty politics and politicians of our region which he discussed with Colonel Phillips. I was interested in humanity, in the education and salvation of the people. I was interested too in the Negro race as a race, and not as merely a number of pawns on the board where politicians were playing a game of South versus North. Although I had reached a theory of the inferiority of that race to the white race, I was dealing with the subject seriously, was searching for principles, and I had not enough sectionalism to admire the proud provincialism of Mason. Soon after General Zachary Taylor was inaugurated in the presidency, he passed through Fredericksburg. I saw him and wrote in the paper some ridicule of him. When he died, I was in Warrenton. He had given indications that his administration would not be altogether favorable to slavery, and I heard a good many pro-slavery radicals express their satisfaction with his removal by Providence. It was also whispered about that Providence might have employed a poisoner. These things shocked me a good deal. I had not liked the President, but the spirit that rejoiced in his death belonged to an atmosphere of enmity that I had never breathed. End of Chapter 7, Part 2.
Chapter 8 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 8. Education and Slavery, A Mob Murder, The Agassiz Theory of Races, My Essay on the Negro Race, My Real Conversion, Transcendental Methodism, Preparations for the Methodist Ministry, A Disappointment in Love, The Shadrach Case in Congress, A Slave's Vision, Rockville Circuit, My First Sermons. My pamphlet on free schools excited no discussion in Virginia. My only important sympathizers were Law Professor Minor of the University of Virginia and Samuel M. Janney, Quaker preacher of Loudon. My father was pleased, though he did not express agreement. I looked eagerly into my New York Tribune to see what Greeley would say about it. His paragraph, editorial, was friendly, but I only remember the closing words: Virginia's white children will never be educated till its colored children are free. This shaft went very deep into me, for I found that pro-slavery philosophers considered the free school system a dangerous Northern ism. My mere Virginianism had received a number of blows during my residence in Warrenton, notably by the mob murder of a free Negro named Grayson at Culpeper Court House. The man had been sentenced for murdering a Mr. Miller, but the evidence against him was weak, while the local demand for a victim was furious. The Court of Appeals had ordered a new trial to take place at Warrenton. Grayson was taken from jail by a mob of several hundred who, as their victim was nobody's property, met but feeble resistance, and hanged, protesting his innocence to the last. On this I wrote in the Warrenton paper, July 20, 1850, quote, "The whole affair would read better among the records of the Spanish Inquisition, or of the feudal age of Britain, than by the light of the full noon of the 19th century." End quote. The innocence of Grayson was afterwards established, as no doubt the innocence of many of the victims of the bloodhounds, euphemistically called lynchers, would be by fair trial. This was the only case of the negro murder called lynching that I ever heard of before the Union War, and the indignation throughout the South prevented its being made a count against slavery. I never up to that time had heard any person say a word against the rectitude of slavery. The nearest to it was what my father had said, "It is a doomed institution." It was too close to my eyes to be seen. That it would ever end was not even prophesied by its Northern antagonists. Now, however, when a moral cause, universal education, had taken possession of me, slavery barred my way in every direction. Before my radical Jeffersonianism, the negro stood demanding recognition as a man and a brother, else he must be treated as an inferior animal. At this moment the new theory of Agassiz appeared, that the races of mankind are not from a single pair. I had conversed with Professor Baird of the Smithsonian Institution on the subject, and found that he agreed with Agassiz. In June, 1850, Agassiz delivered a lecture on the subject in Cambridge, Massachusetts, which was expanded into a long article in the Christian Examiner for July. In this manifesto the professor argued only by implication against the unity of human species, but where he feared to tread, my crudity rushed in. It was not the vanity of a youth under 19, but a spirit struggling for existence amid fatal conditions, which led me to announce in the Franklin Lyceum, Warrenton, of which I was a secretary, a theory that the Negro was not a man within the meaning of the Declaration of Independence. All of the other members, though not anti-slavery, exclaimed against the infidelity of the theory, though none answered my argument that Negroes, if human, were entitled to liberty. My eccentric views were talked about, and I found myself the center of a religious tempest in Little Warrenton. If the Negro was not descended from Adam, he had not like us whites inherited depravity. And wherefore our missions to the many non-Caucasian races? I sat down as wrangler of the new theory, surrounded myself with books on races, mental philosophy, and biblical criticism, and achieved 15 closely written letter pages to prove that mankind are not derived from one pair, that the Caucasian race is the highest species, and that this supreme race has the same right of dominion over the lower species of his genus that he has over quadrupeds, the same right in kind, but not in degree. This elaborate essay was not printed, and I had forgotten that it was ever written until 50 years later it came forth from other wrappings of my dead self. It is dated Warrenton, Virginia, December, 1850. It vaguely recalls to me the moral crisis in my life, whether it was the dumb answers of the colored servants moving about the house, cheerfully yielding me unrequited services, or whether my eyes recognized in the completed essay a fallacy in the assumption of a standard of humanity not warranted by the facts, the paper was thrown aside. This so-called conversion of my college days had been a boyish delusion. The real conversion came now at the end of 1850. I had caught a vision of my superficiality, casuistry, perhaps also of the ease with which I could consign a whole race to degradation. I do not remember whether or not my theory of Negro inferiority was consciously altered, but an overwhelming sense of my own inferiority came upon me. The last words of my Warrenton diary are, "Had a violent fever that night." The fever was mental and spiritual more than physical. When it passed away, it left me with a determination to devote my life to the elevation and welfare of my fellow beings, white and black. The man of Nazareth had drawn near and said, "What thou dost to the least of these my brothers, thou art doing to me." In December, 1850, a note to my father told him that I had abandoned all idea of practicing at the bar, that I should be home at Christmas, and should apply for admission to the Baltimore Methodist Conference as a minister. Parents, relatives, friends were amazed. By my writings in the Virginia journals and in the Southern Literary Messenger, I had acquired sufficient reputation to gain me a good position in Richmond journalism. I had studied enough law to take my place at the bar, and having eminent relatives in that profession, my success in it seemed to be assured. I was not in poverty, and was moving in the best social circles. Why then this sudden resolution to become a Methodist preacher? It was long a mystery to myself, but Emerson was at the bottom of it. I knew by my experience to what depth a teacher's word might strike in an open heart. Oh, that I could be even in a small way able to uplift fainting hearts, and guide the groping as that great Spirit had uplifted me and was now opening a fair horizon before me. Had I got hold of Emerson's address to the Cambridge Divinity graduates, I might have discovered the inconsistency of his philosophy with any form of orthodoxy. But I had only his first and second series of essays. These did away with the bounds between sacred and secular, by making both sacred. So free from theological negations are these essays, that they leavened my Methodism imperceptibly, by idealizing the whole of life as Methodism over-sanctified it. His transcendentalism corresponded with Methodist transcendentalism at various points. The personal character of spiritual life, soul finding the divine in the solitude of the individual life, the mission ordained for every human being, these are interpretations of the Methodist doctrines of miraculous conversion, the inward witness of the Spirit, progressive sanctification, and the divine call to the ministry. I believe that my study of Emerson's essays raised Methodism in my eyes, for this religious organization was, in Virginia, alive, earnest, and not much interested in dogmas. I cannot remember ever hearing a Methodist sermon about the Trinity. Just after I had resolved to enter the ministry, a letter came from Kate Emory, giving a cheerful account of visits to her friends in Maryland, and with no intimation of ill health. But she said our correspondence must cease. I had just begun to study Hebrew with Rev. Dr. McPhail, Presbyterian, and the works of Wesley, Adam Clark, Watson, but all books were dropped, and I went off to Carlisle to learn my fate. She who was to decide it was thin and pale, but no considerations of health affected me in the least. She had been teased about me. My letters had become warm enough to frighten her. She cared for no other man so much, but she could as yet only offer me her friendship. So I went off to hope, but with a dull feeling of hopelessness wrote in my journal, quote, "Man was never made, I believe, to go or look backward." End quote. On my homeward way I passed a week in Washington. Senator Hunter smuggled me into the Senate lobby so that I heard the great debate on the Boston riot. This was on February 18, 1851. 3 days before, when the fugitive slave Shadrach was on trial in Boston, the case was postponed till next day, and at that moment about 40 colored men swarmed into the courtroom. Shadrach became undistinguishable among them, and was spirited away to Canada. Not a blow was struck. Nobody injured, nobody wronged, but simply a chattel transformed into a man, wrote Garrison in the Liberator. But the incident caused excitement in Congress, and was described as a riot. The new fugitive slave law was beginning to bear its fatal fruits. Only a few months before, I had been assisting at the banquet given at Warrenton to its author, Senator Mason, but now for the first time discovered that the new law was of serious importance. I shall never forget the wrath that shriveled up the already wrinkled face of Henry Clay, nor his sharp voice as he leaped forward and cried, quote, "This outrage is the greater because it was by people not of our race, but persons who possess no part in our political system, and the question arises whether we shall have a government of white men or of blacks." End quote. I was not anti-slavery, and did not doubt at the time that it was a murderous attack on the court, but Clay's speech and manner grated on me, and I was more pleased with the speech of Jefferson Davis. The Massachusetts Senator Davis had tried to soothe the wrath of the compromisers who had predicted the reign of peace to follow their omnibus bill. But when he alluded to the common sentiment in Massachusetts against the rendition of fugitives, a voice, that of Hale I think, cried "universal sentiment." Whereupon Jefferson Davis said calmly, quote, "If that be so, the law is dead in that state. Wherever mobs can rule and law is silenced beneath tumult, this is a wholly impracticable government. It was not organized as one of force. Its strength is moral, and moral only. I for one will never give my vote to extend a single arm of the federal power for the coercion of Massachusetts." End quote. This was in reply to Foote, who said he had private knowledge that the President, Fillmore, had ordered Commodore Reed at Philadelphia to use all of his marine force, if necessary, to sustain this law, and cited the action of President Washington in marching into Pennsylvania to crush the Whiskey Rebellion. The debate gave me much to think of. I have said that I went to college too soon, barely turned 16, but what must be said of my first entrance on the ministry? It was on March 17, 1851, my 19th birthday, that I was appointed to Rockville Circuit, Maryland, one of the most important in the Baltimore Conference. There was excitement among our emotionally pious servants at my entering the ministry. On the eve of my departure, one of these, Eliza Gwynn, came late in the evening and desired me to go out to her husband, Dunmore. He met me in the little porch and said, quote, "Mars Monk," but I will omit his dialect, "I have had a vision. I saw you standing on a hill, and one came and blew a trumpet, and there came many people from the south, and another came and blew a trumpet, and a great number came from the north. And one sounded a third trumpet, and many came from the east, and a fourth trumpet, and a multitude from the west. And a host was around you, and to them all you spoke the word of the Lord." End quote. I had no such ambition for myself as Dunmore had for me, and had misgivings as to even a fair success. The vision made on me only an impression of the love our servants bore me. Out there under the stars these humble people, whom I had been pronouncing not quite human scientifically, pressed my hand, and invoked blessings on my head. I went off to my room, deeply moved. It was midnight. I so entered on my Methodist ministry. The black man gave me the only consecration I ever received. Early next morning our hostler brought to the door the handsome chestnut horse which my father had purchased for me, with fine new saddle, and the indispensable saddle-bags, well stocked with what might be needed on my 2 days' journey to Rockville. The only advice my father gave me was against relapse into politics. Let the potsherds of the earth strive with the potsherds of the earth. Seek higher things, my son. My road lay past the homes of my near relatives, Glencairn, Carmora, Erleslie, and I little dreamed that it was the beginning of a journey that would take me so far away from them all. At Stafford Court House I received an ovation from my Methodist uncle, Valentine, and aunts, my grandparents being too gracious to reveal any regrets they may have felt at my adopting such a profession. At Aquia Church, weird in its solitude and dilapidation, I paused for a time, and tried to picture my great-great-grandfather, Parson Moncure, perched in the little black pulpit high up a column, and his congregation as they gathered there 100 years before. He was the only clergyman in our family line, and of all his sermons, written during a long ministry, Not one sentence is left. But the spiritual bequest may be all the more important for being unwritten. I passed the night in a rickety tavern at Occoquan, and rode on through the dead town of Dumfries. Nothing remained of it but tottering chimneys, yet it was once so prosperous that my grandfather, Dr. John Moncure Daniel, settled here for medical practice. It was here that he brought his girlish bride from Edinburgh, and here she died in giving birth to her first and stillborn child. I stopped at Old Pohick Church, to which the Washingtons occasionally came from Mount Vernon, and where Reverend Mason Weems, who called himself rector of Mount Vernon, sometimes preached. First biographer of George Washington, originator of the cherry tree fable, laughed at now, Weems was yet a striking figure in his time. Bishop Meade, whose preaching I remember, and others whom I knew, had kindly memories of Weems. The road I was traveling was more lonely than in Weems' time. There was no railway to Washington. And there was in my boyhood a legend that robbers had their quarters in Aquia Church. If so, they must have long before sought some more frequented highway. I was startled at meeting one wayfarer between Pohick Church and Alexandria, a poor Corsican with hand organ, to whose tunes I listened. Rockville Circuit was flourishing and arduous. At that time it contained most of the present Gaithersburg Circuit, and required hard work for two preachers. My senior was the Reverend William Prettyman, father of Barrett, once my college chum. Mr. Prettyman and his wife, their daughter Margaretta, and Barrett were educated and excellent people, and welcomed me to the home they had already formed at Rockville. Methodist itinerancy usually required that the junior, unmarried, minister on a circuit should have no fixed abode. He was supposed to live on horseback, with his wardrobe and library in his saddlebags, and otherwise to be entertained in the houses of the brethren near each meeting house. But a room was provided for the junior in the cottage of the widow Wilson, a mile out of Rockville. Thither I could always repair when I desired not to be a guest. Sister Wilson was a motherly hostess, the cottage and garden pleasant, and I was always glad to get back to their freedom and pretty walks. But I could rarely stay anywhere more than a day, as there were about 10 appointments to be filled each week, and these meeting-houses were distant from each other 5, 10, 15 miles. My first sermon was given in a small private house, Brother English's, at 3 p.m. Saturday, April 6. Text, Genesis 49:18. I have waited for thy salvation, O Lord. My first sermon in a church was the next morning, April 7, at Goshen, on Genesis 4:9. Am I my brother's keeper? How plain before me now is that scene at Goshen. The junior preacher is an annual, and his first appearance an important event. Goshen was far away in the woods, but the region was populous, and when I rode up that Sunday morning I was appalled by the number of vehicles. And when I looked down on the crowded seats and felt every eye fixed on me, I had a sort of pulpit fright. I felt that there would be a disappointment. Had a written sermon been admissible I might have had confidence, but one small page held all my notes. I knew nothing whatever of anyone before me. Were they educated? Were they fond of rhetoric? They were apparently well-to-do people, and some impression was on me that a good many belonged to fashionable churches. Not one of them knew that I was about to give my first sermon in a church. I had taken pains with the sermon, and suppose there may have been some response, for I find that I selected it to give on my first appearance in Washington. Foundry, August 19. Among my old papers I have now and then come upon mouldy skeletons of my earliest sermons. I cannot think what flesh and blood clothed them, but find that I was in morbid reaction against the worldliness my boyhood envied. On one occasion, hearing that some Methodist young ladies had danced at a ball, I preached so severely against such pleasures that the family resented it and joined another church. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway, Chapter 9. My uncle, Dr. John Henry Daniel, said to me when I was leaving home, "So, you are going to be a journeyman soul-saver." I did not begin life with that burden on me, and when it came was too young to question whether it was part of me, my hunch, or a pack of outside things like that strapped on Bunyan's Pilgrim. My pack was symbolized in my saddlebags, where the Bible, Emerson's Essays, Watson's Theology, Carlyle's Latter-day Pamphlets, Jeremy Taylor's Holy Living and Dying, the Methodist Discipline, and Coleridge's Aids to Reflection got on harmoniously for a time. Dr. Daniel's label, a journeyman soul-saver, told true in a sense. It was really my own enmeshed soul I had to save. I was struggling at the center of an invisible web of outer influences and hereditary forces. I was without wisdom. How many blunders I made in my sermons, with which I took so much pains, I know not. But I remember a friendly hint from the wife of the Honorable Bowie Davis that a sermon was too agrarian. In another case the recoil was more serious. It came through my presiding elder, who said, "From what I hear, a sermon of yours on the new birth was too profound." This troubled me deeply. I had supposed that Jesus meant to be profound, and put much study into the sermon, the only favorable response to which was from an aged Negro woman who, long after I had left Methodism, laid her hand on my head and said, "I never knew what the Lord meant by our being born again until I heard you preach about it, and bless the Lord, it's been plain ever since." My early training in law courts determined my method of preaching. In preparing a sermon, I fixed on some main point which I considered of vital importance, and dealt with it as if I were pleading before judge and jury. This method was not Methodism. I was in continual danger of being too profound, and though congregations were interested in my sermons, they brought me more reputation for eccentricity than for eloquence. This, however, was not a matter of concern to me. Ambition for fame and popularity was not among my faults. My real mission was personal, to individuals. In each neighborhood on my circuit there were some whom I came to know with a certain intimacy, aspiring souls whose confidences were given me. However far away I might be, they rose before me when I was preparing for that appointment. They inspired messages in the sermon. No general applause could give me the happiness felt when these guests of my heart met me with smiles of recognition or clasped my hand with gratitude. It was an agricultural region in which crime and even vices were rare. Slavery existed only in its mildest form, and there was no pauper population to excite my reformatory zeal. Nor was there even any sectarian prejudice to combat. The county was divided up between denominations friendly to each other and hospitable to me. My personal influence was thus necessarily humanized. I could not carry on any propaganda of Methodism in the homes of non-Methodist gentlemen and ladies who entertained me, even had I felt so inclined, without showing my church inferior to theirs. My belief is that I gradually preached myself out of the creeds by trying to prove them by my lawyer-like method. Moreover, I had the habit of cross-examining the sermons of leading preachers, finding statements that in a law court would have told against their case. At a camp meeting in 1851, I learned that our presiding elder was about to preach on the resurrection of the body. I slipped into his hand the following query: "A soldier fallen in the field remains unburied. His body mingles with the sod, springs up in the grass. Cattle graze there, and atoms of the soldier's body become beef. The beef is eaten by a man who suddenly dies, while in him are particles of the soldier's body conveyed to him by the grass-fed beef. Thus 2 men die with the same material substance in them. How can there be an exact resurrection of both of those bodies as they were at the moment of death?" The preacher read out the query and said, "All things are possible with God, nothing more." It made a profound impression on me that a divine should take refuge in a phrase. The doctrine in question involved the verbal inspiration of Scripture and the Apostles' Creed. I made a note of another thing at this camp meeting. The Rev. Littleton Morgan, an accomplished preacher, declared that in his passion and crucifixion Christ suffered all that the whole human race must have suffered in hell to all eternity. But for that sacrifice, at dinner, some ministers demurred at this doctrine. I maintained that it appeared to be a logical deduction from our theory of the atonement. But I soon recognized that it was a reductio ad absurdum. Rockville Circuit being near Washington, I was able at times to pass a few days in the capital, where I had relatives and acquaintances. I attended the debates in Congress and in the Supreme Court, where I heard Daniel Webster's speech in the famous Gaines case. It was a powerful speech, impressively delivered, but I had sufficient experience in courts to recognize several passages meant for the fashionable audience with which the room was crowded. He was against the appellant, Mrs. Gaines, who was pleading for her legitimacy as well as property, and described his client persistently besieged by litigation as a rock beaten by ocean waves. He drew all eyes on pleasant Myra Gaines, and I remember thinking the metaphor infectious. My sympathies were with the lady, and the rock might symbolize the stony heart of the man holding on to her property. But I was so interested in Webster's look and manner that in my ignorance of the evidence my attention to what he said was fitful, and the speech was obliterated by the thrilling romance rehearsed by the judges in their decisions. For it was in 2 volumes the minority opinion of Justice Wayne and Justice Daniel, my grand-uncle, in favor of Mrs. Gaines, being especially thrilling. No American novelist would venture on which a tale of intrigue, adultery, bigamy, disguises, betrayal, as those justices searched through unshrinkingly, ignoring the company present. On one of my visits to Washington I heard a sermon from the famous Ashbery Roselle, which lifted the vast audience to exultation and joy. His subject was the kingdom of God and triumphs of the cross, and he began by declaring that it was universally agreed that ideal government was the rule of one supreme and competent individual head. This Carlian sentiment, uttered in the capital of the so-called republic, gave me some food for thought at the time, and I remembered it when I awakened to the anomaly of disowning as a Republican the paraphernalia of royalty, while as a preacher I was using texts and hymns about the thrones and crowns and scepters and worshiping a king. My interest in party politics had declined. I began to study large human issues. One matter that I entered into in 1851 was international copyright. On this subject I wrote an article which appeared in the National Intelligencer. I took the manuscript to the office, and there saw the venerable Joseph Gales, who founded the paper, and W. W. Seaton, the editor. Mr. Seaton remarked that I was a very young man to be in holy orders, and after glancing at the article said he was entirely in sympathy with it. In that article I appealed to Senator Sumner to take up the matter, and thenceforth he sent me his speeches. I little imagined how much personal interest I was to have some years later in Gales and Seaton, who were among the founders of the Unitarian Church in Washington. I used sometimes to saunter into the bookshop of Frank Taylor, or that of his brother Hudson Taylor, afterwards intimate Unitarian friends, before I knew that there was a Unitarian church in Washington. From one of them I bought a book that deeply moved me, The Soul, Her Sorrows and Her Aspirations, by Francis William Newman. I took this book to heart before I was conscious of my unorthodoxy, nothing in it then suggesting to me that the author was an unbeliever in supernaturalism. The setting given by Newman's book to Charles Wesley's hymn, "Come, O thou traveler unknown," made that hymn my inspiration, and it has been my song in many a night wherein I have wrestled with phantoms. But my phantoms were not phantasm, and brought no horrors into those beautiful woods and roads of Montgomery County. These were my study. I was wont to start off to my appointments early, in order that I might have no need to ride fast, and when clear of a village, take from my saddle-bags an Emerson or Coleridge or Newman, and throwing the reins on my horse's neck, read and read, or pause to think on some point. I remember that in reading Emerson repeatedly I seemed never to read the same essay as before, whether it was the new morning or that I had mentally travelled to a new point of view. There was always something I had not previously entered into. His thoughts were mother thoughts, to use Balzac's words. Over the ideas were shining ideals that made the world beautiful to me. The woods and flowers and birds amid which I passed made a continuous chorus for all this poetry and wit and wisdom. And science also. From Emerson I derived facts about nature that filled me with wonder. On one of my visits to Professor Baird at the Smithsonian Institution, I talked of these statements. He was startled that I should be reading Emerson, with whose writings he was acquainted. At the end of our talk, Baird said, "Whatever may be thought of Emerson's particular views of nature, there can be no question about the nature in him and in his writings that is true and beautiful." A college mate, Newman Hank, was the preacher on Stafford Circuit, Virginia, and it was arranged that for one round of appointments he and I should exchange circuits. I thus preached for a month among those who had known me from childhood. Though few of them were Methodists, they all came to hear me, and I suppose many were disappointed. I had formerly spoken in their debating societies with the facility of inexperience, but was no longer so fluent. At Fredericksburg, June 19, I preached to a very large congregation and was invited to the houses of my old friends, none of them Methodists. But the culminating event was my sermon in our own town, Falmouth, 3 days later. How often had I sat in that building listening to sermons, Methodist, Baptist, Presbyterian, occasionally falling under the spell of some orator who made me think its pulpit the summit of the world. How large that church in my childhood, and how grand its assemblage of all the beauty and wealth of the neighborhood, when I stood in the pulpit and realized how small the room was, and could recognize every face and observe every changing expression, and when I saw before me my parents, my sister, and brothers with almost painful anxiety in their loving eyes, strange emotions came to me. The first of my phantoms drew near and whispered, "Are you sure, perfectly sure, that the seeds you are about to sow in these hearts that cherish you are the simple truth of your own heart and thought?" My text was, "Thou wilt show me the path of life." My theme, that every human being is on earth for a purpose. The ideal life was that whose first words were, "I must be about my Father's business," and the last, "It is finished." When we reached home, my uncle, Dr. John Henry Daniel, said, "There was a vein of Calvinism running all through that sermon." "I hate Calvinism," cried I. "No matter, the idea of individual predestination was in your sermon, and it may be true." My father was, I believe, gratified by the sermon, but he said with a laugh, "One thing is certain, Mon, should the devil ever aim at a Methodist preacher, you'll be safe." In this sermon, which ignored hell and heaven and dealt with religion as the guide and consecration of life on earth, I had unconsciously taken the first steps in my earthward pilgrimage. When I returned to my own circuit, a burden was on me that could not roll off before the cross. Our most cultured congregation was at Brookville, a village named after the race of which Roger Brooke was at this time the chief. Our pretty Methodist church there was attended by some Episcopalian families, Halls, Magruders, Donalds, Coulters, who adopted me personally. The finest mansion was that of John Hall, who insisted on my staying at his house when I was in the neighborhood. He was an admirable gentleman, and so friendly with the Methodists that they were pleased at the hospitality shown their minister. Mrs. Hall, a grand woman intellectually and physically, was a daughter of Roger Brooke. She had been disowned by the Quakers for marrying out of meeting, but it was a mere formality. They all loved her just as much. Her liberalism had leavened the families around her. She was not interested in theology, and never went to any church, but encouraged her lovely little daughters of 10 and 12 years to enjoy Sunday like any other day. After some months she discovered that some of my views resembled those of her father, and desired me to visit him. There was a flourishing settlement of Hicksite Quakers at Sandy Spring, near Brookville, but I never met one of them, nor knew anything about them. Hicksite was a meaningless word to me. Uncle Roger, their preacher, was spoken of throughout Montgomery County as the best and wisest of men, and I desired to meet him. When I afterwards learned that Hicksite was equivalent to unorthodox, it was easy to understand why none of them should seek the acquaintance of a Methodist minister. The Quakers assembled twice a week, and happening one Wednesday to pass their meeting house, I entered. Impelled by curiosity, most of those present were in Quaker dress, which I did not find unbecoming for the ladies, perhaps because the wearers were refined and some of them pretty. After a half-hour's silence, a venerable man of very striking appearance, over 6 feet in height, and his long head full of force, arose, laid aside his hat, and in a low voice, in strange contrast with his great figure, uttered these words: "Walk in the light while ye are children of the light, lest darkness come upon you." Not a word more. He resumed his seat and hat, and after a few moments' silence shook hands with the person next to him. Then all shook hands and the meeting ended. I rode briskly to my appointment and went on with my usual duties, but this, my first Quaker experience, had to be digested. The old gentleman with his Solomonic face — it was Roger Brooke who had broken the silence with but one text — had given that text by its very insultation and modification a mystical suggestiveness. After I had attended the Quaker meeting several times, it was heard of by my Methodist friends. One of these, a worthy mechanic, told me that Samuel Jenney had preached in the Quaker meeting, and once said that the blood of Jesus could no more save man than the blood of a bullock. This brother's eyes were searching, though kindly. Roger Brooke belonged to the same family as that of Roger Brooke Taney, then Chief Justice of the United States. His advice, opinion, arbitration were sought for in all that region. Despite anti-slavery and rationalistic convictions, he leavened all Montgomery County with tolerance. One morning, as I was riding off from the Quaker meeting, a youth overtook me and said Uncle Roger wished to speak to me. I turned and approached the old gentleman's carryall. He said, "I have seen thee at one or two of our meetings. If thee can find it convenient to go home with us to dinner, we shall be glad to have thee." The faces of his wife and daughter-in-law beamed their welcome, and I accepted the invitation. The old mansion, Brook Grove, contained antique furniture and the neatness bespoke good housekeeping. So also did the dinner, for these Maryland Quakers knew the importance of good living to high thinking. There was nothing sanctimonious about this home of the leading Quaker. Uncle Roger had a delicate humor. When I left the Baltimore Conference, the Quakers were, given by many Methodists, the discredit of having undermined my faith. But their only contribution to my new faith was in enabling me to judge the unorthodox tree by its fruits of culture and character. If theology were ever discussed by them, it was I who introduced the subject. They had no proselyting spirit. I thought of joining the Quaker Society, but Roger Brooke advised me not to do so. "Thee will find among us," he said, "a good many prejudices, for instance, against music, of which thou art fond. And while thou art mentally growing, would it be well to commit thyself to any organized society?" How often have I had to ponder those words of Jesus, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" Men do not forsake their God, he forsakes them. It is the God of the creeds that first forsakes us. More and more the dogmas come into collision with plain truth. Every child's clear eyes contradict the guilty fantasy of inherited depravity. Every compassionate sentiment abhors the notion of hell and salvation by human sacrifice. Yet our tender associations, our affections are intertwined with these falsities, and we cling to them till they forsake us. For more than a year I was like one flung from a foundered ship, holding on to a raft till it went to pieces, then to a floating log till it buffeted off. To every stick, every straw, one after another, the gods forsake us, forsake our common sense, our reason, our justice, our humanity. In the autumn of my first ministerial year, I had to take stock of what was left me that could honestly be preached in Methodist pulpits. About the Trinity I was not much concerned. The morally repulsive dogmas and atrocities ascribed to the Deity in the Bible became impossible. What then was salvation? I heard from Roger Brooke this sermon: "He shall save the people from their sins, not in them." It is the briefest sermon I ever heard, but it gave me a Christianity for 1 year, for it was sustained by my affections. They were keen, and the thought of turning my old home in Falmouth into a house of mourning and grieving the hearts of my friends in Carlisle and congregations that so trusted me appeared worse than death. My affections were at times rack and thumbscrew. I had no friend who could help me on the intellectual, moral, and philosophical points involved. Roger Brooke and William Henry Farquhar were rationalists by birthright. They had never had any dogma to unlearn, nor had they to suffer the pain of being sundered from relatives and friends. In my loneliness I stretched appealing hands to Emerson. After his death my friend Edward Emerson sent me my letters to his father, and the first is dated at Rockville, November 4, 1851. Without any conventional opening, how could I call my prophet "Dear Sir"? My poor trembling letter begins with a request to know where the Dial can be purchased, and proceeds: "I will here take the liberty of saying what nothing but a concern as deep as eternity should make me say. I am a minister of the Christian religion. The only way for the world to re-enter paradise, in my earnest belief, I have just commenced that office at the call of the Holy Ghost. Now in my 20th year, about a year ago, I commenced reading your writings. I have read them all and studied them sentence by sentence. I have shed many burning tears over them, because you gain my assent to laws, which, when I see how they would act on the affairs of life, I have not courage to practice. By the law, sin revives and I die. I sometimes feel as if you made for me a second fall, from which there is no redemption by any atonement. To this there came a gracious response. Concord, Massachusetts, 13th September, 1851. Dear Sir, I fear you will not be able, except at some chance auction, to obtain any set of the Dial. In fact, smaller editions were printed of the later and latest numbers, which increases the difficulty. I am interested by your kind interest in my writings, but you have not let me sufficiently into your own habit of thought to enable me to speak to it with much precision. But I believe what interests both you and me most of all things, and whether we know it or not, is the morals of intellect. In other words, that no man is worth his room in the world who is not commanded by a legitimate object of thought. The earth is full of frivolous people, who are bending their whole force and the force of nations on trifles, and these are baptized with every grand and holy name, remaining, of course, totally inadequate to occupy any mind, and so skeptics are made. A true soul will disdain to be moved except by what natively commands it, though it should go sad and solitary in search of its master 1,000 years. The few superior persons in each community are so by their steadiness to reality and their neglect of appearances. This is the euphrasy and rue that purge the intellect and ensure sight. Its full rewards are slow but sure, and yet I think it has its reward on the instant, inasmuch as simplicity and grandeur are always better than dapperness. But I will not spin out these saws farther, but hasten to thank you for your frank and friendly letter, and to wish you the best deliverance in that contest to which every soul must go alone. Yours, in all good hope, R. W. Emerson. This letter I acknowledged with a longer one, December 12, 1851, in which I say, I have very many correspondents, but I might almost say yours is the only letter that was ever written to me. Early in 1852, Kossuth visited Washington. An enthusiasm for him and his cause carried me there. The Washington pulpits had not yet said anything about slaves at our own doors, but it was easy to be enthusiastic for liberty as far away as Hungary. And so the preachers all paid homage to Kossuth. I stopped at the house of Reverend Littleton Morgan, whose wife was an authoress, and her sister, Carrie Dallum, the most attractive friend I had in Washington. With her I went to the New Year's levee at the White House, and also to call on the widow of President John Quincy Adams, a handsome and entertaining old lady. I also think it was then and by her that I was taken to see the widow of Alexander Hamilton. Mayor Seaton entered, and in courtly style took her hand in both of his and kissed it. Bending low, she was still her 95th year. A cheerful and handsome lady, gracious and dignified. Her narratives of society in that city, as she remembered it, sounded like ancient legends. I remember particularly her account of a president's drawing-room in the time of President Jackson. Mrs. Hamilton was, I believe, the first to introduce ices into the country. At any rate, she told me that President Jackson, having tasted ices at her house, resolved to have some at his next reception. For in those days, so simple and small were the receptions that refreshments were provided. Mrs. Hamilton related that at the next reception the guests were seen melting each spoonful of ice cream with their breath, preparatory to swallowing it. The reception itself was, she said, more like a large tea-party than anything else. Kossuth was a rather small man with a pale face, a soft eye, a poetic and pathetic expression, and a winning voice. He spoke English well, and his accent added to his eloquence by reminding us of his country, for which he was pleading. I followed him about Washington, to the Capitol, the White House, the State Department, etc., listening with rapt heart to his speeches and weeping for Hungary. I find this note undated. Kossuth received today a large number of gentlemen and ladies to whom he discoursed eloquently of the wrongs of Hungary. Many were moved to tears, and some ladies presented their rings and others trinkets for the cause of the oppressed. A large slave auction took place at Alexandria, just across the river, on the same day. But alas, I presently had a tragedy of my own to weep for, the death of my elder brother Peyton. He had long suffered from the sequel of scarlatina, but nevertheless had studied law and begun practice. During the summer of 1851 he visited me on my circuit, Rockville, and accompanied me to St. James camp meeting. He was deeply affected on hearing me preach, and approached the mourner's bench. No conversion occurred, and he returned home Falmouth in a sad mood. Then there arose in him the abhorrence of dogmas, and the ideal of a church of pure reason, absolutely creedless and unecclesiastical, uniting all mankind. Alas, little did he know that his brother, even myself, was at that moment in mortal inward struggle with a creed. But this I learned only after his death, for at that critical moment he died of typhoid fever, March 13, 1852, 14 days after his 22nd birthday. There was bequeathed to my later years the miserable reflection that possibly he might have survived the attack but for the lowering of his strength by agitation under my preaching at the camp meeting. End of chapter 9. Recording by Simon Wainwright.
Chapter 10, Part 11 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experience, Volume 1 by Moncure Conway, Chapter 10, Part 11. The New Baltimore Conference, February 1852, gave me Frederick Circuit, now Liberty Circuit, in Frederick County, Maryland. Heavy-hearted for the loss of my brother, I started from home March 26th for my new field. On the Potomac boat I met Rev. Dr. William Smith, Methodist, President of Randolph-Macon College, Virginia, distinguished by his propaganda of a new pro-slavery sociology. We had some conversation, and he asked me, "What is the principle of slavery?" I answered, "It has no principle." He said, "The principle of slavery clearly is the submission of one will to another, and government is inconceivable without it." "Then," said I, "government is inconceivably wrong." He said, "You ought to marry Fanny Wright. The best government is where the two elements of slavery and freedom balance. I only wish I had you in my senior class, to which I lecture on this subject every week. Thus were the winds sown, from which whirlwinds were presently reaped." Footnote: a quarter of a century later there came to my house in London a lady from Virginia who had fads that would have astonished Fanny Wright, among others, a belief that by a certain moral and mental and physical regime death might be entirely escaped. My wife became rather fond of her. She wrote a little book on the subject which she wished to sell, and we bought copies to aid her. She was a daughter of the Dr. William Smith, the pro-slavery apostle. I was not much interested in the territorial restriction of slavery, but I called at the house of Dr. Gamaliel Bailey, editor of the National Era, to see Grace Greenwood, afterwards Mrs. Lippincott, who was writing for the paper. In the course of our conversation I told her that the negroes in our Virginia county and on my Maryland circuit were not suffering. She advised me to read a story in the course of publication in the National Era by a Mrs. Stowe entitled "Uncle Tom's Cabin." It was long before any noise was made about the novel, and only then that I read it. It may appear to my reader that the degree of skepticism in my mind was sufficient to prevent my continuing in the ministry, but there were enough relics of Methodism in me to render it a duty to contest every doubt. That indeed was the tradition of Methodism, some of whose foremost men had struggled through Doubting Castle. How could I at 20 be absolutely certain that my doubts were not temptations? Moreover, I had to work out alone the newest and most complex of ethical problems, the obligation of self-truthfulness. Never had I heard from teacher or preacher any exhortation to be true to myself, for the truth, God's truth, the gospel truth. I must suffer any martyrdom, but truth, that is my own inner conviction. Unless it confirmed the truth, was defiance of Almighty God, and fealty to it mere infidelity of a sinful nature. It was hard as yet to say just what I was rejecting, and whether with further study and experience I might not, like Coleridge, discover that my abhorrence of the dogma of eternal punishment, human depravity, etc., might not be mere misinterpretation of them. I retained some kind of Satan in my faith, so that my love of the Father was ardent, tender, and my abhorrence of evil as yet without any philosophical apology for it as if permitted by God. My new circuit was large and laborious. Near a pretty village, Jefferson, was a cottage home for the junior preacher, the owner being aged Mother Rice. The only other person in the cottage beside Mother Rice was a black but comely young African, Becky. She was the blackest person I ever saw, but had no other negroid characteristics, her features being almost classic. We depended on Becky for everything. A more perfect cook, a neater washerwoman never lived, and a happier heart never beat. Across all the years I can see her sunshiny ebony face and hear her happy hymns while hanging out clothes or weeding the garden. The garden! Eden had not sweeter roses. Every flower was there. It was the haunt of hummingbirds. My rooms were on the ground floor and opened into this garden. I used to manage so as to get a good deal of time in my seclusional, as I called it, and there I read beautiful books that brought heaven into harmony with the roses and the hummingbirds. Carlyle's French Revolution suggested this note. How strangely, grandly it reads out here amid sunshine, flowers, birds, simple-hearted countryfolk. Nothing so wondrous as war viewed from peace. This inspired a sermon on the Prince of Peace. Having occasion to preach for Reverend Henry Slicer in Frederick, I gave them the Prince of Peace, whereon this note: several committees came to ask if I meant General Scott or General Pierce, rivals for the presidency. When saying I hoped to see the day when we would vote for a man for something better than having general added to his name, I took the Quaker ground, which excited discussion in those that heard, as it must for a while. Yes, for a while, but some of those questioning friends had sad reason to remember my plea for peace, urged to the extent of non-resistance, preached throughout the country. 10 years later their whole country was a camp and their churches hospitals. As dogmas became dim, while pastoral exigencies remained, I was driven to the deeper study of the human heart, to the real soul in myself and in others, to the conditions and sorrows of life. I made nearer friendships, received confidences, and once christened a child with my own name. An Episcopalian clergyman, I fear even now to name him, discovered that I was not orthodox and visited me. He was in a similar state of mind. The only literary man I met in Frederick was Samuel Tyler, who had written a book on Robert Burns, another on the philosophy of Lord Bacon. I could not get either, but felt sure that they were interesting because of a work on the beautiful he was writing, of which he showed me portions in manuscript. The basis of his philosophy of the beautiful was that beauty is the feminine principle of the universe. He found endless illustrations of this in the feminine personifications of natural beauty, the dawn, the moon, spring, nature herself, all original, neatly expressed, and pointed with classical quotations. In my garden were youth and hope expanded with the morning glories, and no fruits of knowledge were forbidden. The harmless little garden snake seemed a symbol of my nascent optimism. In my 18th year I came upon The Celestial Railroad by one Nathaniel Hawthorne, and was delighted with the travesty of my beloved Bunyan, little thinking then that I should myself ever be filling up the slough of despond with volumes of philosophy, or regarding Apollyon as a useful engineer. After that the same magician had beguiled me with twice-told tales, but now he came into my garden with a volume which made the morning glories languish, and the pretty Eutoenia optimistica darken into a viper. This volume was The Scarlet Letter, but it requires a chapter to describe the effect of that incomparable work in me, and it cannot be attempted. On the portal of the greater world I was entering, Emerson had long been set as Michelangelo's morning, and now Hawthorne took the place of night. But it was night frescoed with galaxies and with wondrous dreams. Heroic Hester Prynne, feeling that what the world called her sin had a consecration of its own, and gradually hallowed by her sorrows, insomuch that the weary and heavy-laden women especially brought to her their perplexities and burdens to find comfort and counsel, was framed in my soul as a picture, and there it is to this day, surrounded with evergreen. Greatly in need of counsel as to my continuance in the ministry, I confided my doubts to Professor McClintock. He agreed with my optimism. It was faith, not skepticism, to believe that all is for the best. With reference to redemption, he thought no particular theory of it was essential. No theological statement had ever satisfied him, so much as the voice of Jenny Lind singing, I know that my Redeemer liveth. With the heart man believeth unto righteousness. But it was my heart that was rebelling against the dogmas. They were not believed because they were not beloved. I was encouraged to hold on in my circuit for a time by finding that some highly intelligent Methodists, like Dr. McClintock, thought not themselves skeptical, considered mental doubts about doctrines of small importance, and for that attitude these had the authority of John Wesley himself, who, when reproached for publishing the life of Thomas Berman, the Unitarian philanthropist, said, "I am sick of opinions. Give me the man's life." Dr. Burnap, Unitarian minister in Baltimore, addressed the Union Philosophical Society of Dickinson College in 1852. In that year, the members of our class of 1849 received their M.A. degree. At the close of June, my father, a trustee of the college, met me there, and he was troubled about the selection of Burnap, though the address was not heretical. His subject, Philosophical Tendencies of the American Mind, was ably treated, but I was vexed because he made fun of transcendentalism. Among the visitors at Carlisle was Dr. Durbin, and at the table of Professor O. H. Tiffany, he, Durbin, and Burnap drifted into a discussion to which my father and the other guests were attentive. The question between them was of course not doctrinal, but related to the general tendencies of religious thought, which Burnap held to be in the direction of larger liberality. Durbin pointed to the Tractarian movement, to the increasing strength of the Church of Rome, and made a vigorous argument against Burnap's view. On July 4th I preached in the Carlisle Church, where 5 years before I joined the church. The distinguished people who had come for the commencement and the college faculty were present. My subject was "The Cloud No Larger Than a Man's Hand." My father and friends praised me, but one was present who probably felt the passionate feeling in my sermon was partly due to the cloud no larger than a woman's hand. The turmoils in my mind, the increasing probability that I could not remain in the Methodist Church, and the inconceivableness of a free thinker's marriage with the daughter of a bishop and sister of President Emory, had kept me silent for a year. Also, I had felt during all that time that if I were betrothed to Catherine Emory, a hostage beyond redemption would be given to orthodoxy. She had with fairness concluded that the affair between us was at an end, and her engagement with my friend Osbury Morgan had just been announced. There was a subtle lightning in that cloud which struck something in me deeper than the dogmas with which I had been concerned. From some such experience came the motto of our family, Fide et Amor. My old faith and first love crumpled together. The happier love came with a new temple, but Jehovah was not in it, and already the foundation of the new temple was laid. That same sermon at Carlisle, then and there, composed in my anguish, gave the first expression to a vision risen above all my own negotiations and the system they denied. The small cloud was to prove its divine origin not by theologies and sectarian triumphs, but by feeding hearts athirst and anhungered for love and righteousness. And like the cloud that came from a manger in Bethlehem, diffusing the spirit of peace and goodwill on earth. How many of those who responded to my sermon recognized all its implications? I knew not, but I returned to my circuit with new hope and strength. Why should I not raise my little cloud, assert the claims of a pure spiritual religion above all dogmas, and trust to its welcome by other famished hearts like mine? I went back eagerly to my garden at Jefferson, my Selucival, and began writing out a work long sketched on Jesuitism. It was published in the Christian Advocate and Journal in 7 installments, and the historical studies led up to a charge that the evil principle of Jesuitism survived in Protestantism. There was needed a revival of the Protestant spirit. The right of private judgment must be insisted on all intolerance of differences of opinion repudiated, and the most poisonous fruits of Jesuitism be recognized equally in Protestantism. When it forbids free thought and free culture among the people, such latitudinarianism may lead to infidelity. But history shows that more evil and crime result from the suppression than from the recognition of reason, the eye of the soul. No man was ever injured by truth, said Jerome, and so on, with an extended plea which the Methodist organ printed without alteration or comment. I opened, says my journal, a correspondence with my parents on my scruples concerning the church and my remaining in it. It will every way be sad for them and me. But what is that to thee? Follow thou me. On one occasion I was in extreme distress of mind, having to preach at a camp meeting in the evening. Many distinguished preachers were present, and among them my venerated friend Norval Wilson. I remember my long solitary walk in the woods, trying to think what Christ was left me to preach about in the evening. I felt that Jesus was alive, that he was near me, and that he said, "Poor youth, there is but one thing for you to do. Give up all you have, even your loving friends, and follow your truth, as I tried to follow mine, into loneliness and suffering, even unto death. But you are not strong enough for that. You can lament over a figure of romance, the minister without courage to suffer shame beside the woman he loves, branded with a scarlet letter, but you have not the strength even to take the hand of truth, which involves no infamy. Like a young man I met in Palestine, you will go away sorrowful. Alas, so it was. I said some bold things, but not boldly. They could all turn in their ears of my hearers to affirmations of their commonplace beliefs. During that sermon, I, for the first time, quite broke down, and my tears prevented me from proceeding for a minute. Encouraging and sympathetic exclamations came from those around me, and after it was all over, I walked off into the woods. Norval Wilson overtook me, folded me in his arms, and said, "Mono, I didn't know how much I loved you till you said I feel so weak." Alas, weak indeed. I felt as if I had in my left hand the fabled sword that cleaved iron bars. When I needed that sword, which passed through a floating veil, I had to pierce hearts that really loved me. I felt Norval Wilson's embrace deeply, but no further words were spoken. He wept with me, then returned into the camp, and I remained where my place lay to the end, without the camp. My parents were much agitated by my avowal of doubts and my determination not to continue my ministry beyond the next Baltimore conference. Early in 1853, at the close of October, my mental troubles and the distress of my parents began to break down my health, and I arranged for my appointments so as to pass a week with relatives in Baltimore. My mother's sister Jean was the wife of a merchant there, William Crane, a leading member of the Church Baptist of the famous Dr. Fuller. There I was always affectionately welcome. My many cousins were musical, merry, cultured, and one of them, Anne, afterwards Mrs. C. Muller, reached literary distinction. To my surprise and delight, both Hicksite Friends and Unitarians were holding their annual meetings in Baltimore at the time of my arrival. I never was more moved than by a sermon from a Quaker woman. She was a handsome woman, and the sermon was truly inspired. My journal does not give her name, but I remember that her first name was Violet. In the conference of the Unitarian Association, the speaker who most impressed me was the Reverend Sylvester Judd of Augusta, M.E. He was the apostle of a new idea among Unitarians, the birthright church. My intimacy with the Quakers had made this idea familiar, and my ideal church was already one to which every child belonged. It was a joy to listen to Judd's pleading for the general adoption by ministers of the principle that children should be members of their congregations without need of christening, and their faith associated in every child's mind with its innocent gaieties. Sylvester Judd's face was of exceeding beauty. He had a light, clear complexion, blue eyes, and flaxen hair. Intellect and kindly feeling were blended in his expression. His cheeks were mirrors to the glow of his enthusiasm, his voice sympathetic with his thought, and there was about his mouth and eyes an infantine expression that rendered the great brow almost a surprise. Judd was an incarnation of the benediction on little children. At one of the Unitarian meetings I spoke to Dr. Burnap, who remembered our talk at Carlisle and invited me to the collation usual on such occasions. I was then introduced to Mr. and Mrs. Morrison, and sat beside this lady at the table. I have never met her since, but she threw a charm on the whole Unitarian Church for me. She was, I was told, from Boston, and I felt that Boston had a heart, and Unitarianism its Morrisons as well as Quakerism its Brookes and Farquhars. Dr. Dewey was the guest of Dr. and Mrs. Burnap, and they invited me to dine with him. Dr. Burnap called for champagne in my honor. Intellectual and kind, Mrs. Burnap continued the Unitarian work of grace in me, begun by her friend Mrs. Morrison. They were all cordial, and the two ministers arranged for an interview next day, when they advised me to enter the Harvard Divinity School. When I returned to my circuit, grievous tidings met me. Becky was at the point of death. This dusky Lydia, who devoted her life to the comfort of the preachers, and while legally property owned us all. Alas, she was prostrated by some fatal malady. Becky was to me an ideal. She seemed to be there to let me and other teachers know what the pure African is capable of. Her quick intelligence, her humor, her humility and simplicity, candor, unselfishness, her perennial happiness, and indefinable qualities that I never knew in any white person, had made her to me a revelation. I was overwhelmed with grief. Becky had to console me. I do not know whether she suffered much or not, for she smiled and conversed brightly, as I sat weeping beside her and talking to her of heaven. Heaven? So long as Becky was well and in her beautiful garden, she was sufficiently in heaven. Her death was the end of a little paradise. Mother Rice was taken off to her children, and the cottage closed. Probably I was the last minister that dwelt there. I walked about the garden. It was all desolation. Had the pretty little harmless snake that taught me optimism relapsed into the old dragon? A terrible confrontation was there. Whence was this death that struck down a happy and useful young woman and wrought us all such misery? After all, my optimism was academic. It had not included the death of Becky. The awfulness of the event was universally felt in the neighborhood. On Sunday, November 15th, when I preached the funeral sermon, the church was filled with mourners, and I could hardly get through my sermon. In pouring out my heart at Becky's funeral, I for the first time startled any congregation by heretical thought. My brethren, says my diary, many of them were astonished at my preaching at Becky's funeral. That death was not the result of sin. I had not dreamed of the unusualness of the thought with them. I was sorry I had said it. I maintained my point, albeit they were astonished at my doctrine. Various incidents determined me to delay no longer my resignation. I remember one particularly. I had preached at Urbana, my most cultured congregation, and as I was leaving, a lady whispered gently, "Brother, you seem to be speaking to us from the moon." I might have suffered less had I confided to that dear friend the trouble I was in, but the pangs of my new birth were too severe. I could not think. Persons and incidences dominated heart and mind. How I dreaded to lose the affection of those sweet women and children. My final month's round of appointments was a succession of heartbreaks. My last sermon was preached on December 4th at Jefferson, where lay Becky in her garden. My theme being eternal joy, so says my diary. Perhaps it was of joy seen through tears. Next day I passed at Urbana with the Simmons and Murdoch families, homes full of lovely young people. Exchanges of gifts, singing of favorite ballads, evening company, made my last day on Frederick's Circuit, and on my diary inscribed, "What would I think of myself if these little girls ceased to love me? Farewell. Oh, how sad to go off." I bade them all good-bye, gave Annie a kiss, left. I shall not soon forget you all. My horse almost knocked my head off by nearly falling. I was thrown. My homeward journey lay through Rockville Circuit, where I passed a day with my Quaker friends, who did not quite like my plan of going to the divinity school. They feared my creed would be made up. Uncle Roger feared I was going to assist in the building of a sort of Babel, but could not refrain from a joke on the fiery names of their leading preachers, Bellows, Furnace, Sparks, and Burnap. My diary notes a difference of opinion with W.H. Farquhar on the subject of supernatural Christianity. I cannot yet give it up. It is too grave a thing to give up quickly and immodestly. I must study it. I alluded to this subject in a conversation with Roger Brooke, who said that a member of Congress visited the neighborhood many years before and placed in his hand a copy of Paine's Age of Reason, saying, "See if you can answer that." I read it, said Uncle Roger, and told him that Paine had simply attacked the abuses of Christianity, and I was not concerned to answer him. I do not remember the name of the member of Congress. I had never seen the Age of Reason, and could not then appreciate the incident. When the paper announced my withdrawal from the Methodist Church, it may be that some of those dear people thought of me as having aspired to something grander than life in their loving homes and teaching in their humble villages. Ah, how mistaken! Life with you, sweet friends, if you were living, how was beautiful. I left you with unspeakable grief, and could you have recalled me in conformity with your loyalty and mine, could you have said, "Come back and tell us freely all that is in your heart," no tidings could have given me more happiness. End of Chapter 10, Part 11. Recorded by Lyle Wilson, Haymarket, Virginia, October 2011.
Chapter 11 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 11. On leaving Washington for Falmouth, I again had a narrow escape. On the Potomac Bridge my horse was frightened by an approaching steamer and tried to leap into the river, getting almost over. From December 15, 1852, when I reached the old home at Falmouth, to February 14, 1853, when I left for Cambridge, my old journal is a sort of herbarium of the thorns that pierced father, mother, and myself. A cruel side of the situation was that my new steps had the appearance of being merely metaphysical. I was breaking my parents' hearts, so it seemed, on abstract and abstruse issues, while really I was aiming at a new world. But this new world was of such a serious character, the abolition of slavery to begin with, that any intimation of it only made the doctrinal heresies more painful. Once more on Christmas Day I heard the angels singing in old St. George's, "Glad tidings of great joy I bring to you and all mankind." Once more I knelt with my parents on watch night and sang the covenant hymn, "Come, let us anew our journey pursue," and once more went out on New Year's Day, hiring day, and wrote in my journal, "I feel tonight somewhat sad. I find how little sympathy I have with the existing state of things. As I saw the slave hiring today, I found out how much hatred I had of the institution, and how much contempt for the persons engaged in it. 'You look,' said a friend, 'as if you were not in the world.' I am not. My dear relatives and friends cannot sympathize with and encourage the deepest faith and reverence in my soul. O my Father, do thou love me in this time of fire." The most notable figure in Fredericksburg was still John Minor. A bachelor past middle age, he devoted himself to his aged and blind mother and to studies. Having occasion to call on him, he proposed a walk. We crossed the bridge of Stafford, strolled on the Washington farm, and talked on philosophy. He smiled at the phrase "Dark Ages," and thought that in the centuries so labeled there were some of the best heads that ever lived. For himself (minor) Hobbes was final. Here was heresy more sweeping than I had then dreamed of. My father thought John Minor as good a man as any in Virginia, though his "infidelity" was well known. Why, then, his distress about my heresy? My father said it was due to his great affection for me, and I made that account in my charge against dogmas. Why should a heavenly Father exact dogmas that cause discord between father and son on earth? My new ideas of slavery, which I did not proclaim nor conceal, caused my father embarrassment. Holding really the old-fashioned views against slavery in the abstract, he was by my abolitionism not only involved personally, but as the leading layman in the Baltimore Conference in Virginia, then in a struggle with the Methodist Church South involving property. But my uncle, George Eustace Conway, leader of the Southern sect, was too sore personally to use my eccentric position as an argument against the Church North. So excited was he that for once he spoke to me with anger. The presidential campaign between Franklin Pierce and General Winfield Scott, then just ended, had particularly enlisted two of my uncles. Judge Eustace Conway, who nominated Pierce in the Democratic Convention, had encountered in debate Commonwealth's Attorney Travers Daniel, the two being warm personal friends. Hawthorne, being the biographer of Pierce, played a leading part in the campaign. Uncle Travers declared that biography the most complete romance ever invented by Hawthorne, while Uncle Eustace could not unreservedly endorse a biographer who admitted that slavery was an evil which Providence in its own good time would cause to vanish like a dream. I found it painful that Hawthorne should descend into the arena of contending parties, but he believed that Pierce would make a good president. During the campaign the pro-slavery philosophy made rapid advance. Beverly Wellford, now judge, a leading scholar and writer who 3 years before held aloof from our Southern Rights Association, had become an extremist in advocacy of slavery and Southernism. The Wellfords were a historic and conservative family, and this change in Beverly denoted a new era in Northern Virginia. Alas, that a burden should be on me to become an antagonist of these beloved companions of my early youth. But what sustaining visions shone beyond the portal so painfully entered! There lay America freed from chains, slavery, strife. There mankind enlightened, woman emancipated, superstition no more sundering heart from heart, war ended, peace and brotherhood universal. O morning and night, serene on my portal, is not the time at hand when world soul shall harmonize with oversoul? There beside the Rappahannock, where 2 years before Emerson had awakened me and set my face to the sunrise, now came Hawthorne with The Blithedale Romance, sequel of The Scarlet Letter. The 17th-century Puritan, torturing finest hearts to establish the kingdom of heaven, has slipped into the 19th-century philanthropist sacrificing human hearts to establish his earthly utopia. What loving hearts will bleed on my own new altar and prove it built of stone unhewn as any dogma I am abandoning? Hawthorne's Hollingsworth became my type of the reformer I would not be. Fictitious hells faded, the actual hells appear, and on my knees I swear that it shall remain my supreme end to save hearts suffering not in eternity but in time, and in flesh and blood. Once I was surprised by the sympathy of a lady distinguished for her wit and beauty, the young wife of cousin John Conway Moncure. Their home was Inglewood, where my childhood was passed, and it was while calling there that I was, as my notebook says, laughed at and persecuted about my radicalisms and skepticisms, etc., insomuch that I am often tempted to renounce all opinions but those of the company I am in." The sympathy came from this admired cousin, née Fanny Dulnay Tomlin, who confessed that she could not see the justice of slavery. On a previous occasion she had taken my side against the dogma of endless punishment, supporting her view on the saying of Jesus concerning liberation after the uttermost farthing was paid. I portrayed this lady as Gisela Stirling in my Pine and Palm. I mingled a good deal with young men, and participated in the debates of the Young Men's Society in Fredericksburg on general subjects. My most serious trouble was in having to preach once more. The minister, Krebs, being summoned away suddenly, his wife entreated me to take his place for one morning. The sermon was one on charity, in which I tried to unite the serpent's wisdom with the dove's harmlessness for a congregation unaware of my heresy. My father was conspicuously absent. So ended my Methodist ministry. As the time approached for my going to Cambridge, my father, pointing to a volume, said to me with emotion, "These books that you read and are now about to multiply affect my feeling as if you were giving yourself up to excessive brandy. I have considered my duty and reached this conclusion. I cannot conscientiously support you at Cambridge. So long as you stay in this house you are welcome to all I have, but I cannot assist what appears to me grievous error." These are nearly my father's words, and I replied that his position was just. On February 14, 1853, before leaving home, I ordered my horse, took a short ride, then hitched him to a poplar in front of our house. I then carried from the house my empty saddlebags and laid them on the saddle. This fine horse and the accoutrements, presented by my father for my circuit, I thus returned. Had he been at home he would have asked me to keep them, but it was characteristic of him, as of his father, to escape from partings. My mother watched all the proceedings of my leaving home with burning cheeks, and my parting from her and my sister, aged 16, and my 2 little brothers, was very painful. It also affected me to part with our servants. They were not aware of my new views on slavery, but one, Aunt Nancy, had divined enough to tell me that her husband, Benjamin Williams, had fled to Boston. He did not belong to my father, from whom no servant ever fled. Aunt Nancy had arranged a means by which I could communicate with her. Several relatives awaited me at the station and bade me affectionate farewell. Ladies only. That evening, February 14, I heard Thackeray lecture in Baltimore on the English humorists. He was the first great literary man to whom I had listened, and his noble presence, his simplicity, his felicities of thought and expression, so impressed me that in after years, when I occasionally saw him in London, he still appeared to me as if framed in that hall with all the beauty and intelligence of Baltimore before him. My relatives, the Cranes, with whom I now passed a week, were as affectionate as ever, and I found my many Methodist friends unexpectedly cordial. My diary says, "Saw many friends, talked much about Unitarianism and Trinitarianism. I was much pleased at the absence of all bitterness among my Trinitarian brethren about this matter of mine. Some of them I found were not inwardly what they were apparently. They wished me too to bridge the matter over with Arianism." In Philadelphia I called first on my dear Professor Crooks, then a minister in that city. "He told me that if I would go to Harvard, study faithfully, and call no man master, then bring my creed back there, he would subscribe it." I passed that evening with the Rev. Dr. William Henry Furness, with whom I had exchanged letters. It was an ideal home. Mrs. Furness was beautiful and gracious, and took an almost maternal interest in me on account of my entrance on a pilgrimage that required parting with relatives and associations. It was a household consecrated to truth, humanity, literature, and art, and no one who enjoyed intimacy in it can wonder that the daughter, Mrs. Wister, has attained eminence in literature, that of the sons, William became an accomplished painter, Frank an eminent architect, while Horace is the foremost Shakespearean scholar. Horace was about to enter Harvard College, and I thus had one young friend there to begin with. On February 25 I started for Boston. Our train suffered a collision, and had not my superstition been limited to the Gospels, I might have taken note of this third accident befallen me since I left my Maryland circuit. On my way I heard that the Marlborough, in Washington Street, Boston, was a good hotel with moderate prices. My diary describes it as "a very orderly, pleasant, and orthodox place. They have prayers morning and night, at which a piano with Aeolian addition is used. The first thing that strikes me hereabouts is the extreme culture of music. After prayers there is singing till bedtime." On the 26th I took Dr. Burnap's note of introduction to the historian, Rev. Dr. Alexander Young. He was cordial, kept me till the afternoon, then guided me to historic places, his conversation being a much needed instruction. He took me to visit an aged woman who remembered the excitement about the Boston Tea Party. The young men in her parents' household had been in the riot, and she told me her recollection of their rushing in, and emptying their shoes of tea which they had preserved from destruction for the benefit of their grandmother, dependent upon tea. Nearly a quarter of a century after this I saw some notes about myself by a Methodist preacher of Boston, printed in Zion's Herald. He stated that he met me at the Marlborough Hotel on my first Sunday in Boston, where I had just been to hear Theodore Parker. He stated that I was vexed by the sermon (I am referring to the article from memory), and intimated that he found me rather homesick for my old Methodism. I could hardly believe this, but find it confirmed in my notebook. "February 27. Went to hear Theodore Parker. His sermon was on good and evil temper. Text, Proverbs 15:17. Better is a dinner of herbs, etc. I don't like him at all, and I wish I had worshipped at King's Chapel with Dr. Peabody, whom with his whole family I love." I had been introduced to Dr. Ephraim Peabody by Dr. Burnap, and thus into a charming circle. Dr. Peabody's poetic intellect and sweetness of disposition were enshrined in a countenance that remains as if framed in my memory. Mrs. Peabody was one of the much admired Derby sisters, of whom one married Mr. Rogers of Roxbury, and another the Hon. Robert C. Winthrop. With these three families I found a gracious hospitality. Dr. Derby, unmarried, the brother of these ladies, and charming as they, had been professionally educated in Paris, but devoted himself mainly to the promotion of musical culture in Boston. He superintended the King's Chapel choir, the finest in Boston. He was a founder of the music hall, and my musical enthusiasm was by him befriended with tickets to oratorios and other concerts. As to my worry at the first sermon I heard in Boston, that of Theodore Parker, I was disturbed by a lack of anything in the music hall or in the secular music sympathetic with my lonely and forlorn heart. In the afternoon I was consoled by hearing at the Seamen's Bethel the famous Father Taylor. I had read the graphic description of him by Charles Dickens, American Notes, and had heard that Emerson was an admirer of Father Taylor. Some one told me that Taylor was a sort of Arian. Also that in a circle of his ministerial brethren, where Emerson was spoken of as leading youth to hell, Father Taylor remarked, "It may be that Emerson is going to hell, but of one thing I am certain, he will change the climate there, and emigration will set that way." After listening to his sermon, plain, practical, in no part sensational, I approached Father Taylor and told him I had just left the Baltimore Conference. He urged me to go home with him, and on the way was at first severe about my leaving the Methodist Church. I answered that if I could, like himself, be a Methodist and ignore the Trinitarian dogma, I would have done so. But Methodism in Boston and that in the Baltimore Conference differed. The old man relented. "Well," said he, "our Southern brethren are very strict about some things of which they know nothing." I then knocked at the door of his heart with the name of Emerson, and it opened wide. Our talk became cordial. He told me, I think, that Emerson was a contributor to the Seamen's Bethel, and at any rate interested me in his account of Emerson as a man, and apart from his writings. In the evening, at supper with the Ephraim Peabodys, I found that Unitarians were not made for the Sabbath. The two daughters, one of whom married Mr. Eliot, now president of Harvard University, the other, Rev. Dr. Bellows, were lovely enough to consecrate their festal Sunday, and I found it easy to slip out of Methodist Sabbatarianism. After the mirth most of us went to the music hall, and what happiness awaited me there! At night, says my diary, I heard my first oratorio, Messiah. Oh, the ineffable delight! 50 sermons such as I heard in the same place in the morning could not breathe so much piety and sublimity through my soul as that grand oratorio. There was something rather hard about Parker's manner at first that may have been due to very natural misgivings. Having found that he was the man most likely to help me fulfill Aunt Nancy's commission, I carried a note of introduction to him from some anti-slavery friend at Cambridge, but even anti-slavery men might be mistaken. A Virginian asking the whereabouts of a Negro might properly be met with hesitation, though it did not occur to me. I was courteously received in his large library, where he sat at his desk beneath his grandfather's old musket fixed to the wall. He took down the fugitive's name, etc., and said he would make inquiries, appointing a day for my return. For the rest, he showed interest in my experiences, and spoke with such admiration of Emerson that I began to warm toward him. A few days later he went with me through the negro quarters, and I got still nearer to him. I remember by the way that a man met us and asked the way to the Roman Catholic Church. Parker took pains to inform him, and then remarked, "A heretic may sometimes point a man to the true church." But he did not smile. At length we entered into the house of some intelligent coloured people, who saluted Parker with the greatest homage, which he received with pathetic humility. "This," he said, "is a Virginian, but an honourable Virginian, who wishes to find one Benjamin Williams, who some time ago escaped from his master in Stafford County, Virginia, and for whom he has a message from his wife, Nancy Williams. I hope you will be able to discover Mr. Williams." After a brief consultation with others of the family, the man went out to bring some neighbours, and meanwhile I was quite overcome by the pleasant conversation of Parker with the humble women around him. He spoke sweetly and graciously to young and old. It was all beautiful and touching, and I was ashamed that I had disliked him. The man returned with several neighbours, and having inquired closely as to the fugitive's appearance, they remembered such a man, who was in Canada. A little later I had the satisfaction of sending his address to a free negro in Falmouth, who conveyed it to Aunt Nancy. When I left home I had a good stock of clothing, 140 books, and about $100. I did not doubt that at Cambridge I would make some money by preaching at various places, and also perhaps by writing articles. But from Dr. Burnap in Baltimore I learned that only seniors were permitted to preach, and that my studies would not allow time for articles. On learning that my father could not conscientiously support me at a Unitarian school, Dr. Burnap collected among his friends $160, and said, "It is not a loan, but if in the future you find some theological student needing help, you can assist him if you have the means." I thus went on to Cambridge feeling quite rich, and when I entered the Divinity School had the good fortune to find that an organist was needed in our little chapel. I was equal to the performance of simple pieces, and the faculty gave me for my services, at morning and evening prayers weekdays, $50 the college year. To this Professor Noyes added from some fund $40 for my instruction by the accomplished organist of Park Street Church, Boston, where I took lessons twice a week. $300 seemed to be affluence in those first days. And how I loved that sweet little organ! Most of the Divinity students could visit relatives from Saturday to Monday, or on other holidays, but in such intervals I visited my beloved organ, filled by a pedal, and locking the chapel door solaced my heart with sweet old tunes that alone remained with me from my Methodist days, and which surrounded me with a choir invisible, but not in any invisible world, choirs that were still chanting in Virginia, in Maryland, and in my old college at Carlisle. May 3, 1853, is a date under which I wrote a couplet from Emerson's Wood Notes. "'Twas one of the charmed days when the genius of God doth flow." For on that day I first met Emerson. Dr. Palfrey, on finding in our conversations that it was Emerson who had touched me in my sleep in Virginia, advised me to visit him. I felt shy about invading the spot that is sacred to thought and God. But he urged me to go, and gave me a letter to Emerson. I knew too well the importance of a morning to go straight to Emerson's house, and inquired the way to the old manse. It was a fortunate excursion. The man I most wished to meet was Emerson. The man I most wished to see was Hawthorne. He no longer resided at the old manse, but as I was gazing from the road down the archway of ash trees at the house whose mosses his genius had made spiritual moss roses, out stepped the magician himself. It has been a conceit of mine that I had never seen a portrait of Hawthorne, but recognized him as one I had seen in dreams he had evoked. At any rate, I knew it was my Prospero. Who else could have those soft flashing unsearchable eyes, that beauté du diable at middle age? He did not observe me, and as I slowly followed him towards the village, doubts were awakened by the elegance and even smartness of his dress. But I did not reflect that Prospero had left his isle, temporarily buried his book, and was passing from his masque to his masquerade as consul at Liverpool and man of the world. Hawthorne was making calls before his departure for Europe. I felt so timid about calling on Emerson, it appeared such a one-sided affair, that I once turned my steps toward the railway station. But soon after 12 I knocked at Emerson's door, and sent in Dr. Palfrey's letter, with a request that I might call on him during the afternoon. The children came to say that their father was out, but would return to dinner at 1, and their mother wished me to remain. The 3 children entertained me pleasantly, mainly in the bower that Alcott had built in the front garden. I was presently sent for. Emerson met me at the front door, welcome beaming in his eyes, and took me into his library. He remembered receiving a letter from me 2 or 3 years before. On learning that I was at the Divinity School and had come to Concord simply to see him, he called from his library door, "Queenie!" Mrs. Emerson came, and I was invited to remain some days. I had, however, to return to college that evening, and though I begged that his day should not be long interfered with, he insisted on my passing the afternoon with him. When we were alone, Emerson inquired about the experiences that had led me away from my Methodism, and about my friendships. "The gods," he said, "generally provide the young thinker with friends." When I told him how deeply words of his, met by chance in an English magazine, had moved me while I was a law student in Virginia, he said, "When the mind has reached a certain stage it may be sometimes crystallized by a slight touch." I had so little realized their import, I told him that they only resulted in leading me to leave the law for the Methodist ministry. It had been among the Hicksite Quakers that I found sympathetic friends after entering on the path of inquiry. He then began to talk about the Quakers and their inner light. He had formed a near friendship with Mary Roch of New Bedford. "Mary Roch told us that her little girl one day asked if she might do something. She replied, 'What does the voice in thee say?' The child went off and after a time returned to say, 'Mother, the little voice says no.' That," said Emerson, "starts the tears to one's eyes." He especially respected the Quaker faith that "every scripture must be held subject to the reader's inner light. I am accustomed to find errors in writings of the great men, and it is an impertinence to demand that I shall recognize none in some particular volume." The children presently came in, Ellen, Edward, and Edith. They were all pretty, and came up to their father with their several reports on the incidents of the morning. Edith had some story to tell of a trouble among 1 or 2 rough families in Concord. a man had hinted that a woman next door had stolen something, and she had struck him in the leg with a corkscrew. Emerson summed this up by saying, "He insinuated that she was a rogue, and she insinuated the corkscrew in his leg." Ellen perceived the joke, and I many times remarked the quickness with which, while not yet out of girlhood, she appreciated every word of her father. The dinner was early. The children were with us, and the talk was the most homelike and merry that I had known for a long time. When the children were gone, Mrs. Emerson told me that they had been christened. Husband was not willing the children should be christened in the formal way, but said he would offer no objection when I could find a minister as pure and good as the children. That was reasonable, and we waited some time. But when William Henry Channing came on a visit to us, we agreed that he was good enough to christen our children. While Emerson was preparing for the walk, I looked about the library. Over the mantel hung a large copy of Michael Angelo's Parcé. There were 2 statuettes of Goethe, of whom also there was an engraved portrait on the wall. Afterwards Emerson showed me a collection of portraits — Shakespeare, Dante, Montaigne, Goethe, and Swedenborg. The furniture of the room was rather antique and simple. There were 4 long shelves completely occupied, he said, by his manuscripts, of which there must have been enough to furnish a score of printed volumes. Our walk was around Walden Pond, on both sides of which Emerson owned land. Our conversation related to the religious ferment of the time. He said that the Unitarian churches were stated to be no longer producing ministers equal to their forerunners, but were more and more finding their best men in those coming from orthodox churches. That was a symptom. Those from other churches, having gone through experiences and reached personal convictions strong enough to break with their past, would of course have some enthusiasm for their new faith. But the Unitarians might take note of that intimation that individual growth and experience are essential for the religious teacher. I mentioned Theodore Parker, and he said, "It is a comfort to remember that there is one sane voice amid the religious and political affairs of the country." I said that I could not understand how I could have tolerated those dogmas of inherited depravity, blood atonement, eternal damnation for Adam's sin, and the rest. He said, "I cannot feel interested in Christianity. It seems deplorable that there should be a tendency to creeds that would take men back to the chimpanzee." He smiled at the importance ascribed to academic terms. "I have very good grounds for being Unitarian and Trinitarian too. I need not nibble at one loaf forever, but eat it and go on to earn another." He said that while he could not personally attend any church, he held a pew in the Unitarian church for his wife and children who desired it, and indeed would in any case support the minister, because it is well "to have a conscientious man to sit on school committees, to help at town meetings, to attend the sick and the dead." As we were walking through the woods, he remarked that the voices of some fishermen out on the water, talking about their affairs, were intoned by the distance and the water into music, and that the curves which their oars made, marked under the sunlight in silver, made a succession of beautiful bows. This may have started a train of thought related to the abhorrence I had expressed of the old dogmas, to which I had added something about the Methodist repugnance with which I had witnessed in Maryland some Catholic ceremonies. "Yet," he said, "they possess beauty in the distance. When one sees them on the stage, processions of priests in their vestments chanting their hymns at the opera, they are in their place and offend no sentiment." I mentioned a task set me at the Divinity School, to write an essay on eschatology, and Emerson said, "An actually existent fly is more important than a possibly existent angel." Again presently, "The old artist said, 'Pingo in eternitatem.' This eternitatem for which I paint is not in past or future, but is the height of every living hour." When we were in a byway among the bushes, Emerson suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Ah, there is one of the gods of the wood." I looked and saw nothing, then turned to him and followed his glance, but still beheld nothing unusual. He was looking along the path before us through a thicket. "Where?" I asked. "Did you see it?" he said, now moving on. "No, I saw nothing. What was it?" "No matter," said he gently. I repeated my question, but he still said smilingly, "Never mind, if you did not see it." I was a little piqued, but said no more, and very soon was listening to talk that made my eschatology seem ridiculous. Perhaps the sylvan god I had missed was a pretty snake, a squirrel, or other little note in the symphony of nature. My instruction in the supremacy of the present hour began not so much in Emerson's words as in himself. Standing beside the ruin of the shanty Thoreau built with his own hands, and lived in for a year at the cost of $28, 12½ Emerson appeared an incarnation of the wondrous day he was giving me. My enthusiasm for Margaret Fuller Ossoli, excited by her Memoirs, led Emerson in parting to give me a copy of her Woman in the Nineteenth Century, an English edition she had sent him from London, with her initials in it. At my request he added his own name and the date. That evening I sat in my room in Divinity Hall, No. 34, as one enriched, and wrote, "May 3, the most memorable day of my life, spent with Ralph Waldo Emerson." 2 days later I attended a great dinner given in Boston to Senator Hale of New Hampshire. I went over with Dr. Palfrey, who was chairman. Emerson was there, but when Palfrey called for a speech from him he had departed. What was my chagrin, on my return to the Divinity School, to find that Emerson had been there to call upon me. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 12. Being homeless in the North, my summer vacation, 1853, was passed at Concord. The Emersons found for me a very pleasant abode at Hillside, on Ponkatasset Hill, about a mile out of the village, where Ellery Channing once lived, and where he wrote his poem on New England. 2 sisters, the Misses Hunt, educated ladies, received me into this pleasant cottage, where I was the only boarder. These ladies were cousins of Miss Martha Hunt, whose suicide in Concord River and the discovery of her body are described in Hawthorne's Blithedale Romance. They were troubled because G. W. Curtis, in his Homes of American Authors, had suggested that Martha's suicide was due to the contrast between her transcendental ideals and the coarseness of her home. They described the family of their cousin as educated people. One of these sisters walked with me to the river and pointed out all the places connected with the tragedy, and some years later another cousin drowned herself there. Emerson introduced me to his friends. First of all he took me to Henry Thoreau, who lived in the village with his parents and his sister. The kindly and silent pencil maker, his father, John Thoreau, was French in appearance, and Henry resembled him physically. But neither parent impressed me as possessing mental qualities that could account for such a rare spirit as Henry. He was 36 when I met him. He received me pleasantly, and asked what we were studying at Cambridge. I answered, "The Scriptures." "Which?" he asked. Emerson said, "You will find our Thoreau a sad pagan." Thoreau had long been a reverent reader of Oriental Scriptures, and showed me his Bibles, translated from various languages into French and English. He invited me to come next day for a walk, but in the morning I found the Thoreaus agitated by the arrival of a colored fugitive from Virginia, who had come to their door at daybreak. Thoreau took me to a room where his excellent sister Sophia was ministering to the fugitive, who recognized me as one he had seen. He was alarmed, but his fears passed into delight when, after talking with him about our country, I certified his genuineness. I observed the tender and lowly devotion of Thoreau to the African. He now and then drew near to the trembling man, and with a cheerful voice bade him feel at home, and have no fear that any power should again wrong him. That whole day he mounted guard over the fugitive, for it was a slave–hunting time. But the guard had no weapon, and probably there was no such thing in the house. The next day the fugitive was got off to Canada, and I enjoyed my first walk with Thoreau. He was a unique man every way. He was short of stature, well built. Every movement was full of courage and repose. His eyes were very large and bright, as if caught from the sky. "His nose is like the prow of a ship," said Emerson one day. He had the look of the huntsman of Emerson's quatrain. He took the color of his vest from rabbit's coat and grouse's breast, for as the wild kinds lurk and hide, so walks the huntsman unespied. The cruelest weapons, however, which this huntsman took with him were lenses and an old book in which to press plants. He was not talkative, but his occasional monologues were extraordinary. I remember being surprised at every step with revelations of laws and significant attributes in common things, as a relation between different kinds of grass and the geological characters beneath them, the variety and grouping of pine needles and the effect of these differences on the sounds they yield when struck by the wind, and the varieties of taste represented by grasses and common herbs when applied to the tongue. He offered me a peculiar grass to chew for an instant, saying, "It is a little sharp, but an experience." Deep in the woods his face shone with a new light. He had a mental calendar of the flora of the neighborhood, and would go some distance around to visit some floral friend. We were too early for the hibiscus, a rare flower in New England, which I desired to see. He pointed out the spot near the river where alone it could be found, and said that it would open about the following Monday and not stay long. I went on Tuesday or Wednesday, but it was too late. The petals were scattered on the ground. Thoreau ate no meat. He told me his only reason was a feeling of the filthiness of flesh-eating. A bear huntsman he thought was entitled to his steak. He had never attempted to make any general principle on the subject, and later in life ate meat in order not to cause inconvenience to the family. On our first walk I told him the delight with which I read his book, A Week on the Concord and Merrimack Rivers. He said that the whole edition remained on the shelf of his publisher, who wished to get rid of them. If he could not succeed in giving them away, they would probably be sold as old paper. I got from him valuable hints about reading. He had studied carefully the old English chronicles, and Chaucer, Froissart, Spenser, and Beaumont and Fletcher. He recognized kindred spirits in George Herbert, Cowley, and Quarles, considering the latter a poet but not an artist. He explored the old books of voyages, Drake, Purchas, and others, who assisted him in his circumnavigation of Concord. The Oriental books were his daily bread. The Greeks, especially Aeschylus, whose Prometheus and The Seven Against Thebes he translated finely, were his luxuries. He was an exact Greek scholar. Of moderns he praised Wordsworth, Coleridge, and to a less extent Carlyle and Goethe. He admired Ruskin's Modern Painters, though he thought the author bigoted, but in the Seven Lamps of Architecture he found with the good stuff "too much about art for me and the Hottentots. Our house is yet a hut." He enjoyed William Gilpin's Hints on Landscape Gardening Tour of the River Wye. He had read with care the works of Franklin. He had as a touchstone for authors their degree of ability to deal with supersensual facts and feelings with scientific precision. What he admired in Emerson was that he discerned the phenomena of thought and functions of every idea as if they were antennae or stamina. It was a quiet joke in Concord that Thoreau resembled Emerson in expression and in tones of voice. He had grown up from boyhood under Emerson's influence, had listened to his lectures and his conversations, and little by little had grown this resemblance. It was the more interesting because so superficial and unconscious. Thoreau was an imitator of no mortal, but Emerson had long been a part of the very atmosphere of Concord, and it was as if this element had deposited on Thoreau a mystical moss. During that halcyon summer I read the Oriental books in Emerson's library, for he not only advised me in my studies, but insisted on lending me books. To my hesitation about taking even to Ponkatasset the precious volumes, he said, "What are they for?" In my dainty little room, whose window opened on a beautiful landscape with the Musketaquit running through it to the Merrimack, or perhaps seated in the vine-covered veranda, I read Wilkins's Bhagavat Gita, which henceforth became part of my canon. Close indeed to my heart came the narrative of the charioteer, the god Krishna in disguise, driving Arjuna to the field, where the youth sees that his struggle is to be with his parents, teachers, early companions. Emerson also introduced me to the Persian Desatir. In lending me this, he said that he regarded the ancient Persian scriptures as more intellectual than the sacred writings of other races. I found delight in these litanies uttered in the beginning of our era, amid whose exaltations there was always the happy beam of reason. Thy knowledge is a ray of the knowledge of God. O my prophet ever near me, I have given thee an exalted angel named Intelligence. How can we know a prophet? By his giving you information regarding your own heart. Emerson also in that summer introduced me to Saadi of Shiraz, who has been to me as an intimate friend through life's pilgrimage. For the Rose Garden, Gulistan, I had been prepared by my garden in Frederick Circuit, my Seclusaval. Saadi was its interpreter, and restored it to me. For I could not enter deeply into wild nature, but dearly loved a garden. One day when I was walking with Emerson in his garden, he stopped near a favorite plum and said, "This is when ripe, a fruit of paradise." He then discovered one that was ripe and managed to pluck it for me. How simply was this man fulfilling all my youthful dreams! He personally loved Saadi, and later edited the Gulistan. One day he told me he had found somewhere a story about him. Saadi was travelling on foot towards Damascus, alone and weary. Presently he overtook a boy travelling the same way, and asked him to point out the road. The boy offered to guide him some distance, and in the course of conversation Saadi spoke of having come from Persia and from Shiraz. "Shiraz!" exclaimed the boy. "Then perhaps you can tell me something of Sheikh Saadi of Shiraz." The traveller said, "I am Saadi." Instantly the boy knelt, and with tears kissed the hem of his skirt, and after that could not be parted from Saadi, but guided and served him during his stay in Damascus. And lo, here I am with my grey hairs seeing my own Saadi as he told me the little tale that filled my eyes, all unconscious that my soul was that of the Damascus boy and was kissing the hem of his garment. I made the acquaintance of several elderly persons in Concord who told me incidents related by their grandparents concerning the Concord fight of April 19, 1775, but I was too much interested in the heroes of 1853 to care much for those of the old Revolution. One day Emerson pointed out to me across the street the venerable Hon. Samuel Hoar and his daughter Elizabeth, who told me the story of their visit to Charleston, South Carolina, 1844, the eminent lawyer being commissioned by his State to plead for the release of Massachusetts seamen seized from ships and imprisoned there because of their color. Amid threats of violence the lawyer and his daughter were driven out of Charleston unheard. I had not known this, and thenceforth bowed low whenever I passed the old lawyer. Without any historic halo, the Hon. Samuel Hoar would have arrested the attention of a stranger, not only by his very tall thin form and the small face, blond and beardless, that looked as if it came out of Bellini's canvas, but also by his dreamy look and movement. He was 75, but no indications of age explained that absorbed look. Probably it was this as well as the face that suggested to Emerson a resemblance to Dante. "He is a saint," said Emerson, as the old gentleman passed one day. "He no longer dwells with us down on earth." There could hardly be a greater contrast than that between the old man and his son Judge Rockwood Hoar, and I should think also Senator Hoar, so far as appearance went, for the latter I knew only by seeing him occasionally. The "Jedge," as Lowell calls him in the Biglow Papers, made an admirable Attorney General of the United States, but his force was almost formidable in Little Concord. One felt in meeting him that the glasses on those bright eyes were microscopic, and that he was under impending cross-examination. He was rationalistic and a free soiler, though his anti-slavery record did not satisfy abolitionists. The judge was unconscious of the satirical accent in his humor. He was personally devoted to Emerson, who, however, rather dreaded him, as he told me half humorously, on account of his tendencies to argumentative and remorselessly logical talk. The judge, however, was very amiable in his family, and especially with his sister, Elizabeth. This lady, who resembled the father more than her brothers did, was most lovely and intellectual. The death of Emerson's brilliant brother Charles, to whom Miss Elizabeth was betrothed, was the pathetic legend of Concord, and the reverential affection of Emerson for her represented a sentiment of the community. But the lady, in a sense widowed, was interested and active in all the culture and affairs of Concord. Her sorrows had turned to sunshine for those around her. Mrs. Ripley, the widow of the Rev. Samuel Ripley, a kinsman of Emerson, occupied the famous Old Manse. An admirable sketch of her life was written by Elizabeth Hoar. She had a wide reputation for learning. I had heard at Cambridge that when students were rusticated they used to board at Concord in order to be coached by her. She was a fine botanist. A legend ran that Professor Gray called on her and found her instructing a student in differential calculus, correcting the Greek translation of another, and at the same time shelling peas and rocking her grandchild's cradle with her foot. But never was lady more simple and unostentatious. In her 63rd year she was handsome, and her intelligent interest extended from her fruit trees and poultry to the profoundest problems of her time. Thus the Old Manse had for me precious mosses which Hawthorne had not gathered. Her daughters Phoebe and Sophia, afterwards wife of Professor Thayer of Cambridge, always met me with a friendliness greatly remembered. No doubt they and other ladies in Concord bore in mind that I was far away from my relatives. I found in Mrs. Ripley an intelligent sympathizer with my advancing religious ideas. She was a theist through recognition of a supreme reason intimated in the facts of individual reason. She said, "I cannot believe in miracles because I believe in God." The subject of spirit manifestations was considered by her worthy of study only as a contemporary illustration of the fallaciousness of human testimony wherever emotions or passions are involved. "People believe what they've a mind to," she said. The well-informed rationalism of Mrs. Ripley and of her nearest friend Elizabeth Hoar led me to suppose that the ideas of Emerson were universal in Concord. In this, however, I presently discovered my mistake. One day when I was with Emerson and his wife, he referred to Goethe, and I perceived that the great German was a sort of bogey to her. She quoted verbatim 2 sentences from a letter written to her by her husband before their marriage, in which he expressed misgivings about Goethe, beneath whose fine utterances he had found no faith. Emerson was silent, and his wife went on in a way almost pathetic to describe her need of faith. When after the talk at dinner I was walking with Emerson, he said that Goethe had written some things, elective affinities for instance, which could really be read only by minds which had undergone individual training. He was the only great writer who had turned upon the moral conventions and demanded by what right they claimed to control his life. But people with eyes could not omit Goethe. Mr. William Emerson, an eminent lawyer of New York, occasionally visited his younger brother in Concord. I remember him as an interesting gentleman, and was surprised to find any lawyer with his unworldly and even poetic look. In a letter from Germany of William Emerson shown me by his son, Dr. Emerson of New York, he speaks of his acquaintance with Goethe. William was studying divinity, but found that he had not even Socinian faith enough to preach, and was in distress about the disappointment to his parents. Goethe advised him not to disappoint them, but go on with his ministry. I think the Goethean cult at Cambridge and Concord had cooled. And by the way, there was a droll relic of it in the Emerson household. One of the children, Edith I think, had the fancy to name her handsome cat Goethe. Emerson affected to take it seriously, and once when the cat was in the library and scratched itself, he opened the door and politely said, "Goethe, you must retire. I don't like your manners." I managed to make friends with the Concord children. Never had a small town a more charming circle of lovely children. The children of Emerson, of Judge Rockwood Hoar, of the Loring and Barrett families, mostly girls between 10 and 12 years, were all pretty and intelligent, and as it was vacation time they were prepared for walks, picnics, boating, etc. Other of their elders beside myself found delight in the society of these young people, especially Thoreau. He used to take us out on the river in his boat, and by his scientific talk guide us into the water lilies' fairyland. He showed us his miracle of putting his hand into the water and bringing up a fish. I remember Ellen Emerson asking her father, "Whom shall we invite to the picnic?" His answer being, "All children from 6 years to 60." Then there were huckleberrying parties. These were under the guidance of Thoreau, because he alone knew the precise locality of every variety of the berry. I recall an occasion when little Edward Emerson, carrying a basket of fine huckleberries, had a fall and spilt them all. Great was his distress, and our offers of berries could not console him for the loss of those gathered by himself. But Thoreau came, put his arm around the troubled child, and explained to him that if the crop of huckleberries was to continue, it was necessary that some should be scattered. Nature had provided that little boys should now and then stumble and sow the berries. "We shall have a grand lot of bushes and berries in this spot, and we shall owe them to you." Edward began to smile. Not far from Hillside resided a lonely old man with whom I exchanged greetings. Bereft of wife and children, he found consolation in spiritualism. The Hunt ladies thought that he was suffering his cottage and garden to fall gradually into ruin because of his absorption in another world, and giving his money to a medium for bringing him communications from his wife and children. He was eager to convince me, and said that if I would visit Mrs. Freeman in Boston, and did not find something worth examining in this matter, he would not go there again. Whereupon I went off to Boston and Mrs. Freeman. Ushered into the mysterious presence, I found a substantial dark-eyed sibyl seated on a little throne. I was placed in a chair opposite by her husband, who, having made passes between us, left the room. Her eyes were closed, and she drew long breaths. Presently she said, "Where shall I go with you, to the spirit world or to some place on earth?" I said, "Tell me about my home," for I knew that no one in Boston could know anything of my home in Falmouth or my personal affairs. This woman then went on to describe in a vague way my father's house, a description that could apply to many brick houses. She then mentioned several persons in the house and incidents I was sure were not true. I was so disgusted at the whole affair that I cut short the interview and went back triumphantly to my friend at Concord. The old man went to see the medium, and she said that she found me so skeptical that the rapport was imperfect. The old man, however, fulfilled his contract. Mrs. Freeman had said, "I see a lady who is a good deal worried about somebody named John." The selection of a name so common rather amused me, but I afterwards had to show my neighbour a letter from my mother saying that she was troubled by the betrothal of a relative named John. From Agassiz I derived great benefit. When he rose before us in his class, a rosy flush on his face indicated his delight in communicating his knowledge. His shapely form, eager movements, his body thought, large soft eyes, easy unconscious gestures, and sonorous English, with just enough foreign accent to add piquancy, together made Agassiz the perfect lecturer. He was skillful too as a draughtsman, and often while speaking made a few marks on the blackboard which conveyed a complete impression of the thing elucidated. In the warmer months Agassiz used to take his class out into the country, there being no difficulty of finding in the neighbourhood places of scientific interest. Several times we visited Nahant, and I can never forget the charm of our sitting there on the rocks while Agassiz pointed out on them the autographs of the glaciers recording their ancient itinerary. Or, standing on top of some boulder, he would trace with his finger in the rocks far out in the sea the ancient outlines of the land. Or with some small fossil in his hand or peculiar shell he would track the progress of organic development. On one ramble at Nahant Agassiz devoted himself to the sea serpent, which had twice been reported as seen off that coast. One of our class had unintentionally suggested the subject by mentioning the recent apparition and smiling at it as a sailor's yarn. But Agassiz in his always good-natured way said that although there were no doubt exaggerations, it was not quite safe to ridicule the story. He then proceeded to give a summary of all the narratives about the alleged monster, with references to time and place that amazed us, as the subject was of casual suggestion. He described huge snake-like saurians of which some may have been amphibious or aquatic, and whose extinction might not be complete. One day in his lecture-room Agassiz displayed some new fossils, mostly of saurians, which had just been added to his collection. They gave him a text for the general review of the morphological chain of reptilian life. As he proceeded, darting off at times to his blackboard, and comparing the extinct form with contemporary fauna, he became more and more animated, his face reddening with excitement, until at last he said, "Gentlemen, I ask you to forgive me if today I end my lecture at this point, although the hour is not out. I assure you that while I have been describing these extinct creatures they have taken on a sort of life. They have been crawling and darting about me. I have heard their screaming and hissing, and am really exhausted. I regret it, gentlemen, but I trust that you will excuse me." Our admiration for the great teacher was such as to break through all rules, and we gave him a hearty cheer. He bowed low to us and quickly disappeared. The determined repudiation by Agassiz of the discovery of Darwin caused something like dismay in scientific circles throughout Europe as well as in America. Concerning this I have some memories that may interest men of science. When I belonged to the class of Agassiz, 1853 54, he repeatedly referred to the hypothesis of continuous development of species in a way which was suggested to me a possibility that he may have had private information of what was to come from Charles Darwin. In his Introduction, 1859, Darwin speaks of having submitted a sketch of his work to Sir Charles Lyell and Sir Joseph Hooker, "the latter having seen my sketch of 1844." Either of these, or Darwin himself, might have consulted Agassiz. Most of us knew about such a theory only through the popular Vestiges of Creation, to which he paid little attention. He seemed to have been excited by some German, perhaps Schopenhauer, in whose works the idea of self-evolution in organic nature is potential, of whom he spoke with a flush of anger when adding, "He says himself that he is an atheist." At any rate, during 1854 especially, his mind was much occupied with the subject. I also remember well that during this time he often dwelt upon what he called the ideal connection between the different forms of life, describing with drawings the embryonic changes. In that progress no unbridged chasm over the dawn of organic life. At the end of every week a portion of the afternoon was given to our putting questions to Agassiz, the occasion often giving rise to earnest discussion. These repeatedly raised the theory of development in the Vestiges of Creation. Agassiz frequently referred to the spiritual evolution with which Emerson was particularly associated. But just after Darwin's discovery had appeared, I happened to be dining at the Saturday Club in Boston when something like an encounter between these two friends occurred. Agassiz was seated at the head of the table, Emerson being on his right. It was near the end of the dinner, and around the long table those present were paired off in conversation. But being next to Emerson, I could enjoy the conversation he held with Agassiz. After a time the professor made some little fling at the new theory. Emerson said smilingly that on reading it he had at once expressed satisfaction at confirmation of what he, Agassiz, had long been telling us. All of those beautiful harmonies of form with form throughout nature, which he had so finely divined, were now proved to be genuine relationship. "Yes," said Agassiz eagerly, "ideal relationship, connected thoughts of a being acting with an intelligent purpose." Emerson, to whom the visible universe was all a manifestation of things ideal, said that the physical selection appeared to him a counterpart of the ideal development. Whereupon Agassiz exclaimed, "There I cannot agree with you," and changed the subject. There was at Concord a course of lectures every year, one of which was given by Agassiz. His coming was an important event. He was always a guest of the Emersons, where the literary people of the village were able to meet him. On one such occasion I remember listening to a curious conversation between Agassiz and A. Bronson Alcott, who lived and moved in a waking dream. After delighting Agassiz by repudiating the theory of the development of man from animals, he filled the professor with dismay by equally decrying the notion that God could ever have created ferocious and poisonous beasts. When Agassiz asked who could have created them, Alcott said they were the various forms of human sin. Man was the first being created, and the horrible creatures were originated by his lusts and animalisms. When Agassiz, bewildered, urged that geology proved the animals existed before man, Alcott suggested that man might have originated them before his appearance in his present form. Agassiz having given a signal of distress, Emerson came to the rescue with some reconciling discourse on the development of life and thought, with which the professor had to be content, although there was a soupçon of evolutionism in every word our host uttered. There was a good deal of suspicion in America that the refusal of Agassiz to accept Darwin's discovery was due to the influence of religious leaders in Boston, and particularly to that of his father-in-law, Thomas Carey, who had so freely devoted his wealth to the professor's researches. Some long intimacy with those families convinced me that there was no such influence exerted by the excellent Mr. Carey, but that it was the old Swiss pastor, his father, surviving in him. He had, indeed, departed far from the paternal creed. He repudiated all miracles at a time when Mr. Carey and other Unitarians upheld them tenaciously. He threw a bomb into the missionary camp by his assertion of racial diversity of origin. His utterances against Darwinism were evidently deistic, and had nothing whatever to do with any personal interest, except that he had a horror of being called an atheist. I say deistic, for theistic denotes a more spiritual conception of deity than I can associate with Agassiz. He had adopted Humboldt's cosmos idea, attached a dynamic deity to it, but did not appear to have any mystical or even reverential sentiment about nature, and pointed out humorously what he called nature's jokes. I was sometimes invited to his house. He had by his first wife 2 beautiful daughters and the son, Alexander, now eminent. His wife, née Carey, and her sisters were ladies of finest culture and ability. Agassiz was a perfect character in his home life, and neighbourly also. Occasionally he would get together with the young girls of Cambridge and guide them among the fossils, telling them the wonders of the primeval world. Longfellow told me that Agassiz was entreating him to write a poem on the primeval world. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1 by Moncure D. Conway, Chapter 13, Part 1. Concerts and Theaters, Mr. and Mrs. Jared Sparks, The Longfellows, J. R. Lowell, Dr. Palfrey, Reverend Dr. Andrews Norton, The Plymouth Rock Myth, Theodore Parker, Professor Converse Francis, Professor G. R. Noyes, the Unitarian clergy, Emerson at Divinity Hall, his influence on students. The $300 I carried to Cambridge, which would have been affluence in my Methodist circuit, swiftly diminished in value. Some half-starved tastes were awakened in me. I heard for the first time symphonies of Beethoven. In Boston Museum Theatre I witnessed the inimitable comic acting of Warren. Footnote: I have seen all the noted comic actors of my time in America, but never the equal of Warren as an artist in that line. With a facial expression and some slight movement, such as turning around, he could without a word convulse an audience. Burton was admirable, but not so original as Warren. End of footnote. Here were new kingdoms, but with ticket offices at their frontiers. The most momentous experience was the first opera. It was at the Howard Athenaeum, then the Grand Place, and I was invited by the Longfellows to a seat in their box. This first opera was Sonnambula, the second was The Barber of Seville, but the third, oh, the third! It was dear Mrs. Sparks, wife of the historian, who invited me to Don Giovanni. She had never seen that opera, and I fear could not enjoy it because she had taken me, a sort of protégé, to what she described to her husband on our return as a travesty of Byron's Don Juan, and quite as immoral. A startling thing to me was the discovery in Mozart's melodies of several hymn tunes. The charm of Sontag's singing, the music, especially the minuet, held me under a spell. I never got free from it, and to this day regard Don Giovanni as worth all other operas together. My love of concerts and theatres requiring economy, I joined 4 other impecunious divinity students in forming a vegetarian table. Our only married student, Fowler, and his wife were glad to help support themselves by supplying us in their house. There were half a dozen of us at table. Fowler was the only spiritualist in our college, and the rest of us represented rationalistic phases of faith, each in an individual way, so our table did not lack spice. Jared Sparks, the historian, was president of Harvard College when I arrived, but he soon resigned and was succeeded by Rev. Dr. James Walker. Mr. Sparks had long given up his ministerial profession to the great benefit of American history. I had been especially confided to his kindness by Drs. Burnap and Dewey, and was admitted to a sort of intimacy in his family. He remains in my memory among the most charming personalities I have known. Seated there in his library with his historical documents, he was the ideal scholar and statesman. His noble countenance had the candor and simplicity of a child, and though grave almost to melancholy, a sweet smile now and then played over his features, and his gentle voice was winning. In reflecting on my acquaintance with Jared Sparks, I always remember what Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes said to me some years before his death. "You and I have spent many of the best years of our lives merely clearing theological rubbish out of our paths." Because I was so occupied still in my 21st year, I was disabled from availing myself of my opportunities for gaining from the patriarch of American history the knowledge for which I had to search long in later life. I remember, however, that he repeated to me a suggestion of Thomas Paine to Jefferson, that Christ and his disciples were modeled on the sun and zodiac. Indeed, it was from Jared Sparks that I first learned that Thomas Paine was to be respected. Mrs. Sparks was a lady of culture and originality. She continued her evening receptions after her husband's presidency ceased, and in her house the best people were met. It was there that I met Arthur Hugh Clough, the English poet, charmed across the Atlantic by Emerson. His figure was unique as his poetry, for there is but one Clough, and another is impossible. Someone at the time told me that there had been some doubt as to the pronunciation of the name, and on his first appearance Mrs. Sparks had greeted him as Mr. Clow. When he was taking leave she repeated this, and Clough, after going to the door, returned and said to her in good humour but with emphasis, "Clough, madam, Clough." This handsome blond Englishman often passed Divinity Hall on his way to visit the Nortons at Shady Hill, just back of us, and he seemed to make more classic our pretty avenue. The Body of Taberna of Wallach, lent me by Emerson, was touched with melancholy, but Clough's face was always serene. Had I to describe the Cambridge I knew in a phrase, it would be as the town of beautiful homes. I suppose my coming so far from my relatives, and my parting with Virginia for love of religious and political liberty, led some to invite me to their homes. Among these the Longfellows. I find in my notebook, March 13, 1853, spent the evening with Longfellow. Oh, what an event! I found him every way worthy of his works, with a sweet and smiling family around him. A pleasant young English lady was there, Miss Davies. Topics, modern authors, personalities of Boston, etc., and mainly of Virginia and slavery, about which the English lady was anxious. This is a wretched little note about my introduction to Craigie House, and across all the years my memory is better. For I remember the grace and graciousness of Mrs. Longfellow, and thinking that she was the lady described by the poet in Hyperion. She possessed a peculiar kind of beauty, which I think inspired the familiar engraving Evangeline, and a most engaging expression of sincerity and of thoughtfulness for others. When anyone was conversing with her, the intentness of her dark eyes, as if she listened with them, and the humility with which after a little silence she expressed an opinion always intelligent, never conventional, impressed me that first evening. I longed for her friendship. She loved to walk on the large swards fronting Craigie House, and it was a picture to see this tall lady among her trees and flowers. She had much quiet humour, and I remember her quaint description of old Mrs. Craigie, from whom they purchased the house, and whom some tried to persuade to have her trees tarred to protect them from the caterpillars, which also invaded her neighbours. She refused to be so cruel to the caterpillars, declaring them our fellow worms. She was the poet's second wife, but the difference in their ages was compensated by his possessing the greater youthfulness of spirit. He was quick and vivacious in his movements, and was even gay at times, though I never remember him laughing aloud. Her brother, Tom Appleton, a cosmopolitan wit, used often to pass his Sunday evenings at Craigie House, and I had a standing invitation to pass Sunday evening there. It was a delight to listen to Tom Appleton's talk, and I had often to indulge in my Virginian liability to loud laughter, I and the children, but Mrs. Longfellow only beamed her amusement, and the poet must have sympathetically caught her serene way. At that time Longfellow was the professor of poetry in Harvard College. Some of the professional students availed themselves of the general college studies, and I joined the classes of Agassiz in science, of Bernard Rilke in German, and of Longfellow. With the poet we went critically through Goethe's Faust. It was charming to listen to Longfellow's reading. Even German became musical in his voice, and it was a fine experience to witness the simplicity and elevation with which he interpreted for us without prudery the whole human nature of the poem, as well as its frame of folklore and mythology. Longfellow's knowledge of folklore, antiquities, superstitions, Scandinavian, English, German, French, Spanish, Italian, American, aboriginal, was universal, and had he not eclipsed his learning by the popularity of his poetry, he might have founded a chair for such studies. Longfellow's personality was potent among us. His modesty, his amiable man-to-man manners toward the young, the absence of airs or mannerisms, his transparent veracity of mind and respect for all sincere opinions were very engaging. He was the universally beloved. I heard Lowell's address at the unveiling of Longfellow's bust in Westminster Abbey, and although everyone present seemed to feel that the perfect word had been spoken, I felt that with all the elegance of the eulogy it did not, perhaps none could, convey the characteristics that made Longfellow's personality finer than his poems. Footnote: Joseph Jefferson, the great actor, tells me that when dining with Robert Browning in London, 1877, the poet said Longfellow was as charming a gentleman as he had ever met. Browning's enthusiasm for a man whose poetry was so remote from his own impressed me, said the actor. End of footnote. Now that I have mentioned Lowell, it may here be added that at the time he was generally known only by his Biglow Papers and his Fable for Critics. They were unique in American literature because genuine New England products. Meeting him in later years, I received an impression that he did not like to be alluded to as author of the Biglow Papers, but it is only his works written under that same inspiration that strike me as possessing originality. Mrs. Charles Lowell, his widowed sister-in-law, introduced me to Lowell, and he received me pleasantly, but there was a certain provincialism about him which I suppose irritated my own Southern provincialism, and perhaps both my lingering Methodism and heretical enthusiasm prevented my getting very far with Lowell. Despite his long beard, pointed mustache, and wavy hair parted in the middle, in those days suggestive of foreign style, his look, accent, shrewdness, all recalled the Yankee conventionalized in Southern prejudice. Although this son of an eminent Unitarian minister had depicted so felicitously, in his Fable for Critics, Emerson, Parker, and other leaders of thought, he did not seem to have any knowledge of their thoughts, nor much interest in the great problems that filled the air with discussion. He took me with him to a beautiful pond near Cambridge, where we had a fine bath, and showed himself an admirable swimmer. Lowell was entertaining in his talk, but in his literary criticisms dwelt too much on certain neat phrases. I had enthusiasm for Robert Browning, but Lowell showed no interest in Browning, and shocked me by echoing the commonplaces about his obscurity. "I own," he said, "a copy of Sordello, and anybody may have it who will put his hand upon his heart and say he understands it." "I have not read it," I replied, "but what is it about?" Placing his hand over his heart, he answered, "I don't know." I presently read Sordello, and found it obscure because of my own ignorance of the epoch in Italian history with which it is interwoven, but there are enough clear and profound passages in the poem, so I thought, to excite something more than jest. Mr. Buckingham, the admirable editor to whom Lowell's Biglow Papers were addressed, was passing serene years in his pleasant home with his daughter, and he could not have better company than this bright and gracious young lady. At an edge of our Divinity Hall Park resided Dr. John Gorham Palfrey. Formerly a Unitarian minister and a professor in our Divinity School, his interest in the anti-slavery cause had carried him into political life and into Congress. His radical attitude in Congress cost him his seat, and he resumed his historical researches. Dr. Palfrey, still an active man, though his children were grown, was very attractive. He was an impressive speaker, a scholar, with fine powers of conversation, and rather rationalistic. He had long set the anti-slavery cause above all theology. The largest homestead in Cambridge, one may call it a park, was Shady Hill, belonging to the Norton family. The Reverend Dr. Andrews Norton resided there with his unmarried daughters Jane and Grace and his son Charles Eliot Norton, now, in 1904, Professor of Fine Arts in Harvard University. Dr. Norton had been the chief professor in the Divinity School and wrote the textbook of conservative Unitarianism, namely, The Evidences of Christianity. Being on the side of the enemy, I did not then appreciate the force and learning of this work. The venerable doctor was a favorite theme of legend in our college. He had the reputation of being very aristocratic. Some student invented a fable of the leading Unitarians entering heaven in a group, with characteristic remarks. Dr. Ware said, "It is better than we deserve." The elder Channing, "This is another proof of the dignity of human nature." Dr. Ezra Gannett, "There must be some mistake," and hurries out. Dr. Norton murmurs, "It is a very miscellaneous crowd." Perhaps this idea arose from the old gentleman's historic genealogy, his reputed wealth, elegant park, and the distinguished appearance of his children. His daughters were sometimes seen walking about their grounds, which adjoined our college park. They were beautiful, and spoken of as the evidences of Christianity. Once, when the two elder were preparing for a visit to Europe, Grace remaining with their father, Dr. Palfrey said to Dr. Norton, "Alas, what will you do when the evidences of Christianity leave you?" "Ah, I will be saved by grace." Dr. Palfrey advised me to pay my respects to Dr. Norton, and gave me a note of introduction. I did so with trepidation, as he was believed to regard rationalism intolerantly. Browning's "Old King Sitting in the Sun" came to my mind when I beheld this picturesque scholar in his library, with his halo of silken white hair, his classic features, his clear soft eye. With my anti-slavery views, Dr. Palfrey's note may have made him acquainted, but as most of the old Unitarians idolized Daniel Webster and opposed the abolitionists, I supposed that the aristocratic doctor was on that side too. To my surprise, he said early in our conversation that the majority of the Washington politicians seemed to ignore not only the principles of freedom, but even all sense of honor. No compacts were respected, and truth was disregarded. Those who refer to the history of the slave power at that time, and its steady corruption of Northern congressmen, will recognize the weight of Dr. Norton's words. I was charmed by the old scholar's candor. In speaking of transcendentalism, he made a remark to the effect that what to thinkers — I understood a reference to Emerson — were high ideas of individuality and self-reliance, tended to become in ordinary minds boundless self-conceit. When Professor Charles Norton was bravely denouncing in 1898 the inglorious war which the United States was about to wage against helpless Spain, I gave an address in Boston before the Free Religious Association, in which I related the above anecdote of his father. I afterwards received a letter from Professor Norton telling me that it had been the custom of his father in their family prayers to utter a special petition against the influence of Theodore Parker's unbelief. But one day he read a report of a sermon delivered by Parker in Boston on the betrayal of freedom by Webster, and from that time there was no more about Parker in the family prayers. When the elder Channing visited Europe, he went to see Mrs. Hemans, whose poems were popular in America, in her home near Windermere. He spoke of her hymn on "The Landing of the Pilgrim Fathers in New England," and told her that he had heard it sung by a great multitude on the spot where the Pilgrims landed. But when, in answer to her questions, he was compelled to inform her that the coast described in her hymn as stern and rock-bound was without any rocks, she burst into tears. In my Southern home, where my mother used to sing that hymn, I too had nursed the heroic legend, and when I made my reverent pilgrimage to Plymouth Rock, a cruel disillusion awaited me. My friend Andrew Russell showed me near the low beach a small stone a yard or so long, and one slightly larger in front of Pilgrim Hall, the tradition being that the two together had made the original Holy Rock. It was as mythical as the Holy Stone of Mecca. It was to be yet a good many years before I discovered the illusions investing the Pilgrims themselves. I credited them with great men around me, whom they would have banished or put to death. Admirers of Theodore Parker sometimes claimed that he was the typical flower out of the prickly Puritan stem. And after I had come to find that no opportunity of hearing him must be lost, there appeared to me some truth in this. When he sat in front of the organ while the choir was singing, there was a certain severity about his thin lips, a sternness and pallor on his face and bald head, which suggested the aspect of the Puritan. When he opened his lips, his gentle voice wafted to us lilies and roses. In nearly every sermon of Parker's there was some delicately humorous passage which sent a smile or even a ripple of laughter through his eager assembly, but it was only some great inhumanity or injustice that brought forth his sarcasm, and that raised no smile. Theodore Parker's rejection of miracles recorded in the Bible was not the result of skeptical tendencies, but of critical studies. The last time I ever saw him was at Framingham, where the Anti-Slavery Society met every summer in a grove. During an interval in the speaking, I walked with him to the end of the grove, where we sat upon the grass. I was preparing a sermon on miracles, and noted some of his talk on that subject. He said it was difficult to define miracle. He recognized a sort of miracle sense in man, who feels that mystic part of him with legends and fables, as a man who cannot get bread will eat grass rather than starve. But when man has grown so far as to find God in nature and in the deep intuitions of his own heart, the miraculous fables will be extinguished like rushlights under a dawn. While I loved Theodore Parker and honored him as the standard-bearer of religious liberty, and derived instruction from his discourses, I received no important aid from his philosophy or his theology. Indeed, none of our class in the Divinity School adopted Parkerism, but we all felt, and I suspect our professors felt, that Parker was defending our right to enter on an unfettered ministry. We unanimously resolved to ask him to give the sermon at our graduation. When one or two of us conveyed to Parker this invitation, we were received in his library, where he sat at his desk. The conspicuous musket borne by his grandfather at Lexington was in curious contrast with the tenderness which this captain in a nobler revolution displayed for his antagonists. He was moved by our invitation, and after some moments of silence said, "I should rejoice to do it, but the professors have already been embarrassed at the reputation of your class for radicalism, and this would embarrass them further. Get someone less notorious." After some discussion we took his advice, and the address was given by Rev. Dr. Furness of Philadelphia. After us came a class which, without consulting Parker, invited him to deliver their address. The faculty having refused consent, and the young men to elect another, the address that year was an eloquent silence. Parker really brought a sort of judgment day among the Unitarians, many of whom were not conscious of the extent to which they had deviated from the old standards. He told me that Dr. Converse Francis, our professor of ecclesiastical history, had visited him after his first heretical manifesto, and the following colloquy took place. "I cannot go along with you, Parker." "What's the trouble?" "Oh, you reject the supernatural in Christianity." "Do you believe in it?" "Certainly." "Do you believe that the fish came up with a penny in its mouth?" "Well, no, not that." "Do you believe that a fig tree withered because Jesus cursed it?" "Certainly not." "Do you believe that a man was brought to life 4 days after his death?" "I do not." "Will you please select some particular miracle in the New Testament which you do believe?" "Oh, I accept the supernatural element." With that, said Parker, Dr. Francis went off. And how many preachers are in that condition? and of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret S. Bayet. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1 by Moncure D. Conway, Chapter 13, Part 2. Dr. Francis was a florid old gentleman, good-natured, tolerant, mystical, and, but for the extent to which his functions had wrapped him in bandages, might have been progressive. He was the brother of Mrs. Lydia Maria Child, whose Progress of Religious Ideas was perhaps the earliest attempt to gather together the spiritual expressions of all the races of mankind. We all liked Dr. Francis personally, and derived benefit from his encyclopedic information about the Church and the Fathers, though he was not able to kindle this ancient coal with any present fire, so that we might receive light and warmth from it. Theodore Parker once said that he asked a friend from Cambridge what was going on at the Divinity School, and the reply was, "One professor is milking the barren heifer, and the other is holding the sieve." But in 1853 and 54 the case was by no means that. Professor George R. Noyes went through the Bible with a well-trained critical instinct and delivered us from the fallacious method of interpreting scriptures to suit our preconceptions, either pious or rationalistic. His admirable translation of the Book of Job shows his mental veracity. My old Student's Bible is marked with notes of his instructions, and in later years, when knowledge is so much advanced beyond what it then was, I often find in them useful suggestions. The fear of giving a push to rationalism on the one hand, or to orthodoxy on the other, never made Dr. Noyes swerve from exact truth. It was a great training to have with us this constant exemplification of conscientious scholarship, and a love of truth too generally sacrificed to what Kant calls the truth. One morning I entered the lecture room a few moments late, and Dr. Noyes remarked with a friendly smile, "It is said of a famous Virginian that he was remarkable for punctuality." As George Washington had never before been held up to me as an example in anything, it required a minute for me to comprehend the allusion. The professor had a good deal of humor. He usually confined his wit to anecdotes, but once he repeated to us a conundrum recalled from early years. What is the difference between Noah's Ark and a down east coaster? One was made of gopher wood, the other to go for wood. Dr. Noyes, while so relentless in his higher criticism, was conservative in temperament. There was a legend that once his patience with a pro-slavery administration broke down, and that in his chapel prayer he said, "May our rulers be endowed with that wisdom which they so much need." But in his class, when dealing with some text relating to slavery, he reminded us of the fable of the competition between the wind and the sun to make the traveler take off his coat. He did not believe that any evil institution could be removed by violent denunciation, but he thought that any subject might be dealt with in the pulpit if it was not in a pugnacious spirit. He also regarded the prohibitionists as unwise, and trusted that we would, as public teachers, not only be temperate in eating and drinking, but also in our zeal for any reform. The school was in a fairly flourishing condition. It had in some years had very few students, and it was said that some old minister reported finding there only 3 seniors, adding, "One is a mystic, one a skeptic, and the other a dyspeptic." But we had quite a number, and most of them youths of ability, also hard workers and full of earnestness. We held weekly discussions in our chapel, from which our professors were careful to be absent. The subjects were generally ethical, one of the most excited debates being on the proposed abstention of anti-slavery people from the products of slave labor. One maintained that we should use cotton and sugar to increase our health and strength for the combat against slavery. I gained from that debate the basis of a subsequent reply to an English society's suggestion of such abstention. I affirmed that a mere economic victory over slavery would be akin to a military victory, and do no good to the slave. Only a change of mind and heart in the owners would free the slaves. With the exception of Father Taylor, the Orthodox pulpit had few men of much ability in Boston at that time. Phillips Brooks was as yet a Harvard undergraduate. In the absence of any adequate championship of orthodoxy, it fell to certain Unitarians to maintain scriptural authority and supernaturalism, and some of them were strong men. The typical old-fashioned Unitarian was Dr. Ezra Stiles Gannett, whose fire and vigorous thought made him eloquent. He lived long enough to be the last of the able and learned believers inspired by Unitarian Christianity. The leading reactionnaire was Dr. (now Bishop) Huntington, a handsome gentleman and accomplished preacher, but unable to deal with the positions of Parker and other Unitarian heretics. This inability did not arise from any lack of intellect or learning, but from being out of his place. These leaders in the defense of supernatural Christianity had their school, which was vigilant over us of the Divinity School. My own enthusiasm for Emerson unexpectedly gave rise to an incident that caused excitement in the right wing. It was Emerson's custom to give one of the winter courses of lectures in Concord, and having ascertained the date, I persuaded 2 students to join me in hiring a sleigh to take us out to Concord, 20 miles, and bring us back to Cambridge the same evening. One of the party was Henry Gardner Denny, a law student. Loammi Goodenough Ware and myself were the only divinity students who went, and the former, afterwards minister in Augusta, Maine, with all his sweet tolerance, was rather a right-wing Unitarian. The snow was deep and hard enough for perfect sleighing, the thermometer below 0, but our hearts were warm enough to make us forget the weather until on reaching Concord Town Hall we found it closed. We drove to Emerson's house and learned that his lecture had been indefinitely postponed. Emerson was surprised and touched that young men should in such weather make a journey of 40 miles with the necessity of rising betimes next day to listen to one of his lectures. He and his wife detained us with utmost hospitality, gave us refreshments, and after listening to his conversation we went off with a sense of happiest disappointment. No public lecture could have equaled that evening with Emerson. But with his characteristic humility, Emerson was unconscious of the riches his conversation had bestowed, and thought only of our disappointment at hearing no lecture after our ride on the snow. Consequently he wrote to me that if I could arrange an afternoon he would read a lecture in my room. The arrangement was made and the lecture read. Of this incident I shall presently give further account, but first I must relate that the incident speedily reached the Unitarians in Boston, accumulating on its way all manner of mythical additions, until when it came to the Gannett and Huntington circle it amounted to a dire and pregnant affair. Dr. Francis and Dr. Noyes called to ask me about it, and I gathered from them and others that it was reported that Emerson had now become a regular teacher in Divinity Hall, the students having organized a school within the school for the Emersonian cult. Emerson's paper was on poetry. It was read to us on a Saturday afternoon when no regular teaching was going on, and only 2 of the students were divinity students. Our professors were perfectly satisfied by my narrative of the circumstances, but Dr. Huntington, with whom I also conversed, was convinced that the school was steeped in unbelief, resulting from a general decline of moral earnestness. This is the one phrase I recall from the only conversation I ever had with him, a brief conversation which, for the rest, certainly left on me an impression of his own moral earnestness, insomuch that I was not surprised to hear that he had abandoned Unitarianism at heavy cost to his personal associations. When Emerson wrote me that he would read a lecture in my room, I concluded that it was an occasion of which I ought to make the most. My own room was too plainly furnished, and I proposed to my dear friend Loammi Ware that the company should assemble in his room, the most elegant in Divinity Hall. There were present Mr. and Mrs. Longfellow, Arthur Hugh Clough, J. R. Lowell, Mrs. Charles Lowell, J. S. Dwight, Charles E. Norton and his sisters Jane and Grace, Frank B. Sanborn, L. G. Ware, Henry G. Denny, and the musical artist Otto Dresel. The impression on us was profound. It was a sort of epic that we should be gathered around this poet who fulfilled before us one of the sentences he uttered, "In poetry we require the miracle." When Emerson finished there was a deep silence. Presently Otto Dresel moved to the piano and performed several of Mendelssohn's Songs Without Words. Those were the only words possible. Footnote: in this paper, Emerson said, "The electric word pronounced by John Hunter 100 years ago, arrested and progressive development, indicating the way upward from the invisible protoplasm to the highest organism, gave the poetic key to natural science, of which the theories of Geoffrey St. Hilaire, of Oken, of Goethe, of Agassiz, and Owen and Darwin in zoology and botany, are the fruits, a hint whose power is not exhausted, showing unity and perfect order in physics." After Emerson's death, I gave at the Royal Institution, London, a lecture on Emerson and his Views of Nature, February 9, 1883. While preparing that lecture I inquired of Professors Huxley, Tyndall, and Flower, then Hunterian lecturer, where I could find John Hunter's statement about arrested and progressive development. Neither of these could find the reference, and indeed they were much startled when I showed them the extract, that Emerson should have discovered such an anticipation of natural selection. They were also unaware that Emerson himself should in that passage have so nearly approached the great generalization published by Darwin 5 years later. The Darwin alluded to in the extract was Erasmus. I then explored Palmer's edition of Hunter's works, 1835, and found in Volume 1, page 265, this footnote: "If we were capable of following the progress of increase of number of the parts and the most perfect animal, as they formed in succession, from the very first to its state of full perfection, we should probably be able to compare it to some of the incomplete animals themselves of every order of animals in creation, being at no stage different from some of those inferior orders. Or, in other words, if we were to take a series of animals from the more imperfect to the perfect, we should probably find an imperfect animal corresponding with some stage of the most perfect." It was this note which Emerson coined into a phrase of his own, arrested and progressive development. End of footnote. Such was the memorable episode that became fabled among our anxious Boston elders, and excited such perturbation. Whether Dr. Huntington's words about the decline of moral earnestness referred particularly to our school or to the Unitarian body, I do not know. In either case he was mistaken. He could not have attended one of our weekly discussions in the chapel without perceiving that our moral earnestness was almost too intense. War, non-resistance, the methods of dealing with criminals, slavery, the rights and wrongs of woman, all questions relating to human life and society were earnestly discussed and excited more interest than debates on theological problems. And in all this the Divinity School indicated the advance in the Unitarian churches of a new moral life which could not be prevented from floating the ethical systems molded in puritanical theology. At the time of which I write there existed in and around Boston a Unitarian clergy never surpassed for the eloquence adapted to cultured minds. There were ministers who were without much renown simply because of their number, who, had they been preaching in distant regions, would have been famous. A few were at once popular orators and thinkers that attracted the thinkers, notably Thomas Starr King, James Freeman Clark, Dr. Ephraim Peabody, Boston, Dr. George Putman, Roxbury, T. Wentworth Higginson, Worcester, John Weiss, New Bedford, Samuel Johnson, Lynn, Octavius B. Frothingham, Salem, and Dr. Ezra Stiles Gannett. But if one entered the church of George Ellis in Charleston, or of his brother Rufus in Boston, or that of Bartol, Lothrop, or Hall, Dorchester, Sears, Newell, Young, Lincoln, Samuel May, he would hear a well-digested statement on some important matter, and always that of a conscientious and cultured mind. We also sometimes heard in Boston or Cambridge the scholarly discourse of Dr. Frederick Hedge, Providence, the poetic thought of Charles T. Brooks, Newport, and William Silsby, Northampton. Then there was always with us our eloquent President Walker, who usually preached in the University Chapel, where also we occasionally heard impressive discourses from Dr. Andrew Peabody and Dr. Thomas Hill, afterward president of Harvard University. These were all really creators of the atmosphere of culture and sincerity which developed the movement of their heresiarch, Theodore Parker. Up to the middle of the century, these fine spirits had felt touched to sufficiently fine issues in guarding their flocks against wolves of ancient superstition, cruel dogmas, and in encouraging domestic virtues and individual culture. And their success was that in their churches were born competent leaders of men, able lawyers, judges, authors. But they failed to heed the warning voice of their great leader gone silent, Channing, that slavery was an intolerable wrong which would imperil the nation. Channing pleaded that the slaves should be liberated and the slaveholders compensated. As Franz von Baader said, repelled light returns in lightning. In our senior year, we were nearly every Sunday preaching in some pulpit needing supply, and as in such places we were entertained by prominent Unitarian families, we acquired knowledge of the trend of things. I often filled the pulpits at Plymouth, Fall River, New Bedford, Newburyport, Marblehead, also sometimes in Boston and its suburbs, and gained very distinct ideas on the characteristics of Unitarianism in its great days. As a rationalist I advocated changes, and as a freethinker I still recognized that there was something offensive in the attention learned men were giving to ancient and remote times and places, and to metaphysics, when their own time and country were in sore need of every available fiber of strength. But long experience and historical studies have shown me another side of the situation. The Unitarians had inherited the old churches, and the hard literature and tyranny of those old Calvinists were done away with in the only genuine way, by evolution instead of revolution. The only security against reversion in human evolution is that some continuity shall be preserved with all that was humane in preceding forms or capable of a human interpretation. From time to time a question might be asked, and it was then time to answer it, to animate homes and towns with sweetness and light, to see after the charities, to encourage reading, culture, attention to health, elegance in social life, art, good taste, pretty amusements. These made a sufficient task for every minister without his paying much attention to polemics. It was a fault, I think, in our teaching at Cambridge that it was not proved to us and continually impressed on us that a man might be both scholarly and self-truthful, even though, like our dear old Professor Francis, he repudiated each particular miracle, while maintaining supernaturalism. If a preacher made a bold statement in one direction, we were apt to regard his conformity in others as hypocrisy. Yet we presently went out to our pastoral charges, and, with whatever radicalism followed usages whose inconsistency with our principles was discovered only in later years. How long did I administer the sacrament after I had rejected every theory of atonement? We would have been wiser if we had realized then, as we did later, that there was an Emerson in every leading preacher's breast. Frank Sanborn told me that Emerson and Henry Ward Beecher happened to meet at some hotel and were dining together. "Mr. Emerson," said Beecher, "do you think a man eating these meats could tell what grasses the animals fed on?" "No," said Emerson. "I'm glad to hear it," said Beecher, "for I've been feeding on you a long time, and I'm glad my people don't know it." A disposition for hard work was characteristic of all our Conway race. Even in the cold northern climate I must rise early, and in that way I managed to read many excellent books. My habit of pastoral work on my Methodist circuit caused me to welcome an invitation from Charles Norton to unite in a night school which he had started at Cambridgeport, where many poor resided. It profoundly moved me to see a room crowded with grown-up people learning the rudiments of knowledge like children. This was what I had longed for among the poor whites of Virginia, but I had at last reached agreement with Horace Greeley's comment on my effort: the poor whites of Virginia could never be educated until the slaves were free. After all, the conservative ministers were not quite wrong in their apprehension that Emerson had become a teacher at the Divinity School, only it would have been more exact to say, in the whole college. Charles Norton, Sanborn, Eliot, Horace Furness, to name those of whom I knew something, were really children of Emerson, perhaps more truly than some of us who found him an especially religious inspirer. In later years I have met with men who listened to Emerson with enthusiasm, and found that, like myself, they had not lost the old faith and the hopes for mankind which animated us in those years. But love of Emerson never perished in any heart that knew him. The feelings toward him had really little to do with visions and ideals raised in us, but was something not to be analyzed or described. For myself, I may say that even his playful remarks planted some seed in my mind. "What, sonny? Your mother says you are not well today. Now what naughty thing have you been doing? For when anyone is sick, something the devil is the matter." Out of that merry and caressing bit of humor grew in my ministry the sermons on health which I condensed into an article in my Dial on "The Moral Diagnosis of Disease." During my whole ministry I tried to live up to the art of negation illustrated in Emerson's reply to a lady when I was present. "Was not Christ sinless?" asked the pious lady. Emerson said, "The knowledge of good and evil through experience is an essential condition of intelligence, and that wisdom can hardly be denied to Jesus." The broken seed shell of dogma could not be mourned when out of it sprang a fragrant flower. Of course, we who went out as public teachers had not always before us the taut and sympathetic listeners that surrounded Emerson. I have had to defend my beliefs and disbeliefs in controversies, but after every one of them I have felt the truth which Emerson wrote in a letter, 1838, shown me by a lady in Cincinnati. "I do not gladly utter any deep conviction of the soul in any company where I think it will be contested. No, nor unless I think it will be welcome. Truth has already ceased to be itself if polemically said. On one occasion Mrs. Emerson was speaking of the need she felt of belief in something supernatural. Emerson said gently, "Isn't it enough, Queenie, to look into the eyes of your child?" One thing Emerson said to me when about to enter on my new ministry I did not forget. Ai ariskeien. However little my best may be, I have found that the deepest satisfaction of heart and mind is not in the achievement, not in the event, but in doing one's very best. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Autobiography of Moncure D. Conway, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Divinity School, Anthony Burns, the Fugitive Slave, Rufus Choate, Miss Davenport's Columb, Mother of Margaret Fuller, Sylvester Judd, Peripatetic Preaching, Miss Upham's Boarders, My Experience as Proctor, A Curious Theft, Our Spiritualist Classmate Brings Trouble, Anti-Slavery Gathering at Framingham, July 4, 1854, Sojourner Truth, Thoreau's Speech, Garrison Burns the Constitution. Our Fredericksburg and Falmouth community was too small for any youth to fly off from the old paths without exciting attention. There was a good deal of talk, and inquiries were made about Unitarianism. Several citizens of Fredericksburg avowed unorthodox views, and the effect of my aberration was not entirely unfavorable to me. Occasionally ladies and gentlemen from Fredericksburg, whom I had never personally met, visited Boston and asked me to dinner at their hotel. One lady informed me that several years before she had known a young schoolteacher in Virginia from the North, one of the most attractive men she had ever met. He had died of consumption, and his last words were expressions of devotion to Emerson. Of course my old friends, the Methodists, had to face the question whether I was to be damned or not because of my unbelief. The most touching thing to me was that my dear mother searched her Bible with reference to my case, and found it clear that final salvation would come even to Leviathan. He shall make peace with me. Isaiah chapter 27, verse 5. If that crooked serpent must be saved, her crooked son was safe. I think indeed that I did something in my absence towards bringing other relatives over to grandfather's Universalism. My Quaker friend William Henry Farquhar came all the way from Sandy Spring to visit me at Cambridge. The visit was very pleasant, but he discovered that I was living on vegetables. On his return he wrote to my sister that he was afraid I was insufficiently nourished. This caused a panic in the Falmouth household, and my father forgot his scruples about supporting me in a Unitarian school. His offer of assistance was affectionately acknowledged by me, but declined with the assurance that I had never been in want. I had indeed economized, because I wished to spend my money for concerts, etc., but even that need of economy was now past, as I had entered on my senior year, when students are allowed to fill pulpits. I was getting $15 or $20 every Sunday, and was boarding at the best table in Cambridge. But just then an event occurred which held momentous results for me. In May 1854, the fugitive slave Anthony Burns was arrested in Boston, and the city thrown into excitement. Anthony was from our county and about 20. His owner, Captain Suttle, and William Brent, both well known to me, had come to Boston, and Burns was discovered. The city swarmed with an angry multitude, but the new fugitive slave law was now in force, and the President ordered a regiment to suppress any attempt at rescue. Around the courthouse were stretched chains under which the judges and lawyers had to bend on entering. The Southern students at Cambridge assembled to offer their sympathy to the owner of Burns. I was notified, but replied that my sympathies were with the fugitive. On the Sunday after the arrest, I was in the vast congregation of Theodore Parker. A notice had been sent to all the churches asking their prayers that the fugitive might be delivered. Parker began his services by reading this notice, then quietly laid it aside with the remark, "I have no intention of asking God to do our work." His prayer was for moral courage to the people and not for the fugitive's rescue. His sermon came as if from his cherished heirloom, his grandfather's musket in the Revolution. The next morning I tried to get into the courtroom, but without success, and walked towards the jail, and from across the street observed the crowd. Near me I remarked Dr. O. W. Holmes, similarly engaged. The larger number held heavy sticks and appeared to be of the pro-slavery mob. I returned quietly to Cambridge, and next morning saw in the papers that there had been an attempt at rescue in which a marshal was killed. Hastening to Boston, I met Wendell Phillips in the street, and went with him to Tremont Temple, where a small number of anti-slavery leaders had gathered. Among them sat Wentworth Higginson, holding part of his cloak over his mouth. He had been wounded by a cutlass on his lip and on his neck. Parker spoke briefly. He was not willing, he said, to advise a risk he would not share, and regarded the slave's fate as decided. The personal fate of Tony was ultimately determined by the sum raised to purchase him. I was told that Captain Suttle was ready to sell him at once, but the district attorney, Hallett, determined that the dignity of the United States required the return of Burns to Virginia. Guarded by United States soldiers, Suttle and Brent marched with the fettered fugitive through streets draped in black, in one beneath a great flag turned upside down to which was suspended a coffin inscribed, "The Death of Liberty." On the day before this scene, after leaving Tremont Temple, where I was a silent listener, I was approached by 3 or 4 men whom I had never seen, one of whom said, "I am told that you are acquainted with the 2 slaveholders." "Yes." "Can you not call on them and find out the number of their room in the Revere House?" "No," I answered, shuddering at the suggestion, and passed on. Nothing could be easier than to send my card to those 2 men who had known me from childhood. Had I been capable of the treachery, their victory might not have been so complete. Had William Brent, a connection of our family, known this incident, and that it had lain in my hands to endanger him and Suttle, this famous case might not have had such serious consequences to my humble self. Though anti-slavery in sentiment, I was not connected with any party, and resented the indiscriminate denunciation of slaveholders. On the other hand, I was at times embarrassed by being addressed by the compromisers as if being a Virginian I was pro-slavery. But this feeling was at the mercy of any engaging personality. Thus I was captivated by the genius of Rufus Choate. I heard several speeches from him in the law courts, and was thrilled by his power. Then I made the acquaintance of his daughters, through our common enthusiasm for music, for by this time I had become a frequent contributor to Dwight's Journal of Music, and one of Rufus Choate's daughters, Mrs. Helen Bell, not only beautiful and witty, but wonderful at the piano, used to invite me at times to her father's house. I was introduced to her by Miss Abby Adams, to whom Emerson confided me, and who had real genius for music. To the choice concerts of the Mendelssohn Quintet Club, or of Otto Dresel, I at times accompanied these ladies, and now and then met Rufus Choate. Never was man more charming in his family. There was often a play of wits between him and his daughters. He had no taste for music, and I was told that his daughters once persuaded him to go to the opera. He looked at the libretto helplessly and said, "Helen, expound to me this record, lest I dilate with the wrong emotion." No, there was no resisting Rufus Choate. We had a story at Divinity Hall that in the course of a speech against the introduction of the slavery question into the pulpit, Rufus Choate exclaimed, "I go to my pew as I go to my bed, for repose." Mrs. Bell was, I think, one of the circle, then small, that loved Robert Browning's poetry. She was the friend of Mr. and Mrs. James T. Fields, whose house was the literary salon in Boston, and who personally knew the Brownings. To our amazement and delight, Miss Davenport, afterwards wife of General Lander, who had been charming people of fine taste during an engagement at the Howard Athenaeum, announced for her benefit night Browning's Column's Birthday. We could hardly believe our senses. I rushed about to tell the news to the Longfellows, Palfreys, Mrs. Sparks, and persuaded some students to go, despite their protests that they could not understand Browning. There was thus a good contingent from Cambridge. The play was admirably acted. In after years, when my wife was the intimate friend of Mrs. Lander, this lady told us that it required all her courage against theatrical advisers to present that play. It was because she so loved it. Finding that she had a sympathetic Valence to support her, she and he toiled until they had drilled the other characters. The students who had complained of Browning's obscurity now discovered that he was clear enough when action accompanied the word. But Jennison told me that when he applauded a certain passage, a bewildered man in front of him turned round to look at him and exclaimed, "Good God!" It was Pippa Passes that first attracted me to Browning, and I mentioned Pippa as a type of unconscious influence in some sermon. But when, in 1854, I presented Browning's works to my sister in her 17th year, probably recommending Pippa, my mother was disturbed by it, the episode of Sebald and Ottima being too passionate for young people to read. It was always a sad reflection that I could never meet Margaret Fuller. Some of her writings, together with the memoirs written by her friends, perfect monument of a beautiful soul, had been to me on my Methodist circuit as that manna which had the taste of all in it. Her mother resided at Cambridgeport with her son Arthur, a Unitarian preacher, killed while chaplain in the Union Army near Fredericksburg. With no introduction except my feeling about Margaret, I was received by her mother with warm welcome. She told me much about Margaret, and said that while she appreciated most highly the memoirs, she was astonished that Margaret should be spoken of as plain. With much naivete she said, "I always regarded Margaret as beautiful." This tribute from the mother confirmed what I had heard from others, that the woman of such fine brain had recognized the mystical beauty of home experiences and affections. If we only knew how to look around us, we should not need to look above. Had no other pearl fallen from Margaret's lips, these words alone would be a talisman of life. In those days I read with enthusiasm the works of Sylvester Judd, the minister who had so charmed me at Baltimore when I was leaving Methodism without knowing whither I was bound. He was my pastor, though I never heard him preach nor touched his hand. In his marvelous story, Margaret, the whole spiritual history of New England was revealed to me, and I mourned with his flock in Augusta at his premature death. In after life I discovered that Margaret Fuller was the first to recognize a kindred spirit in Hawthorne. On seeing in The Token, 1832, his tale The Gentle Boy, she had sent him, or rather her, for she supposed the writer a woman, a grateful message. She also knew the fine soul of Judd. My friend Alexander Ireland gave me a copy of a letter written to him by Margaret Fuller from London, October 6, 1846, in which she says, "I am much pleased to have your feeling of Margaret. As you say, there are such things in real life, yet I fancy the picture, like that of an antique Venus, was painted from study of several models. The writer, Sylvester Judd, a name as truly American in its style as that of one of his own invention, Beulah Ann Orff, is a man approaching middle age, who has hitherto only made himself remarked by one or two strokes of character, of a kind noble and original. I have never seen him, but some years ago received from him this message, that he wished to know I had one admirer in the State of Maine, a distinction of which I am not a little proud now that I have read his book. He is a clergyman, but it seems has not for that forgot to be a man. Time allows me now to say no more except that I am ever, dear sir, in friendly heart and faith yours. I should be much interested at any time to know what any or all of you are doing for the good of others and your own, what feeling, what hoping. To the new fraternity I think we belong, where glory is service, whose motto Excelsior. End of footnote. My senior year was happy. There were vacant pulpits to be supplied in many surrounding towns. I was employed every Sunday, expanding my old Methodist sermons with the liberal leaven, at each place entertained by the best families, and making friendships cherished through life. At Plymouth, for instance, I always stayed at the house of Andrew Russell, an excellent type of the vertebrate New Englander. It was with a sense of glory well remembered that I preached my first Thanksgiving Day sermon in the old Plymouth church, and summoned the helpless pilgrims as a cloud of witnesses to ideas for which they would have banished me. At Marblehead I used to stay with the Delanos, and found the grand old captain as charming an ancient mariner as any dreamed of by Coleridge. At Miss Upham's table I made acquaintance with students of other professional schools, among these the brothers William and Joseph Choate. They were affable young gentlemen, and one could have predicted their eminence. I used to think Joseph Choate, now ambassador in England, the most unpretending, very handsome youth I ever met. For a time my seat at table was beside young William Gibbons of New York, of whom I expected a distinguished career, which no doubt would have been achieved but for his early death. During my senior year I was appointed proctor of Divinity Hall. Those who resided in the hall were professional students, one being a law student, Henry Gardner Denny, to whom I was especially attached. One room was occupied by a tutor in the college, the Reverend Mr. Jennison, and the only case in which I had to interfere officially was when some undergraduate guests in the hall took a fancy for banging at Jennison's door, then hiding. Jennison was studious and needed quiet, and the noisy youths were easily persuaded that he was not a well-selected victim. Jennison was an unpretending man and agreeable in conversation. He had a reputation among us for love of paradoxes, and a fable said that he once began a chapel prayer with the words, "Paradoxical as it may seem, O Lord, it is nevertheless true that all flesh is strictly grass." Jennison was cautious not to mingle in the polemic between our right and left wings, but he once expressed to me his sympathy with those who believed the miracles without believing them miraculous. The examinations being over, and the day of departure near, Denny, Ware, and myself, intimate friends, resolved on a last supper together. Drinking wine was usual, but it was against regulations for students to have wine in their rooms. Our examinations, however, were over, our school life ended, so we procured 3 bottles of claret for our supper. These were placed in Ware's room 2 days before, but when we came to open them only 2 were found, and both filled with water. And now my duty as proctor, forgotten in agreeing to the wine, became for the first time important. An extended investigation led me to identify the thief. He was one of our class, and in a few days would enter the ministry. I reported all the facts to Dr. Noyes, who went with me to the room of the suspected student, whom I will call X. The door had to be forced. He had cleared out, carrying all his belongings. It was supposed that he knew he had been discovered. An empty claret bottle was in his room. Dr. Noyes, having consulted his colleagues, made some remarks on the case to the students next morning. It was, he said, happily without precedent in the history of the college, and it was some satisfaction that X had himself relieved the school of his presence and had not entered the ministry. As for the wine, it is contrary to the rules of the school that such things should be taken to the rooms. In the present case, the proctor has discharged his duty with regard to a grave offense, one which, undiscovered, might have had serious consequences. This duty he has discharged, without considering at all his own liability to censure. Under these circumstances, we overlook that matter of the wine altogether. The benignant look with which these simple words were said, the gentleness of voice, and the applause of the students moved me deeply. X was often inquired about by some of us, but nothing was ever heard of him until 1859, when he was killed at Harper's Ferry, being one of John Brown's men. My belief being that most of John Brown's men were unwittingly led into the raid, I have made X one of the characters in my Pine and Palm, his offense there being different, but nobly expiated. Our spiritualist classmate, Fowler, ultimately brought one or two of us into trouble. When our time of graduation was near and our addresses submitted to the faculty, Fowler's was found to be an elaborate defense of spiritualistic miracles, combined with a repudiation of those narrated in the Bible. The faculty refused to pass the essay. Fowler complained that his liberty was assailed, and several of us, while without any sympathy with his spiritualism, regarded it as a duty to stand by him. We refused to deliver our addresses unless Fowler's was admitted, and the result was disagreeable for all parties. At the meeting of the alumni in the afternoon, Theodore Parker, seconded by the Reverend John Weiss, asked of the faculty an explanation of this unprecedented silence of several graduates. Dr. Noyes replied that the forbidden essay was so crude and defiant in tone that it was impossible to admit it. We who had sided with Fowler had not thought of that. The question of liberty was at an acute stage, and we supposed this the crisis. But our champions, Parker and Weiss, saw that we had staked our principle of liberty on a bad case. We were put to confusion, there being no opportunity for us to complain that the matter had not been set before us in the right light when we made our protest. We ought, of course, to have ourselves demanded of Fowler the critical perusal of his essay before our action. But we were young and hasty, and our mature teachers might have saved us from the mistake by a private interview. It was the anti-supernaturalists of the class who had rebelled. One of our main arguments had been the inferiority of the testimony to the New Testament miracles to the contemporary evidence for the absurd spiritualist miracles. We had leaped to the conclusion that our professors had suppressed Fowler simply because his essay applied this crux, and took it for granted that the essay was otherwise satisfactory. Fowler printed it as a pamphlet. I left the alumni meeting sore enough, when suddenly I met Emerson crossing the yard. His look, his smile, his friendly greeting at once began to heal my wound. He saw that I was troubled, and I said, "Yes, I am misunderstood." "To be great is to be misunderstood," remarked Emerson. I walked beside him in the direction he was going, and related the facts briefly. He then told me that after graduation his ambition had been to fill a chair of rhetoric. I was startled by this, and he said there was not sufficient training in the art of putting things, this being the secret of eloquence. The young ministers might utter any paradoxes whatever without exciting hostility if their statement were set forth in the best form of which it is susceptible. I afterwards had an interview with Dr. Noyes, which consoled me, especially as the affair excited no comment in the papers. I asked him if it would be well for me to write a quasi-apologetic statement in the Unitarian paper. "It is well to remember," said Dr. Noyes, smiling pleasantly, if you are ever tempted to air a grievance in the press, that it is a thing two may engage in. It is a grotesque thing to look back upon that my first little Unitarian martyrdom was in defense of a spiritualist. As the incident did not affect our diplomas and degree at all, it was hardly mentioned in the papers. It soon passed out of my thoughts before the very serious issue pressed on me by the acute crisis in the country. The passage through Congress of the Kansas-Nebraska Bill, May 30, 1854, repealing the Missouri Compromise, made a casus belli between slavery and freedom, and this was almost simultaneous with the triumphant parade through Boston of the slave hunters carrying Anthony Burns back into slavery. Someone who had spoken with Burns in prison told me he was much frightened and preferred returning quietly rather than have any attempt at rescue. With my abhorrence of violence, I considered him right, but all the more felt that the time had come for vehement utterance. The anti-slavery leader, Garrison, was a non-resistant, but the possession of every branch of the government by the slave power and its domination over all the state laws protecting personal liberty, mingled with the moral issue the patriotic sentiment of independence which had confronted George III. The young Unitarian minister at Worcester, Wentworth Higginson, was eloquent though always calm, and his wound received in the attempted rescue of Anthony Burns was also eloquent. The impending struggle for freedom in Kansas was revealing the weakness of the non-resistant wing of the Anti-Slavery Society. On July 4, 1854, the annual gathering of the abolitionists in Framingham Grove occurred. As a studious observer of the movement that so deeply concerned me personally, I attended. My brief speech was a plea for peaceful separation of North and South after the manner of Abraham and Lot. I dreaded the angry passions rising on both sides more than slavery. There were several striking incidents at this Framingham gathering. A very aged Negro woman named Sojourner Truth, lank, shriveled, but picturesque, slowly mounted to the platform amid general applause, and sat silently listening to the speeches. After some stormy speaker, a young Southerner rose in the audience and began to talk fiercely. There were cries of "platform," and Garrison, who presided, invited the youth to come up and speak freely. The young man complied, and in the course of his defense of slavery and affirming his sincerity, twice exclaimed, "As God is my witness!" "Young man," cried Sojourner Truth, "I don't believe God Almighty ever hearn tell of you." Her shrill voice sounded through the grove like a bugle, shouts of laughter responded, and the poor Southerner could not recover from that only interruption. Thoreau had come all the way from Concord for this meeting. It was a rare thing for him to attend any meeting outside of Concord, and though he sometimes lectured in the Lyceum there, he had probably never spoken on a platform. He was now clamored for, and made a brief and quaint speech. He began with the simple words, "You have my sympathy. It is all I have to give you, but you may find it important to you." It was impossible to associate egotism with Thoreau. We all felt that the time and trouble he had taken at that crisis to proclaim his sympathy with the disunionists was indeed important. He was there a representative of Concord, of science and letters, which could not quietly pursue their tasks while slavery was trampling down the rights of mankind. Alluding to the Boston commissioner who had surrendered Anthony Burns, Edward G. Loring, Thoreau said, "The fugitive's case was already decided by God, not Edward G. God, but simple God." This was said with such serene unconsciousness of anything shocking in it that we were but mildly startled. William Lloyd Garrison made that July 4th a judgment day. He read the Declaration of Independence, then contrasted its principles with the Fugitive Slave Law, the judgment of Loring surrendering Anthony Burns, and a charge of United States Judge Curtis on the treasonable attempt to rescue Burns. Lighting matches, he burned successively these documents, after each crying, "And let all the people say Amen." The amens were loudly given, but at last Garrison uplifted a copy of the Constitution of the United States and read its compromises with slavery and the slave trade. He then declared it the source of all the other atrocities, the original covenant with death and agreement with hell, and held it up burning until the last ash must have singed his fingers. "So perish all compromises with tyranny," he cried, "and let all the people say Amen." There were mingled amens and hisses, and some voices of protest, but there stood the adamantine judge parting to right and left the leaders of the people, constitutionalists, free soilers, and abolitionists. That day I distinctly recognized that the anti-slavery cause was a religion, that Garrison was a successor of the inspired axe-bearers, John the Baptizer, Luther, Wesley, George Fox. But as I could not work with Lutheran, Methodist, or Quaker, I could not join the Anti-Slavery Society. There was a Calvinistic accent in that creed about the covenant with death and agreement with hell. Slavery was not death, nor the South hell. I did not care about the Constitution, and my peace principles inclined me to a separation between sections that hated each other. Yet I knew good people on both sides. I also believed that slavery was to be abolished by the union of all hearts and minds opposed to it, those who believed emancipation potential in the Constitution, as well as the Constitution burners. I had some conversation with Rev. Samuel J. May on this subject, and I think it was during the interval for luncheon at the Framingham meeting, for I remember his saying to a Southerner, probably the one rebuked by Sojourner Truth, who declared himself sincere, "I am afraid you are." However that may be, I remember my friend May, a sweet spirit as well as an impressive preacher, saying that Garrison's vehemence was not against the Southerners, but the Northern allies of slavery. "I remember," said May, "being with him at a meeting and saying, 'Mr. Garrison, you are too excited, you're on fire.' Garrison answered, 'I have need to be on fire, for I have icebergs around me to melt.'" The anti-slavery families out there in the Framingham Grove treated me almost affectionately, inviting me to their luncheons spread on the grass because I was a Virginian, but I was in truth almost as lonely as the Carolinian humiliated by Sojourner Truth. Did that old African fate tell the truth about me also? Did God know anything about me, a Virginian, with a strange burden every day getting heavier? Ah, yes, I went back to Boston and found a letter from the Unitarian Church at Washington inviting me to preach for them during September, and intimating that a permanent minister was needed there. The way, then, was opening before me. End of chapter 14, read by Margaret S. Bayat. Chapter 15, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Moncure D. Conway, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. First sermons at Washington, letter from my father, settlement at Washington, preaching at Richmond, expelled from Falmouth for abolitionism, preaching at Charlottesville, Virginia, letters from Rev. Dr. Burnap, installation at Washington, polemic about a fast day, antecedents of the Washington Church, its eminent members, Chief Justice Cranch, Helen Hunt, President Pierce. There was but one cloud on my horizon. Slavery existed in the District of Columbia. I would have to deal with that subject, and as I was a Virginian connected with families well known in Washington, the church would have to be informed of my anti-slavery sentiments. My anxiety for the situation induced me to speak about slavery in my very first sermon at Washington, September 10, 1854. And as now we look forth on the world of humanity, and, remembering the burdens of old prophets who sang of the latter-day glory, and the saying concerning Christ, that he saw of the travail of his soul and was satisfied, so fair and perfect even to that perfect soul was the vision of the advancing world. See it now frozen by a dread winter of evil. See man's hand lifted against man in war. See trade polluted by dishonesty, so that what we eat and wear is poisoned and stained with crime. See man enslaved by man, until we scarce know in their degradation those brothers of Christ to whom we are anything but brothers, save for the well-known human cry which they ever send up appealing to heaven, "Oh, as we remember this, see this, your worldly doctrine of calmness changes us to marble." On September 17th, text, "Am I my brother's keeper?" I again introduced the subject. I was then about to visit my parents at Falmouth, but in answer to my note on the subject, I received from my father the subjoined letter, dated at Falmouth, September 18, 1854. I cannot refrain from saying, I was truly glad you did not find it convenient to come down today. I have reason to know that it was fortunate for you that such was the case, and it is my sincere advice to you not to come here until there is reason to believe your opinions have undergone material changes on the subject of slavery. If you are willing to expose your own person recklessly, I am not willing to subject myself and family to the hazards of such a visit. Those opinions give me more uneasiness just now than your horrible views on the subject of religion, bad as these last are. You say in your last, it is strange that you meet with intolerance nowhere but at home. If you had but a small amount of that best of all sense, common sense, it would not seem at all strange that such should be the fact. I should treat all young men similarly situated, just as you are treated by others, but their parents and best friends would probably do towards them just as your parents and friends do towards you. A single moment's reflection would teach any common-sense person the reasonable propriety of our course. But having exhausted all our rational effort, we hand you over to the mercy of God, through our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and pray most earnestly that the ever-blessed Spirit may guide you aright. If you make shipwreck in this life and the next, you must not only wade through the precious blood of Christ, and do despite to the Spirit of His grace, but your father's prayers, so long as his life lasts, will be thrown in the way also. This letter had deep affection in it, and it grieved me less than it puzzled me. I had not made public any opinions concerning slavery except in my 2 sermons at Washington. There had been no report of those utterances, and I was entirely ignorant of the rumors, referred to in the previous chapter, mixing me up in the fugitive slave case in Boston. My sister tells me that it was even said I had been summoned as a witness against the owner of Anthony Burns. I made no reply to my father's letter, and went on with my sermons. On October 29th, when by announcement the church was to meet after the morning services to elect a minister, I felt impelled to be perfectly explicit with the congregation, which I knew would all be present. My text was, "Thy kingdom come," and in the discourse I said, "Solomon said, there is nothing new under the sun. A greater than Solomon said, I create all things new. And his church, if true to his spirit, will feel that it is an aggressive thing, that his kingdom, though not of this world, is in it, that it must penetrate and redeem all institutions and change the world. The Church must thus hold itself ready to pass free judgment on all customs, fashions, ideas, facts, on trade and politics, and, in this country, more especially hold itself ready to give free utterance in relation to our special national sin, the greatest of all sins, human slavery. Within 15 minutes from the utterance of that sentiment I was elected minister, with but 2 contrary votes. This gave me confidence and happiness. I knew what my people could bear, and had no fear of trouble. My salary was ample for a young bachelor of those days. My friends found for me a pleasant suite of rooms on 6th Street, between E and F, where I could entertain friends. That a congregation at the National Capitol, containing in it such men as Chief Justice Cranch, Mayor Seaton, Joseph Gales, and other eminent citizens well known in Virginia, had settled me as their minister, produced its impression on my relatives. The Intelligencer's reports of my sermons were talked of in Fredericksburg, and my father began to feel that there were no longer grounds for the apprehensions expressed in his letter of September 18th. At the close of November I received a cheerful letter from my father, and a letter from my mother begging me to visit Falmouth. About the same time numerous letters from friends and relatives in Fredericksburg and Richmond urged me to visit them. Several Unitarians turned up unexpectedly in Fredericksburg who said that they could get the town hall if I would preach there. This I declined for my father's sake, but I could not resist an invitation to preach in Richmond, Virginia, and gave, in the long silent Universalist church there, 2 discourses on the Sunday of January 21, 1855. After an altogether pleasant stay of several days in the house of my mother's brother, Travers Daniel, no word being said about slavery, and no reproach heard about my heresy, this dear uncle accompanied me to both sermons. He said he feared that Unitarianism tended to cultivate the head more than the heart, which was a good hint to me. I had been invited to Richmond to expound unorthodox views, but I ought to have revealed the heart in them. I went up with a light heart to my dear old home in Falmouth. I was affectionately received by my parents, and all seemed about to go smoothly. But at night, when I was returning home from some visit, I was twice spoken to by negroes, who whispered that my opposition to slavery and my course about Tony Burns were known among the colored people there, and they hinted expectations that I was contemplating some movement. I was shocked by this revelation, and of course disclaimed any such intention. But worse was to come. Next morning, as I was walking through the main street, a number of young men, some of them former schoolmates, hailed me and surrounded me. They told me that my presence in Falmouth could not be tolerated. "Charles Frank Suttle," said one, "says that when he was in Boston you did everything you could against him to prevent his getting back his servant Tony Burns, and that you are an abolitionist. There's danger to have that kind of man among our servants, and you must leave. We don't want to have any row." By this time a number of the rougher sort had crowded up, and there were threats. Then a friendlier voice said that on account of their respect for my parents and family they wished to avoid violence, and hoped that I would leave without such trouble. There was, I think, little danger of violence to myself. My parents, brothers, and other relatives constituted a large part of the little town, and whatever their disagreements from me, would have seriously resented any injury. Yet I could not but recognize that if only on their account it was my duty to leave the place. I had no right to entangle them in quarrels. Moreover, the secret approaches of the negroes on the previous evening suggested that there might indeed be some danger caused by the silly gossip of the whites. I therefore said to the crowd that I did nothing against Colonel Suttle and William Brent beyond expressing to students who wished me to sympathize with them my lack of sympathy, but as there were rumors of the kind, and I had no desire to cause disturbance, I would leave next day. Of this incident I said not a word at home. It cut short my visit by 2 days only, and no special explanation was needed of my quick return to Washington, where I had to preach the following Sunday. There appeared no reason to the family why there should be any distress about parting, now that I was living so near, but to me it was a heavy moment when I left them. It was exile. As I was driven by our faithful coachman, James Parker, across the bridge and along the meadows, it was with a feeling that I should never see them again. At the first station after leaving Fredericksburg, the train was entered by my father's eldest brother, Dr. Valentine Conway of Stafford. He had always been fond of me, but had no doubt heard Colonel Suttle's story, and spoke to me bitterly. I did not tell him that I was that day banished from my own home and relatives, but made what answer I could. Footnote: when I visited Fredericksburg 20 years later to be welcomed and feted by those who once drove me away, Uncle Valentine again accompanied me on the cars in Stafford and said, "When we last rode together here, and I reproached you for your abolitionism, you made a reply I never forgot. You expressed wonder that we Virginians did not see that the agitation against slavery was part of a worldwide movement for human liberty, a movement whose force was immeasurable and inevitable, and would ultimately overwhelm our Southern institution. Your prediction has been fulfilled." We looked out on the dear old fields of Stafford, which the tramp of armies had desolated. End of footnote. Uncle Valentine parted from me at Aquia Creek, where at that time a steamboat continued the route to Washington. I sat on the deck, humiliated and weeping. I was just in my 23rd year, and there was now brought home to me the terrible fact that the tyranny of slavery crushed not only the Negroes, but the most loving hearts of all. I afterwards discovered that many good women, my mother among them, secretly cherished a hatred of slavery, and that many men had misgivings about the institution. They were compelled by a sort of reign of terror to sacrifice before the idol all expression of generous affections, this terror being caused by the gathering anti-slavery cloud in the North. In after years, I could of course make 100 excuses for those young people who ordered me out of Virginia. I was the first and only anti-slavery man they had ever met, and I came just after the adventures of their townsmen Suttle and Brent in recovering Tony Burns had brought home to the little town some realization of Northern antagonism to slavery. Martyrdom is as demoralizing to the martyr as to the persecutor. That incident in Falmouth was for me very unfortunate. It distorted my vision. 4 years before, when Grace Greenwood advised me to read a story coming out in the National Era, Uncle Tom's Cabin, I read a few chapters, but did not care to obtain the further ones. Not only was I as yet in transition on the slavery question, but I recognized nothing in Mrs. Stowe's romance that was true of slavery in Virginia. But how terrible is the personal factor! Poor Shylock says, "The curse never fell upon our race till now. I never felt it till now." I read Uncle Tom's Cabin with different eyes, and recalling every ugly incident connected with Negroes that I had seen since childhood, and at Warrenton the sale of slaves were ugly enough, though rare, I concluded that Mrs. Stowe's book was a photographic representation of things going on in states farther south. I still loved my state, and the position I had at Washington, considered so enviable by other young ministers, by no means consoled me for the fading of my dream of an apostolate in Virginia. At the close of April a Unitarian minister, Mr. Crapster, was to fill my pulpit, and I seized the occasion for an excursion into the part of Virginia where I had never been. Accompanied by Franklin Philp, whose wife was the organist in my church, I visited Harper's Ferry, Ware's Cave, and the Natural Bridge, then made my way to Charlottesville. As we strolled through the beautiful grounds of the University of Virginia and saw the fine-looking students, my old missionary dream revived. Hastening into the town, I secured a sort of hall, and placards were posted announcing that on the next afternoon, Sunday, I would preach. I do not remember whether I announced any special subject, but probably indicated that it was unorthodox, for one or two students came primed for opposition in the discussion, which it was said would be invited. The room was crowded, mainly by university men. My name and connections were well known, and I had gathered up for the occasion what I considered the best passages of several sermons. No doubt I alluded to the rationalism of the founder of their university, President Jefferson, but was prudent enough not to make any allusion to slavery. My objections to the chief dogmas were based on both scriptural and rational grounds. The discussion that followed was quiet and scholarly. Fortunately, I had a little Greek Testament along, and was able to score a point by proving that my text, 2 Timothy 3, verse 16, "All Scripture is given by inspiration of God," etc., should be translated, "Every Scripture inspired by God is profitable," etc. My opponents, however, were well drilled in their faith, and no doubt as well satisfied as I was with the discussion. In that remote place, where Unitarianism was unknown, they were as eager as the ancient Athenians for some new thing, and I had pleasant interviews with some of them. One evening a large bonfire in the neighborhood of the university attracted my attention, and on going out to it found the students making around it a great hullabaloo whose cause I could not understand. But I now learned that Mrs. Stowe, author of Uncle Tom's Cabin, had just arrived on a visit to her relative, the wife of Professor McGuffell. The occasion was seized for a frolicsome manifestation. Someone at our hotel told me that Mrs. Stowe was the only pretext for a frolic, as the faculty might be timid about repressing an orgy disguised as an expression of Southern sentiment. Whether there were any unpleasant effects for the professor's family or Mrs. Stowe, I do not know, but I went off feeling that there was an impassable barrier to my entering on any ministry in Virginia. I had received from Richmond a letter from Thomas H. Wynne, who had been on the staff of cousin John Daniel's paper until he, Daniel, had been sent as minister to Sardinia, in which he said, "Your discourses gave the fullest satisfaction, and numerous inquiries have been addressed to me in regard to the possibility of securing your services altogether. Had it not been for that incident at Falmouth, I should probably have left Washington and settled in Richmond. No Salvationist was ever more ardent than I was in my desire to grapple with the dark and evil powers steadily taking possession of my state. Meanwhile, however, my labors in Washington, and truly I toiled through all the daylight of the week, secured favor. Even my father was adapting himself to the situation on finding that I was steadfast to my aim. My discourses were rarely on public matters or polemical questions. They dealt mainly with the human heart and spiritual life, self-truthfulness, the functions of doubt and duty of inquiry. The congregation desired to make a grand occasion of my installation, and it was left entirely with me to select the ministers who should assist. The congregation had for a generation been hearing such various preachers, and become so familiar with varieties of belief that they were generally rationalistic. John Weiss, who preached at my installation, was already at the left wing of Unitarianism, as also was Samuel Longfellow. Dr. Furness of Philadelphia held a peculiar theory concerning Jesus. I had indeed endeavored to induce Dr. Ephraim Peabody to give the sermon because of my personal affection for him, but as he could not come, fixed on John Weiss on account of his advanced opinions. Personal affection also led me to invite Dr. Burnap to deliver the charge. This excellent man was in a measure responsible for me. He had aided me to enter on my studies in Cambridge. In taking up a rationalistic position, I had to suffer again some of the pain with which I had parted from my old Methodist friends. I was doing my best now as then to hold on to every doctrine that would keep me in spiritual union with them. I quote some of Dr. Burnap's letters relating to my settlement in Washington. November 18, 1854. I accept your proposition to deliver the charge in the coming ordination. I hope you will succeed in getting a great gun to deliver the sermon. I hope it will not be, however, one of the reactionists. It would not harmonize with me, and I am sure it would not with you. Let us have pure, honest Unitarianism, or abandon it altogether. You have a grand field before you. Wisdom, industry, patience, and perseverance. Get these, and you may make a deep and lasting mark on the metropolis. And may God give you his blessing. January 2, 1855. I fear that some latitudinarians of last spring and summer are operating to your disadvantage, though I have heard nothing of the kind. I think you ought to take some measures to disabuse those who may have misjudged you of their impressions as to your want of faith in historical Christianity. I know that it was our mutual friend Peabody's impression that you had hardly faith to preach. I throw out this as merely a friendly hint. I am much interested that you should do well and valiantly for the good cause in the capital of the nation. February 14, 1855. Son Timothy, I am glad that your ordination is coming off so soon. I shall endeavor to be prepared to give you some sound advice. But where are your letters missive? We Congregationalists are republics, and cannot act without the people, our constituency. You must invite the congregations as well as the ministers, that we may carry with us a long delegation to give us continuance and keep us straight. Dr. Burnap was a good deal troubled by the abolition complexion of the ordination services, and reminded me that one ism is enough at a time. Concerning my latitudinarian tendencies he had apprehensions, but still called me his Timothy. In one of our talks he said, "The miracles cannot be denied without tearing the New Testament to pieces. Christianity stands practically on three legs: miracles of Jesus, sanctity of Sunday, and the Christian ministry. Take either away and it must topple over." End of chapter 15, section 1. Chapter 15, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure D. Conway, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The first sermon of mine published in Washington was entitled "The Old and the New, a Sermon Containing the History of the First Unitarian Church in Washington City." It was given December 31, 1854. I remember across all the years the pains taken in the preparation of this historical sermon. No history of the church existed, and for some weeks I had gone about making inquiries of the older families for information. 1/3 of the sermon was an exhortation relating to the duties transmitted to us by a past altogether honorable. Its composition was indeed a burden. Not yet 23 years of age, at my installation I had to give instruction to gray-haired men, to families well acquainted with the conditions of thought and life in the great capital, where I was a novice. I did not enter on my Washington ministry in any polemical spirit. I was anxious to conform as far as possible with the sentiments of the community, and to be friendly with the orthodox churches with which our heretical society had established some modus vivendi. But soon an occasion arose where it was necessary to assume a recusant attitude. In the summer, 1855, a terrible plague broke out in Virginia, Norfolk, and Portsmouth. My church promptly raised a large sum for the sufferers. On September 16th, when a collection was made for that purpose, I gave a discourse on the true and the false in prevalent theories in divine dispensation. Although I opposed the many pulpit assertions that the plague was a judgment from heaven, I had nothing much better than commonplace optimism with which to confront such superstition. The sermon, however, contained a passage which notified my congregation that I was able to see a Satan, if not a God, in the pestilence, namely, the evil institution that degraded labor and herded families into squalid quarters where disease and crime find their nests. The sermon was printed with the following preface. When it was suggested by some who agreed with the sentiments of the following discourse that its publication might be beneficial, the writer, having prepared it in the ordinary course of his ministry, and without any view to publication, declined. Since that, the following resolution has been issued by the Board of Aldermen and the Common Council. Resolved, that as, in our time of tribulation, it becomes us to acknowledge the hand of the Almighty, and, by prayer and supplication, call for his merciful aid and deliverance, that, therefore, the mayor of our city be, and he is hereby, requested to set apart Wednesday, the 26th instant, as a day of fasting, humiliation, and prayer, that he request the citizens to assemble in their various places of public worship and offer petitions to Almighty God in behalf of those he has seen fit to visit so sorely, and that he will be pleased to avert from us such terrible calamity. Feeling that we cannot assemble on that day to acknowledge the hand of the Almighty, and call for his merciful deliverance from his own hand, nor assist in rendering persons less able to give for the relief of the sufferers, by loss of a day's wages, nor bear our testimony, however feeble, in favor of a sanctity which deprives the people of $30,000 or $40,000, that the council may have its conscience soothed by a day's crying of "Lord, Lord," for its refusal to appropriate $5,000 or even $1,000 for the sufferers, nor petition him to do the work of our board in averting from us such terrible calamity, we shall not open our church on that day. In place of such ministrations, this discourse is offered to the public. The author does not anticipate much open sympathy with his sentiments, but has yet to learn that the truth may not be most demanded by the time and place that give it the least welcome. Washington, September 21, 1855. I had not consulted my society about closing the church on Fast Day, but sent word to the committee that I could not personally participate in that function. Nearly all of the society approved my course, but it brought down thunders from most of the pulpits. Having exhausted the pestilence as a topic, they did their part to bring down a divine judgment on the pestilence of heresy. The yellow fever had begun to decline before Fast Day came. The activity and generosity of our society in helping the sufferers was well known, and the extent to which our pulpit censors had fasted for strife and debate, and to smite with the fist, served to crowd my church on September 30th, the subject announced being Pharisaism and Fasting. The sarcasms of Isaiah on fasting, and the warnings of Jesus against public fasting supplied me with ammunition, but the absurdities of the preachers were almost self-refuting. Poor little Norfolk, it appeared, had been chosen by deified wrath as a victim for the crimes of all America. An appendix to this discourse as printed contains the letter of Lord Palmerston, October 19, 1853, to the Presbytery of Edinburgh, declining their request that the government should appoint a fast day on account of the cholera, his reasons confirming those that led me to protest against the fast day in Washington. To this was added an editorial from the London Times, November 2, 1853, in support of Palmerston's refusal. Its picture of the unctuous popular preacher, who has enough ottomans for a pasha and enough slippers for a centipede, excited laughter, and the incident was closed. It was a sufficient solace for all sharp criticisms that the poet Longfellow wrote me, "Thanks for your brave and manly discourse on the fast. It is a true and valiant word." The most important result of this incident was its revelation that my congregation was essentially rationalistic, and that leading citizens of Washington by no means shared the vulgar superstitions. Although I never had to deal with any further attacks from the pulpits, the positions I had assumed when I came to reread them did not quite satisfy myself. Possibly some of my more philosophical listeners felt that in refuting some fallacies I had raised problems without solving them. I remember my dear friend Hudson Taylor saying, "I wish you would preach us a sermon on God, simply God." I was startled by the demand, yet no doubt told him I would try to respond to it, but I had reason to ponder the case of Simonides, who, asked by Hero, who or what was God, required a day to consider, and when Hero came for his answer, another day, and at the end of every day another, the difficulty increasing in proportion with the thought bestowed upon it. I did indeed give a discourse on reverence for God in a series on the three reverences in Goethe's Wilhelm Meister, but on reading it now I recall once more Renan's reflection on the many headaches suffered by young men in exchanging one error for another. Early in the 19th century, several families, chiefly of English birth, living in Washington, used to meet on Sunday in each other's houses and read Unitarian literature. They discovered in the city a merchant, Robert Little, formerly a clergyman of the English Church, from which he had withdrawn because of his Unitarianism. This led to the formation of a Unitarian society, and its building was dedicated, 1822, by Robert Little. The church was attended at the same time by John Quincy Adams, President, and John C. Calhoun, the famous Southern senator. Calhoun gave a large subscription, and a gentleman who received it told me that in giving it the senator said, "It will be the religion of the country in 50 years." Robert Little sometimes preached in the House of Representatives, and Jared Sparks, the most eminent Unitarian minister of that time, was elected chaplain of Congress. There had been long intervals in which visitors of national reputation had occupied the pulpit, the most frequent and able of these being Dr. Orville Dewey. This minister and lecturer was a devotee of Daniel Webster. He had excited anti-slavery wrath by an imprudent remark, and he privately said to me that if I preached anti-slavery views in Washington, I would not maintain myself there. The traditions of the Washington pulpit had thus established a very high standard of preaching. This I knew very well, and it was not without trepidation that I entered on my work. I had, however, not only a distinguished but a generous and sympathetic audience. Never was there a fairer sky above a young minister, and I was for a time able to ignore the small cloud on it. This cloud might be symbolized by one pew, more finely cushioned than the rest. It was that in which President Fillmore had sat, undisturbed by any allusion from the pulpit to his having signed the Fugitive Slave Bill. Justice Daniel of the Supreme Court, my mother's uncle, her half-brother Cushing Daniel, and other relatives in Washington treated me with the old affection. I was welcomed in beautiful homes. Mr. Hudson Taylor, now of Poughkeepsie, presently received me into his house, and though a wealthy man, generously agreed to accept payment rather than have me drift among the boarding-houses. He and his wife gave me a happy home. His brother Frank, a man of wide reading, and his brilliant wife, née Wallach, were almost parental in their kindness to me. Their daughters, Charlotte, now Mrs. Robley Evans, Virginia, who married in Poughkeepsie, and Emily, now wife of Frederick McGuire, superintendent of the Cochrane Gallery, and their sons Morgan, Frank, and Harry, now distinguished naval officers, were all charming. The Unitarian social circle in Washington was unsurpassed for intelligence and influence. Mr. Seaton had given to his National Intelligencer a reputation suggested in the story that a jury once decided that if a dead man were found with that paper in his pocket, it was evidence of his respectability. He used to say that the chief editorial art was in knowing what to keep out of a paper. He had been an eminent mayor of Washington, was in every way an attractive gentleman of the old school, and his beautiful mansion in the center of Washington was the seat of hospitality. He and his gracious wife always invited me on Sunday evening, when the family was often joined by their married daughter, the brilliant Mrs. Columbus Monroe. Among other influential citizens who belonged to my church were the Webbs, Woodhulls, Fletchers, Johnsons, parents and sisters of Eastman Johnson, the artist, Wendells, Adamses, Anthony Pollock and his wife, who perished on the ship Bourgogne, the Shanks from Ohio, the Uphams of Salem, the Washburns, Merrills, and Andersons of Maine. Joseph Gales, founder of the National Intelligencer and of our church, though too infirm to attend, was cordial, and I have in late years often had reason to regret that I did not then know that he was a son of the publisher who 60 years before had fled from prosecution in Sheffield, England, for publishing there Thomas Paine's Rights of Man. Footnote: When Paine, after his terrible experiences in Europe, returned to America in 1802, it was the elder Gales who welcomed him to Washington, despite the rage of the pulpits, and in the National Intelligencer first appeared 4 of Paine's Letters to the Citizens of America. End of footnote. Judge Cranch, father of Christopher, poet and artist, was too old to attend church regularly. He died in September 1855, aged 86. My discourse on the life and character of the Hon. William Cranch, LL.D., late Chief Justice of the District of Columbia, was published by Frank Taylor on the request of the Society. The character and wide influence of this judge, who held his official place 54 years, had done more to diffuse in Washington respect for Unitarianism than all the ministries together. He was fond of music and had an organ in his house. I was told that on one occasion, when the organist failed to come, the beautiful old man with his flowing white locks arose from his pew, ascended to the choir, and played all the music. There were in the society persons of special knowledge and ability whose friendship was invaluable to me. Among these was Professor Espy, the meteorologist, a born philosopher, necessitarian, another being Dr. Nichols, physician of the insane asylum. Lieutenant Edward Hunt, U.S. Army, an admirable gentleman and scientific man, had recently married Miss Helen Fiske, in later years known by her literary works published under the initials H. H. Helen had never been in a Unitarian church until she came with her husband to ours. Without being exactly beautiful, she was of distinguished appearance, tall, fair, and with candid, beaming eyes, in which kindliness contended with penetration. She was highly educated, brilliant, and sometimes satirical in conversation, dressed with elegance, and, while laughing at the world of fashion, entered it with an eagerness that suggested previous repression, perhaps of a religious kind. While always adequate to the functions of her social position, they could not stale her infinite variety. She could be philosophical at one moment, merry and witty at another, and in whatever vein was engaging. But she then showed no inclination for literary pursuits. It was a serious loss to me when the Hunts were ordered off to Rhode Island, but I visited them there. I had given Helen, at Washington, Emerson's works, and the study of these, and also the development of her beautiful little son Rennie, made her more serious. She told me that she had one day found herself in the same railway car with Emerson, and both being alone she introduced herself in my name. Emerson had received her cordially, and she had with him an hour's conversation, the memory of which was treasured. She was a lover of Hawthorne's works. She said that she could test the intellect or heart of any acquaintance by inducing him or her to read one or another of Hawthorne's tales, and afterwards discovering what they thought of it. She gave one of her guests, a military man, the Snow Image to read during an hour's absence of herself and husband, and afterwards found he regarded it as simply a sort of fairy tale for a child. So I adapted my conversation to a gentlemanly blockhead. Lieutenant Hunt was killed by an explosion while engaged on some experiments in his office at Newport, and that tragedy, combined with the death of their charming boy Rennie, wrought in Helen Hunt an effect of which I recognize some trace in her beautiful tale, Mercy Philbrick's Choice. Her hair did not indeed at once turn white, like that of Mercy Philbrick, nor did she enter the pulpit, but she became a beloved teacher to a parish which included all lovers of literature. At Washington, Helen ridiculed everyone with a mission. The later years of her life were devoted to the cause of American Indians. As the receptions of the President were those of the nation, and not of the particular President who happened to be its chamberlain, I attended them occasionally until the wars in Kansas began. The receptions were very brilliant, and it is a pity that no artist painted the scene. Nearly every lady was dressed in white, décolletée to an extent now rarely known in America off the stage, but evening dress for gentlemen was not general. President Pierce was gracious and gentlemanly as a host. Of the ladies who received with him, I have no remembrance at all. The President's countenance, though not intellectual, had a certain expression of refinement and even benevolence with which I could never harmonize the outrages in Kansas. "All men become good creatures, but so slow," says Browning. What has become of Pierce? I cannot think a man bad-hearted who was beloved by Horatio Bridge, U.S. Navy, whom I knew slightly, but would have tried to make my friend had I foreseen his book about Nathaniel Hawthorne, and who so gently soothed the last days of Hawthorne's life. There has been many a worse man in the White House than Franklin Pierce, but there might be written on his tomb the words of Buddha: "Whatever a hater may do to a hater, or an enemy to an enemy, a wrongly directed mind will do us greater mischief." End of chapter 15, part 2.
Chapter 16, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 16, Part 1. Those who know only the post-bellum Washington cannot realize the charm of the earlier city. 50 years ago there were two Washingtons, one a large hotel distributed in edifices meeting the official nation's need, the other a village still rambling at large after its 2 generations. The village has been steadily swamped by the capital, but it was to that my intimacy mainly belonged, and life therein was delightful. To the old residents and their circle the national Washington was scenic, also not a little grotesque, and always amusing. I kept at times a scrawling journal, and select a few notes which, though of little interest, may give some idea of the incongruities one encountered in the primitive Washington. "Today I saw the Catholic saint Mrs. Mattingly entering her house. It is, I believe, the 13th year since she arose from the bed whereon she lay, so far as human judgment could go, dying of cancer. Her importance to the Catholic Church here was so great that the Pope ordered that Mass should be said for her recovery on a given hour throughout the world. On that hour she was informed that the Church Universal was praying for her. Her system was revolutionized, and the cancer gradually withered from that moment. Her case has been the means of converting many hereabout. Opposite her house a psychological healing medium has put out his card, declaring himself ready, with the aid of spirits, to do the same thing for anyone afflicted at $1 per head. Visited, in company with John L. Hayes, a distinguished lawyer, Lord . He is an English nobleman, who, having spent all his means in litigation to obtain some vast Canadian estates to which he believes himself entitled, is now ending his days miserably in a garret in Washington, and is kept from starvation by charity. Mr. Hayes has examined his claims to the estates, and has no doubt of their being well founded. Hard by is the splendid mansion of a millionaire, who came here a barefoot boy, with no claims but that which every industrious boy has upon the vast estate of the New World. At the President's reception this evening, the brilliant wife of the Russian Count B. attracted all eyes. I remember her years ago as a schoolgirl in Georgetown, whom I used to meet eating bread and butter and dragging her satchel for a wagon on her way to school. The Russian Count also met her, admired the pretty face beneath the bread and butter, kept his eyes on her, and just as she was leaving school adorned her with pearls and diamonds, and took her to St. Petersburg as Countess B. Met today a descendant of the Fairfax family, quite a beautiful lady, and one too proud of her lineage to marry a mere democrat. She is poor. Her family once owned a farm in Virginia larger than England and Wales together. Passed a pleasant evening in the company of a niece of the novelist Zschokke. She had, or was supposed to have, in her youth the gift of second sight. She gave me an interesting account of the experiments which she underwent to satisfy her uncle Zschokke's curiosity in such matters, and which led him to write his celebrated story, Die Verklauringen. She was forbidden by a physician the exercise of her power, and it finally left her. She is the wife of the Swiss consul at Washington. New Year's Day, 1855. It is the custom in Washington for the ladies of every distinguished house to receive callers. There is no restriction whatever, the brutal having the freedom of refined homes. I saw drunken men reeling into the front doors of refined families, their object being to devour the dainties provided lavishly on such occasions. At the house of Mayor Seaton I found the ladies shrinking, in the absence of any protection, before two half-tipsy fellows of the know-nothing species, who were demanding whether they, the ladies, did not think that "Americans should rule America," and that every damned abolitionist should be hung. Outside of my congregation I enjoyed acquaintance with several families, one being the McGuires. The elder McGuire, father of Frederick, now superintendent of the Corcoran Gallery, had lived in Washington from early youth, and had personal knowledge of the historic events and personages of that region. With his humor and graphic powers he related personal experiences and anecdotes which made many dry bones live even in my own Virginia neighborhood. For he was not an imaginative man, and his every narrative had the ring of truth. He had known President Jackson, and accompanied him on the steamer to Aquia Landing, and thence by stagecoach to Fredericksburg, where Jackson (1832) inaugurated the monument to the mother of Washington. He witnessed the sensational incident that occurred when the boat paused at Alexandria, where an officer named Randolph rushed aboard and pulled Jackson's nose, an action by which the President and those around him were so paralyzed that the assailant walked quietly ashore. The President gave beside the monument an admirable address, but McGuire did not hear it, and told me why. When the company reached Fredericksburg, they were distributed about in its hospitable homes. Young McGuire after his weary journey slept soundly. In the early morning he was awakened by a colored servant, who bore a very large tumbler of something unknown. He drank the whole of this iced liquid, the most delicious thing he had ever tasted, and straightway went to sleep again. After a time he waked up, and went downstairs to breakfast. He found food set out, but the house was entirely vacant. He walked to the front door, and found the street also empty. One human being, an extremely aged negro, came hobbling along, who informed him that the whole town had gone out to Kenmore, a mile away, to hear the President's speech. The ceremony was early in order that the President might return to Washington the same afternoon. McGuire hastened out, but met the crowd coming back. So he returned to Washington with no recollection of Fredericksburg except its extremely matinal hospitality and the fallacious charms of the mint julep. The office-seeking spirit supplied Washington with characteristic types of insanity. There was sometimes seen on Pennsylvania Avenue a poor fellow in shabby half-military dress who imagined himself to be George Washington, and the boys trooping at his heels to be an enthusiastic people. There was a more striking figure who believed himself to be Lafayette. His name was Benoni. I first came upon him when taking a walk beyond the western limit of the city. In a beautiful grove the old man was sitting on a log in front of his hut. His long and matted hair, his beard reaching to his breast from every part of his cheeks, his yellowish complexion, the glassy brightness of his eye, might have made him a comfortable living among the artists of Paris or Rome. He had constructed a hut with old rails, and there I visited him. A fire in the centre, an old coffee-pot and skillet, a plank for bed with no clothing for it, these constituted the whole estate of Benoni. The autumn frosts were already upon us, and I asked Benoni if he would not be more comfortable in the city. He could not, he said, go away at present. He had passed 3 winters there, and had been assured by the President that by next spring his country seat would be ready. He lived on what the market wagons cast to him. Foremost among cranks was the editor of Truth. With his many documents of importance to his country which he was eager to show, he was a bore. He had once caused a commotion in the Senate gallery by wishing to shoot Henry Clay, but that had not got him into an asylum, nor even the wild insanity of supposing that a paper named Truth could live in Washington. But its prospectuses alone lived. Every election year he announced himself a candidate for the presidency, declaring that he loved his country as he loved his God. I have sometimes queried whether Henry Labouche did not get the title of his famous London journal from that poor creature in Washington, for it was from 1854 to 55 that Labouche was involved with the British legation at Washington for raising American recruits for the Crimean War, and when he was sent back with his chief Crampton to England, perhaps he may have carried among his souvenirs of Washington lunacy a prospectus of the original Truth. The most interesting figure in Congress to me was Senator Seward. I met him only 2 or 3 times, the first time at a reception and luxurious supper in his own house, where I was introduced to him by the Hon. Robert C. Schenck, but I had no opportunity for conversation. Seward knew the political importance of terrapin and champagne. I was told that once on hearing that some compromisers were coming on a certain evening to coax him in behalf of some measure, he had a fine supper prepared, and after listening to them threw open the dining-room door and said to the congressmen, "Gentlemen, let us table your motion for the present." I remember, however, standing near and observing him while he was talking with eminent personages. His air was that of candor, and it was the same in his speeches. There was in his whole manner, one might say rather absence of manner, abandon, freedom from artifices, and self-restraint. Senator Seward's prestige among the antislavery people had been made by his bold condemnation of the Fugitive Slave Law, 1850, in which he declared that men would not obey it; they would be guided by a higher law. The Southern congressmen made what capital they could out of this alleged declaration that there was a law higher than the Constitution. But Seward was after all a child of the political phase of the anti-slavery movement. He was not trusted by those of the religious era. Senator Sumner was the watchman for these, and had an instinctive distrust of Seward. After the execution of John Brown for his attack at Harper's Ferry, Seward made a speech in which Sumner remarked to me the inconsistency of saying at one point that Brown was insane and at another that he was justly punished. Seward was in Europe when the John Brown excitement occurred, and that imprudent phrase uttered immediately on his return probably cost him the presidency. John P. Hale, senator from New Hampshire, was a solid, handsome man, with clear-cut features, a good voice, and a lucid, vivacious way of speaking. His impressiveness as an orator was partly due, like that of John Bright, to a humanized religious feeling which warmed and quickened his ethical principles. He once spoke of the enslaved and despised African, "who yet bears within him a nature destined to run parallel to the eternity of God." He had much reputation as a humorist. Hale was, I think, the most popular of the anti-slavery senators among the Southerners. But he warned them solemnly that they were trying to carry slavery through an age to which it did not belong. "You cannot steer an iceberg through the tropics. The warm sun will shine on it and melt it. The rains will fall on it and melt it. The winds will beat on it and melt it." Senator Hale had an attractive family. His daughters, with whom I sometimes cooperated in the drawing-room amusements at Dr. Bailey's house, were among the young ladies from the North whose invasion the old Southern society in Washington could hardly resist. Senator Sumner fell just short of being a great statesman. I enjoyed his friendship for many years and recognized his fine qualities, but always felt regret that Massachusetts should not be represented in the Senate by men more adapted to the crisis through which the country was passing than either Sumner or his colleague, Henry Wilson. Sumner had no sense of humor, and his way of treating things was too academic. I believe he would have been a stronger man if he had married earlier. He did marry late in life, too late for the marriage to be happy. He apparently had no relative or friend intimate enough to criticize him. His most intimate friends at home, Boston, were the Longfellows, who were too loyal to him, as indeed most of us were, on account of his inflexible devotion to our cause, to tell him his faults. Sumner was an incarnation of the anti-slavery conscience. He was sent to take the place of Webster, whose last appearance in the Capitol was to listen to his successor's arraignment of the fugitive slave law, for which he, Webster, was chiefly responsible. I sometimes met General Winfield Scott. In 1852 he had been a Whig candidate for the presidency on a platform of the suppression of any further discussion of the slavery question. For this he had been much ridiculed North and South. My cousin Daniel said in his Richmond Examiner that Scott's first name was originally Wingfield, but the G had been dropped for the more military Winfield. Mayor Seaton, at whose house I used to meet him, thought him rather garrulous, but he was a striking figure. To all who knew the old gentleman it must have been appalling that at the beginning of the Union war the armies of the United States should have been under the command of this aged general. And yet I now have to credit him with the wisdom of having advised against the defense of Fort Sumter. Had his advice been followed, the war might have been avoided. There was never much literary ability in Congress. Daniel Webster gained credit for learning by his legal argument on the Girard bequest founding a college from which ministers of religion were excluded. But I was informed that all the historical knowledge in it was supplied to him by a learned Methodist, Rev. W. B. Edwards. Longfellow said that Sumner recalled to him the historic speakers in Parliament, but the senator used to be ridiculed for his Latin quotations. Congressman Upham, who wrote the valuable monograph on the Salem witchcraft, impressed me — he attended my church — as a fine literary intellect entombed in politics. Outside Congress there was a good deal of intellectual activity of the scientific kind. Lieutenant Maury and Professor Espy, and at the Smithsonian Institution Professors Henry and Baird, gave Washington a fine reputation in that direction. Schoolcraft's researches were interesting all countries in the aborigines. The best feature of Washington was the courses of lectures given at the Smithsonian, not limited to science, which enabled us to hear eminent educators from various parts of the country. For modern American history we had George Washington Parke Custis, who compiled all the fictions about General Washington which historians find so impregnable. Custis was the man, I have reason to believe, who told Jared Sparks that the fine Marmion portrait of Betty Lewis was his grandmother, and to this day the portrait of Washington's sister in Sparks appears as that of his wife. Grace Greenwood, as yet more celebrated for her beauty than her writings, and Mrs. Southworth were devoting themselves to literature. I remember one man, George Wood, a government clerk, who aspired to literary distinction. He wrote Peter Schlemihl in America and The Modern Pilgrim. I reviewed one of his books for the Intelligencer, and Mr. Seaton persuaded me to make it less severe. Wood heaped coals of fire on me by writing in praise of my sermons. The handsomest man in the Senate was Salmon P. Chase, afterwards Chief Justice. I heard Dr. McClintock say, "People who suppose the anti-slavery men wicked ought to get a look at that heavenly face of Senator Chase." The face was always serene and fairly represented the man. Nothing could ruffle him, and the pro-slavery senators gave up trying to irritate him. He had reached his opinions by careful study of the Constitution, and on any question that arose concerning laws relating to slavery his statement was final. He was a good clear speaker, but never rhetorical. He was more interesting in conversation than in debate, but went little into society. End of Chapter 16, Part 1. Chapter 16, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 16, Part 2. Dr. and Mrs. Gamaliel Bailey of the National Era had established in Washington a brilliant salon. At their soirees there were always distinguished guests from abroad, and Grace Greenwood was on these occasions quite equal to any of those French dames whose salons have become historic. The Bailey entertainments were of more importance in furthering anti-slavery sentiment in Washington than has been appreciated. The anti-slavery senators were rarely met there, with the exception of Hale, but their ladies often came. A good many representatives attended. 2 North Carolinians, Goodloe and Helper, virtually exiled, found welcome and sympathy there. Nothing in Washington was more brilliant than the Bailey soiree. The bright and pretty Yankee ladies got up theatricals, charades, tableaux, and the White House receptions were dull in comparison. The serious force and learning characteristic of the National Era could hardly prepare one to find in Dr. Bailey the elegant and polished gentleman that he was. He was the last man that one might imagine facing the mob that destroyed his printing press in Cincinnati. I do not wonder that the mob gathered for similar violence in Washington had quailed before his benign countenance and calm good-natured address to them. Mrs. Bailey, a tall, graceful, and intellectual woman, possessed all the nerve necessary to pass through those ordeals, while at the same time her apparent rôle was that of introducing young ladies into Washington society and shining as the center of a refined social circle. I did not write for the National Era, but, when I could spare time from my sermons, wrote for the National Intelligencer, which reached my own people, as the Era did not. Payment was never thought of, as I contributed only what I wished to have published, barring of course theology and slavery. I wrote several reviews, one of these being of Longfellow's Hiawatha, fall of 1855, which brought me a grateful note from the poet. I possess no copy of my review, but my memory is that I read up the aboriginal legends. At any rate, when, soon after, Longfellow was accused of appropriating the stories along with the metre of Kalevala, the Finnish epic, I was able to defend him. Longfellow, in a note of December 3, 1855, said, I wrote you a few days ago to thank you for your generous article on Hiawatha, and now I must write again to thank you still more for coming so swiftly to my rescue in this onslaught of T.C.P., whose chief motive for publishing his astounding discovery seems to be to inform the world that he has read Kalevala. It is really too abject and pitiful, and one does not want to waste time upon it. Still, I am greatly obliged to you for saying what you did, and as you may not have the Indian books at hand, I enclose the refutation of the charges touching Hiawatha's birth and departure. I can do the same if necessary with each and every legend, though of course not with the detail of the working up." Longfellow also sent his copy of Kalevala. T.C.P. I never identified. In one of his letters Longfellow sent me an extract from one he had from Emerson, which says, I find this Indian poem very wholesome, sweet and wholesome as maize, very proper and pertinent for us to read, and showing a kind of manly sense of duty in the poet to write. The dangers of the Indians are that they are really savage, have poor small sterile heads, no thoughts, and you must deal very roundly with them, and find them in brains. And I blamed your tenderness now and then, as I read, for accepting a legend or a song when they have too little to give. It was a satisfaction to be entirely relieved of all those relics of extreme unction which make so important a part of Methodist ministry. Of course I visited my friends when they were ill, but it was not as a minister. One morning a middle-aged lady called on me and said that her husband had been taken ill as they were passing through Washington, and the doctor thought he might die. They were unacquainted in the city. She was herself an Episcopalian, but her husband was a free thinker, and would certainly not receive an orthodox clergyman. She earnestly desired that he should be visited by some minister of religion, and as he was more friendly to Unitarians than to others, she asked if I could call. I said that I would see him if she was sure that my visit would be well received by the sufferer, and not excite his resentment. She promised to converse with him, and I would learn at the door whether I would be welcome. Their lodging was near my church, and when I called the lady took me into the invalid's room. In the bed I saw a handsome man of about 60, with a look of keen intelligence. I perceived that he was on the defensive. His wife, he said, desired him to see me, and for her sake he agreed, but was afraid it was not fair to me, as he had no belief whatever in Christianity. I told him there was no need for such fear, as it made no difference to me whether he was a Christian or not. He then smiled, and related that several preachers had tried to convert him, and he had said to the last one, "The man who tells me that the Bible is as great a book as Shakespeare is a fool." When he saw that I was not shocked by this, he became very affable. I think that one of his reasons for receiving me was that he feared an orthodox funeral in case of death. His case improved, however, and he was able to reach his distant home. I have regretted in later years my loss of memoranda concerning the name and address of that family. I think the half-humorous remark of that man about Shakespeare had a serious effect upon me. I was still backward in my appreciation of Shakespeare. I had seen several of the tragedies on the stage, but never performed by great actors, and though I read the plays, they did not appear to be related to me. I have an impression that Emerson's chapter on Shakespeare in Representative Men had misdirected me with regard to the poet himself. It must even go into the world's history that the best poet led an obscure and profane life, using his genius for the public amusement." I remember a criticism I had made on some writings of Goethe that seemed to me cynically worldly, and Emerson saying, "For the present you desire quality rather than quantity." It was indeed so. My head was so crowded with the problems of existence that no room was left for any poet unacquainted with the forms in which those problems appealed to me. Meantime, however, I was playing too, "plucking light hopes and joys from every stem," without dreaming that every flower in the pretty garden contained a sweet secret. But that gentleman in Washington, who with what he supposed his dying words placed Shakespeare above the Bible, made me study the poet more carefully. I find it impossible, however, at 70 to estimate what I derived from Shakespeare in those early years. I cannot help projecting into my first serious acquaintance with those works the cumulative experience related to them. Shakespeare represents to me supremely the test of all genius, namely, that its work anticipates the stages of life. His work can never be precisely reread. Every time I make the attempt, I find that in the interval new experiences, however unconscious, have touched my eyes and reveal unsuspected thoughts and depths in the page. An important event in 1855 was the appearance of Walt Whitman's Leaves of Grass. Emerson wrote of the book at his house, and suggested that I should call on the new poet. I read the poem with joy. Democracy had at length its epoch. It was prophetic of the good time coming when the vulgar herd should be transformed into noblemen. The portrait in the book was that of a working man, and if one laborer could so flower, genius was potential in all. That Walt was posing as one of a class to which he did not belong was not realized by me even after his own intimation of it, as related in the subjoined letter to Emerson sent me by his son. Washington, September 17, 1855. My dear Mr. Emerson, I immediately procured the Leaves of Grass after hearing you speak of it. I read it on board the steamer Metropolis on my way to New York the evening after seeing you, and resolved to see its author if I could while I was in the city. As you seemed much interested in him and his work, I have taken the earliest moment which I could command since my return to give you some account of my visit. I found by the directory that one Walter Whitman lived fearfully far, out of Brooklyn nearly, on Ryerton Street a short way from Myrtle Avenue. The way to reach the house is to go down to Fulton Street Ferry, after crossing take the Fulton and Myrtle Avenue car, and get out at Ryerton Street. It is one of a row of small wooden houses with porches, which all seem occupied by mechanics. I didn't find him there, however. His mother directed me to Rome's printing office, corner Fulton and Cranberry Streets, which is much nearer, and where he often is. I found him revising some proof, a man you would not have remarked in 1,000, blue striped shirt opening from a red throat, and sitting on a chair without a back, which, being the only one, he offered me, and sat down on a round of the printer's desk himself. His manner was blunt enough also, without being disagreeably so. I told him that I had spent the evening before with you, and that what you had said of him and the perusal of his book had resulted in my call. He seemed very eager to hear from you and about you, and what you thought of his book. He had once seen you and heard you in the lecture room, and was anxious to know all he could of your life, yet not with any vulgar curiosity, but entire frankness. I told him of the occasions in which Mr. Bartol and others had attempted to read it in company and failed, at which he seemed much amused. The likeness in the book is fair. His beard and hair are grayer than is usual with a man of 36. His face and eye are interesting, and his head rather narrow behind the eyes, but a thick brow looks as if it might have absorbed much. He walked with me and crossed the ferry. He seemed hail fellow with every man he met, all apparently in the laboring class. He says he is one of that class by choice. that he is personally dear to some thousands of such in New York, who "love him but cannot make head or tail of his book." He rides on the stage with the driver, stops to talk with the old man or woman selling fruit at the street corner, and his dress, etc., is consistent with that. I am quite sure after talking with him that there is much in all this of what you might call playing Providence a little with the baser sort, so much to the distress of the Reverend Vaughan's nerves. I could see that he had some books, if only a bottle stick like Elton Locke to read them by, though he told me I thought too much of books. But I came off delighted with him. His eye can kindle strangely, and his words are ruddy with health. He is clearly his book, and I went off impressed with the sense of a new city on my map, that is, Brooklyn, just as if it had suddenly risen through the boiling sea. After reading The Leaves of Grass, Emerson wrote to the author an enthusiastic letter, greeting him "at the beginning of a great career." Whitman at once printed an edition prefaced with Emerson's letter. Emerson said that if he had known his letter would be published he might have qualified his praise. "There are parts of the book," he said, "where I hold my nose as I read. One must not be too squeamish when a chemist brings him to a mass of filth and says, 'See, the great laws are at work here also,' but it is a fine art if he can deodorize his illustration. However, I do not fear that any man who has eyes in his head will fail to see the genius in these poems. Those are terrible eyes to walk along Broadway. It is all there, as if in an auctioneer's catalogue." Emerson did not complain seriously of the publication of his letter. It was not marked private, and appeared so carefully written that Walt considered it, as he said to me, "a serious thing that might be fairly printed." He did not, however, print any more of the edition containing it, and that second edition is rare. The incident made no difference in Emerson's friendliness towards the author, whom he welcomed cordially in Concord. Walt Whitman did not wonder that Emerson and his Boston circle should sniff at his plain-spoken inclusion in his poetry, to use his words, "of every process, every concrete object, every human or other existence, not only considered from the point of view of all, but of each." He told me with a smile that he had heard of his poems being offered for sale by a vendor of obscene books. My own feeling, after twice reading Leaves of Grass, was that his pantheistic inspiration had come from Emerson, and his style as well as his broadness mainly from the Bible. He had been reared among Quakers, had heard Elias Hicks preach, and the Quaker way of spiritualizing everything in the Bible explained to me the refrains of psalms and Solomonic songs in Leaves of Grass. My sister had been with me on this summer excursion, and I left her at the Metropolitan Hotel with a lady friend while I went to visit Walt. But I had read these young ladies select passages from the poem, and they had curiosity to see him. So I invited him to early dinner at our hotel next day, and he came in baize coat and checkered shirt, in fact just like the portrait in his book. The ladies were pleased with him, his manners were good, and his talk entertaining. Walt Whitman told me that I was the first who had invited him because of his book. On my second visit, during the summer of 1857, he was not at home, but I found him at the top of a hill near by, lying on his back and gazing on the sky. It was Sunday morning, and he promptly agreed to a ramble. We first went to his house, where I talked a few moments with his mother, a plain pleasant old lady not so gray as her son, and whose dark eyes had an apprehensive look. It was a small frame house. He took me to his little room with its cot and poor furniture, the only decoration being two engravings, one of Silenius and the other of Bacchus. What he brought me up there to see was the barren solitude stretching from beneath his window towards the sea. There were no books in the room, and he told me he had very few, but had the use of good libraries. He possessed, however, a complete Shakespeare and a translation of Homer. He had received a common school education and had been brought up in the Democratic party. He used to attend the gatherings of leading men in Tammany Hall in the days when its chief was Paine's friend, John Fellows. But he left the party when the Fugitive Slave Law was enacted, and then wrote his first poem, Blood Money, never published. We passed the day loafing on Staten Island, where we found groves and solitary beaches now built over. We had a good long bath in the sea, and I perceived that the reddish-tanned face and neck of the poet crowned a body of lily-like whiteness and a shapely form. Walt Whitman said to me as we parted, "I have not met any one so charged with my ideas as you." The ideas had attracted me less than the style, because of its marvelous resemblance not only to biblical but to ancient Persian poetry, which I was reading in the Desatir and other books which I found he had never heard of. It seemed like the colours of dawn reappearing in the sunset. Here too was a revelation of human realms of which my knowledge had been mainly academic. Even while among the humble Methodists, the pious people I knew were apart from the world, and since then I had moved among scholars or persons of marked individuality. Except the negroes, I had known nothing of the working masses. But Whitman, as I have known these many years, knew as little of the working class practically as I did. He had gone out among them in the disguise of their own dress, and was perfectly honest in his supposition that he had entered into their inmost nature. The Quaker training tends to such illusion. It was so in the case of Thomas Paine, who wrote Transcendental Politics and labelled it Common Sense. With our eagerness to believe in the masses, our masters, we credited them with the idealism which Walt Whitman had imaginatively projected into them, and said, "Unto democracy also a child is born. This is America's answer to Carlyle." Somebody, probably the author himself, sent the book to Carlyle, who once said to me, "The main burden of Leaves of Grass seems to be, I'm a big man because I live in such a big country. But I know of great men who lived in small corners of the world." The working men did not read Whitman's book, and fewer of them than he supposed cared about him personally. My enthusiasm for Leaves of Grass, the only work of Whitman I ever cared about, was a sign and symptom that the weight of the world had begun to roll on me. In Methodism my burden had been metaphysical, a bundle of dogmas. The world at large was not then mine. For its woes and wrongs I was not at all responsible. They were far from me, and no one ever taught me that the earth was to be healed except at the millennium. The only evils were particular ones. A was a drunkard, B a thief, C a murderer, D had a cancer, and so on. When I escaped from the dogmatic burden and took the pleasant rationalistic Christ on my shoulder, he was light as the babe St. Christopher undertook to carry across the river. But the new Christ became Jesus, was human, and all humanity came with him, the world woe, the temporal evil and wrong. I was committed to deal with actual, visible, present hells instead of an invisible one in a possible future. Such was now my contract, and to bear the increasing load there was no divine vicar. Jesus was no sacrifice, but an exemplar of self-sacrifice. The great aim of Methodism was happiness. Conversion was signaled by the shout of joy, by hymns, ecstasy, while the devil groaned. But this new faith summoned the soul to unending sacrifices, severe duties, the heavy cross never to be laid down. How small a part of my new religion did I learn from those entertaining studies at Divinity Hall! In fact, I was not equal to all this. I was too young. Half of me was a boy and wanted to play. I needed a master. But in my own profession who was there in Washington to look up to? The worst thing, perhaps, in taking up a religion which under a supernatural solemnity deals with affairs of the world is that the minister must have an opinion on every vast question. It is expected of him to have his inlet to omniscience sufficiently free to pass judgment on events big enough to receive the attention of Deity. Thus at Washington I had to say something about the Crimean War. I very earnestly detested all war. But as in every conflict one side seems less to blame than the other, I took the side of England warmly. I was misled by several English writers in whose judgment I had confidence, and too easily, because I was in revolt against the traditional Anglophobia of New England. In Washington the highest society in rank was accessible to me, but I was not impressionable in that direction. Methodism, illustrated by my parents kneeling with the poor in the basement of their house, had implanted in me an ideal of greatness that consisted in standing by an humble thing. Among those men in political life I could find no hero. I esteemed some, respected many, but none filled me with enthusiasm. I was at times present at the receptions of grand officials, but would not have exchanged for any senatorial or ambassadorial party an evening with certain families that I loved. My heart was not lonely because I had no hero to worship, but the sweet friends to whom I looked up in many things looked up to me for guidance in the great issues of the time. And what guidance could I give in my 24th year? Of all that swarm of officials, congressmen, officers, not one face now emerges with the clearness and radiance of a certain youth unknown to fame, who tried to share my burden of the world woe, and under it perished. This youth, Gerald Fitzgerald, was about 18 when I settled in Washington. I believe the family were Catholics, but he was the lover of a very attractive and spiritual young lady of my church, and this had brought him into contact with new ideas. He became my devoted friend, he took to heart my every sermon, and a determination grew in him to enter the ministry. I did not influence him in the least personally, but even had some misgivings, presentiments perhaps of my own approaching troubles. He was very handsome, not to say beautiful. He was intellectually brilliant without conceit. He had a charming voice, fine humour, every quality that might make a successful minister. So it was arranged that he should study at the Divinity School, Cambridge. Then came on the war, that damnable double-tongued war that lured the best youth to their graves with promises now broken. Just on the threshold of a career already radiant, Gerald uplifted the ensign of liberation of both the Negro and the nation from slavery, and went forth as a foot soldier. It would not have been difficult, with his influential friends, to secure for him a chaplaincy or some other position in the army, but he sought it not. None of us ever saw Gerald again. 2 soldiers reported that they found him dying of a wound on the field, and bore him to the shade of a tree. The place of his burial is unknown. Before me is a strangely sweet poem of several pages, privately circulated, but by an unknown writer, which is headed, Gerald Fitzgerald, killed in battle on the Rappahannock, May, 1863. So vague were the rumors about his end that I long cherished a hope that Gerald might be in some kindly cabin recovering life, and might yet surprise the circle in Washington that so deeply mourned his loss. But in these last years I have felt it some compensation that the noble youth died with the full assurance that the fair ideal, America, and peace never to be broken, would arise out of the blood he had shed, his own and blood of adversaries just as brave. Knowing well Gerald's sensitive heart, I feel sure that even had he returned from the work of slaughter, he could never have smiled in the old way. Had he lived to this day, he would find himself amid phantoms asking, "Was it well then to shed our blood in order that the Negro might be freely lynched, and North and South united to lynch also Spaniard, Filipino, and Chinaman?" Rest in your peaceful unknown grave beside the Rappahannock, O my friend. For you no tears, no heartbreaks, no harrowing reflection that your chivalry was in vain, and the war mere manslaughter. These are for me, who found you a happy youth clinging to me with boyish affection, and from my pulpit helped to lay on you the burden of the world. End of Chapter 16, Part 2.